Chapter 402. She worked until midnight the day before and was drenched in a heavy rain. The next morning, when the alarm rang, Gao Zhuqing felt that something was wrong with her body. She felt weak and dizzy. She touched her forehead and thought that she had a fever. She dragged her sick body to the washroom and found that it was even worse. Her period had come. Her period and fever came at the same time. That feeling was really terrible. Gao Zhuqing called the company to ask for leave. Lying on the bed, she felt terrible. There was no medicine at home, and she did not have the strength to buy it. She could only endure. As she endured, she actually fell asleep. In a daze, she heard the doorbell ringing. She groaned and went to open the door. Su Yuan, who was standing outside the door with a big bag, was startled by her blushing face. "Damn, why is your face so red? Why are you here?" Gao Zhuqing had to use a lot of energy to say a word. "I heard that you were sick, so I came to see you. You are barefoot. Do you know that you are sick?" He strode over, lifted her up, and put her back on the bed. "Did you take medicine?" "There is no medicine at home." "I knew it. Luckily, I bought it." Su Yuan took out all the medicine from the bag. "Why are there so many?" "Nonsense. I don't know what your illness is, so I bought all of them. Anyway, they will come in handy in the future. Here, the thermometer. Take it." Gao Zhuqing waited for a while and gave it back to Su Yuan. He was shocked. 40 degrees. Go to the hospital now." "No, I will be fine after taking the medicine." "No, 40 degrees can burn a person to death." "It's okay. My body can't stand the torture now. Just let me lie down quietly for a while." Su Yuan saw that she was panting heavily and could only give up. "Then take some medicine first." He brought her water, personally fed her medicine, and then put on the fever patch. Su Yuan had never served anyone before, so he was flustered and didn't know what to do first. He took out a thick duvet from the wardrobe and wrapped her up tightly. Gao Zhuqing's head was exposed, and he was about to die from the heat. "I have a blanket. Are you trying to kill me?" "My mom said that the best way to reduce a fever is to sweat all over. Once you sweat, you'll be fine." Gao Zhuqing felt helpless. "I'm afraid that before I burn to death, I'll die from the heat first." "No, I'm here. You won't die. Take a nap first. I'll stay here with you." "But I can't sleep with you sitting next to me." "Just leave the medicine behind. You can go back to the company first." "Do you think I can go back in peace in your situation? Even if I return to the company, will I have the mood to work?" Su Yuan said a few words as if he was speaking a tongue twister. "Don't think about anything else. Hurry up and sleep." Oh, Gao Zhuqing closed her eyes. It was probably because she had been working overtime every day. She was completely exhausted and fell asleep again. She woke up in the middle of the night and looked around in a daze. It was already dark outside. A blurry figure was sitting by the bed, quietly accompanying her. Soon, she fell asleep again. When she woke up again, it was already very late. The bedside was empty, and there was a faint light outside the door. Su Yuan, Gao Zhuqing called out weakly. There was no response. She forced herself to sit up and took off the patch on her forehead. She touched it, and it didn't seem to be so hot anymore. However, her head was still very painful and heavy, and she felt very dizzy. She got off the bed and walked out of the room weakly. She heard sounds in the kitchen. In the kitchen, a tall figure was busy. It was probably because he had never cooked before. He was very busy and almost knocked over the pots and bowls several times. Gao Zhuqing's heart warmed. Her body was very uncomfortable, but her heart was full of happiness. No matter how beautiful a man's words of love were, or how well he did it in front of you, it couldn't compare to doing some small things for you behind your back. After a lot of effort, it was finally done. Su Yuan wiped his sweat and turned around. He was shocked to see Gao Zhuqing standing there. "Why are you awake? Did I wake you up because I was too noisy?" "No, I've slept for a day. It's time to wake up, just in time. I guess that you were about to wake up, so I made something for you to eat. Go sit down, I'll bring it to you." Gao Zhuqing curled up on the sofa. She was very dizzy and tired, but she could also feel hungry. She hadn't eaten for a day. In addition, she was sick and exhausted. How could she not be hungry? Su Yuan brought the food over. It was a bowl of porridge and a small plate of vegetables. It looked good. "You made it?" "Yes." "Can it be eaten?" She doubted it with what little brain she had left. I'm afraid I'll be poisoned to death before I burn to death. Do you know how to speak? Although it's my first time cooking, I always follow the recipe. It's just porridge and stir-frying. How can I not know how to cook? My IQ is 140, okay? Cooking is a technical job. It has nothing to do with IQ. That can't be helped. I can't leave you alone to buy food. There's no other food in your fridge. Are you a girl? You don't have any life skills. You only know how to eat snacks. Su Yuan scolded her for a long time. Please, I'm a patient. How can you scold me? I'm just caring about you. I have to scold someone like you. Su Yuan checked her forehead temperature. It doesn't seem that hot anymore. Like I said, I'll just wipe off my sweat. You're still wearing too little. So he took off his down jacket and put on her. How can I eat porridge if you wrap me up so tightly? Can I just feed you? Forget it. You don't know how to be gentle. I'm afraid you'll choke me to death. I don't know how to be gentle. Are you kidding me? I'm the most gentle man, especially in bed. I don't even hurt my virginity. Don't you think I'm gentle? Gao Zhuqing still declined. She rolled up her sleeves and put some porridge and vegetables into her mouth. She was ready to spit it out. But perhaps it was because the heat had made her mouth lose its sense of taste. She didn't think it was bad. How is it? It's okay. That's all. Su Yuan furrowed his brows. It's your first time cooking. It's already not bad to have such a comment. What else do you want? If I praise it to the skies, you'll think it's fake, right? Su Yuan shook his head. Heartless and unscrupulous. The more Gao Zhuqing ate, the hungrier she felt. In the end, she was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Su Yuan brushed her hair away from her cheek. Slow down. It's hot. Be careful. I'm hungry, look at you. You don't know how to take care of yourself. How can you live without a man by your side? Su Yuan felt sorry for her and couldn't help but continue. You're already 25 years old, but you're still wandering around alone. You're alone in everything. Even when you're sick, no one knows. No one takes care of you. You have no one to tell the pain in your heart. Even if you don't feel miserable, I feel miserable for you. Gao Zhuqing felt a lump in her throat. She could only continue to eat the porridge as if nothing had happened. All these years, you've always been alone. You bear everything by yourself. You don't even have a cat or a dog. Nothing belongs to you. No matter how much pain you suffer, no one knows. Do you think this is what it means to be strong? The reality is too cruel. It's hard for a person to persevere. You might think that you're still young and can continue to persevere. But 5 years later, 10 years later, do you still want to be alone? At that time, will you still be able to persevere? Smack. A tear came out of her eye and dripped into the porridge. Gao Zhuqing was not a heartless person, and it was not that she did not understand hardship. She also knew how difficult it was for a woman without a background or someone to rely on to survive in this society. She wasn't a fool. She also wanted someone to rely on. However, there was no one behind her. How would she dare to fall? Other than herself, who else could she rely on? What's more, Gu Qinghan had been tormenting her all these years. She had to bear more pain than others. Shi Shujing was already married. She married a good man and had a lovely son. What about her? She had nothing. It was impossible to say that she wasn't envious at all. However, what could she do? Who else would she look for? People were the most vulnerable when they were sick. The armor that could be used to protect them usually would be completely melted in an instant. Just like the most vulnerable body exposed to a storm, it would want to grab any warmth at all costs. It was the last life-saving straw. Even if it wasn't what she wanted, as long as it could save her life, it was fine. On this cold and windy night, with a high fever and Aunt Flo's period, she suddenly felt that she was very, very miserable. Tears were like knives cutting Su Yuan's heart. Her lips quivered a few times. I'm not saying this to make you feel bad. I just hope that when you still have a choice, you can think for your own happiness. Don't block all the paths of retreat. Don't let yourself fall into a hopeless situation in the future. A person without a choice is very scary. Su Yuan tried to pull Gao Zhuqing's hand. Seeing that she didn't resist, he wrapped her hand in his palm and lightly kissed it. Her hand was very hot. The temperature scorched his, making his entire body also ignite. He found it hard to control his emotions and somewhat throbbed. Originally, he only wanted to take care of her. He didn't plan to say anything or do anything. However, when the feelings were strong, everything went according to the heart. He also didn't want to deliberately suppress his feelings. Zhu, I didn't say those words to make you feel bad. I just hope that you can give me a chance. Let me take care of you. Su Yuan looked into her eyes. Word by word, he said it very sincerely. I admit that I'm very fickle and have no experience in this area. But I'm willing to learn. I can also be a gentle and considerate boyfriend and take good care of you. What I want is just a chance. Do you know, every time I see you pretending to be strong, forcing yourself to smile, my heart aches. I originally thought that there's no such thing as empathy in this world. But you make me willing to bear all the suffering for you. I don't want you to suffer even the slightest bit. The light was so warm. The two of them were so close. Even the dust fluttering in the light became ambiguous and restless. That haggard face, tortured by illness, was not beautiful at all, but made Su Yuan's heart ache incomparably. Letting go of her hand, he instead cupped her face. His fingertips gently moved, loving and protective. Like being firmly attracted by a magnet, Su Yuan couldn't help lowering his head. Chapter 403. Su Yuan, don't be like this. Her body is very tense, trembling slightly. Gao Zhuqing feels her resistance collapsing. No matter how rational a person is, they will also have moments of weakness and confusion. She clearly knows it's a mistake, but she feels like she's sinking deeper inside. Zhuqing, he murmurs her name, getting closer and closer. The face in the light, handsome and sexy, like a poppy, like poison. Gao Zhuqing suddenly thinks that it's too tiring to keep on making mistakes like this. She already has nothing to lose. Why not go crazy? But at this time, Gu Qinghan's face suddenly flashes in front of her eyes. She's startled, resisting with a forceful push. She can't push away Su Yuan, but she resists his closeness. Zhuqing. Su Yuan frowns, somewhat unable to understand. We shouldn't be like this. I don't want. Gao Zhuqing looks away, not having the heart to face the disappointment in his eyes that makes her feel like a heinous bad person. When people are weak, it's easy to make mistakes. She doesn't want to make mistakes. Why not? What are you worried about? Do you hate me? No, I don't hate you. Gao Zhuqing hurriedly denies it. It's because I don't hate you that I can't destroy our friendship. If we kiss now, I won't be able to treat you as a friend in the future. You also don't want me to run away from you, right? I'm very touched by your care. I admit I'm very weak right now. You saw just now, I almost couldn't resist. But even if we kiss, I'm just treating you as a life-saving straw. I'm just using you. I can't let myself be so selfish, and I don't want to lose a good friend like you. A gloomy feeling surges in Su Yuan's heart. Don't tell me you don't have any feelings for me? It's impossible between us, so I won't consider you as a choice. To tell the truth, being friends with you is more relaxing. You don't give me a chance to reject me. Is this fair to me? How long do you want to bind yourself in a cocoon? When you're 30, do you still want to be alone, suffering when you're sick? Don't say that again. I don't want to hear it. Gao Zhuqing was also very frustrated. Other than being an ostrich and not thinking about the future, she had no other choice. Otherwise, she might as well die now. Su Yuan was furious, but he wasn't angry because he couldn't get it. More importantly, he felt sorry for Gao Zhuqing. She was just a little girl. How long could she hold on? He didn't want her to be covered in bruises. However, he couldn't smash her head or force her to make a decision, and he didn't have the ability to rescue her from the clutches of Gu Qinghan. This was what he hated the most about himself. Ring, ring, ring. The ringtone of the phone became a temporary escape for Gao Zhuqing. She hurriedly reached for it, but Su Yuan gave it to her first. Between his brows, there was still some regret that she couldn't bear to look at. Mom, are you busy? No. Did I disturb your rest by calling you so late? Every time I call you at 9 o'clock, you're always working overtime, so I can only call you now. You're just too desperate. Isn't it good for a girl to find a more leisurely job? Gao Zhuqing pinched her brows. What's the matter? Say it. Zhou Qinghan and Tian Tian are engaged. There was a buzzing sound in Gao Zhuqing's ears. At that moment, She could no longer hear any sound. Engaged? They've only been together for less than half a month, and they're already engaged. This originally had nothing to do with her. But Gao Zhuqing had a feeling that her backbone had been taken away, as if she'd lost the most important thing. The pain in her body instantly disappeared. What replaced it was the pain in her heart. That tearing feeling continued to expand. Everything was still. Zhuqing, are you still listening? I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Her heart palpitated violently. Every word seemed so difficult to say from Gao Zhuqing's mouth. Yes, your Uncle Gu and I are also very surprised. But Qing Han is a mature person. He must have considered every decision very clearly. It's good to get engaged early. He's at the age to start family. And the corners of her eyes were extremely sore. Even Su Yuan noticed it and handed her a tissue. Will you take leave next week? I have to work. It's not convenient, so I won't go back. How can that be? My brother is getting married, and my sister doesn't go back. That's too unreasonable. What do you want your Uncle Gu to think? I can let you do whatever you want, but you must listen to me on this matter. Lin Shumin's attitude was unusually firm. Anyway, you're working in Su Yuan's company. He'll definitely approve your leave. Oh, right. Why don't you bring him back? I'll think about it. That's all. I'm going to rest. She hung up the phone as if she was escaping. What's wrong? What did your mother say? Su Yuan asked worriedly. Gao Zhuqing was stunned for a long time. After a while, he forced a smile. Gu Qinghan and Xin Tian are getting engaged next week. Su Yuan was not surprised at all and said lightly, Oh, isn't that good? Yes, very good. But why did she feel so uncomfortable? And not only was she worried about Lin Xintian, but she also felt uncomfortable for herself. Gu Qinghan's words rang in her ears. Women were cheap. What they didn't want was taken away by others. They would also feel unhappy. At that time, she still thought it was an insult to her. It was nonsense. But at this moment, that uncontrollable feeling of loss, that pain, what was it? Why was it so strong? But from your expression, I can't see that it's good at all. Zhuqing, you're not feeling well now. Su Yuan emphasized. I have a fever, of course it's not good. There are some words that I didn't want to say, but do you really know your own heart? You feel pain. Is it because of Gu Qinghan's engagement? I'm not in pain. I'm just worried that he will let Lin Xintian down. I was the one who brought them together. I'm the sinner. Su Yuan shook his head. When did you learn to deceive yourself? There are also times when you don't dare to face it. You like Gu Qinghan, right? As if a knife stabbed into his soft ribs, ruthlessly, directly tearing the wound. Gao Zhuqing's body trembled, denying in panic. I didn't. How could I like him? In the past, you believed him very much, worshipped him very much. 10 years ago, you liked him, right? I admit that at that time I was a little moved, but a 16-year-old girl doesn't know what it's like. What's more, that was before I saw through his fake mask. Get this straight. He raped me. How could I possibly like someone who raped me? I only have hate for him, no love. Su Yuan smiled bitterly. Being cheap is probably the most painful part of every relationship. People often fall in love with the person they shouldn't love the most. It's very tiring to fight against one's own heart, and in the end, one usually loses. Don't say these strange things anymore. Gao Zhuqing resisted and interrupted him. Anyway, I can't like him. Then what do you plan to do? Go back to their engagement party? My mother has given the order. What can I do? I'll accompany you. No need. There's no need to accompany such a small matter. Besides, I have to face a lot of things alone, don't I? I'm not that strong, but I'm also not as weak as you think. To reassure him, Gao Zhuqing even smiled, as if he was really fine. People who like to show off are often the weakest. Su Yuan rubbed her head, a gentle smile on his face. But it's not like there's no one behind you. You still have me. So, when you really can't hold on anymore, you can fall because you still have me. I'm afraid that I'm too heavy and you can't hold on, and I'll even crush you. Haha, nonsense. I've always been the one bullying women. No woman has ever bullied me. Su Yuan said with a bit of a joke. You bastard. The two of them were playing together. And downstairs, a black Maybach was parked, the door was open, the rain and snow poured in, and the blood soaked the man in the car. He was facing the direction of the apartment, smoking in the same position for a long time, as if he had been frozen. The exposed part of his neck had been frozen blue. But he didn't know cold, nor did he know fatigue. The cigarette burned between his fingers, burned to the end, and burned his skin. Only then did he let go, and the cigarette fell. On the snowy ground, there were cigarette butts all over. He seemed to have been here for as long as a century. He knew that she was sick and immediately rushed over, but he didn't have the courage to go up to look for her. He saw Su Yuan's car drive over and saw him get out with his own eyes. A whole day passed from day to night, and he didn't come out. What were they doing inside? Gu Qinghan didn't dare to think about it. He was afraid that he would go crazy. Since he had already said in front of her that he was going to let go, he should let go of her, shouldn't he? Anyway, he was just a nightmare to her. He couldn't take care of her, and it would make her illness worse. It was best to stay far away from her. As long as he could think of her, it was already his greatest happiness. Gu Qinghan laughed bitterly at himself. What a cruel torture to not be able to get what you love. 3 days later, Gao Zhuqing was completely recovered, and she returned to Wuzhen City alone. Wuzhen City was in the north, and both sides of the road were planted with tall French plane trees, which were completely different from Haisha City. However, the heater was turned on, so it wasn't very cold. Instead, Haisha City was more humid and cold. Just being in this city, some terrible memories came rushing back. Gao Zhuqing told herself that she would be fine after the engagement party in 3 days. No matter how painful it was just a matter of 3 days. She could get through it. She returned to the Gu family. She hadn't been back for a few years, but everything was as usual. The room she used to live in was still the same as before. The servant said that although she hadn't been back for a few years, it was cleaned every day. Zhuqing, you're back. There was a crisp laughter behind her. Lin Xinqian came up to her, and the corners of her eyes were filled with a sweet smile. Chapter 404. I knew you would come back. Yes, it's your engagement party with my brother. How can I not come back? You're our matchmaker. But as a matchmaker, I didn't expect you to get engaged so quickly. Not only you, I didn't expect it either. Until now, I still feel like I'm in a dream. It's not real at all. I also asked Qing Han if it's too early to get engaged, but he insisted. So of course I let him do it. Lin Xinqian looked like she was in love. She was gentle and obedient. From now on, you'll be my sister-in-law. We'll be closer. By the way, didn't Su Yuan come back with you? He had something to do. That's a pity. You said before that we'd have a wedding together. I was just joking. Gao Zhuqing suddenly felt the pressure. He looked at the door and saw Gu Qinghan standing there. He was tall and proud, like a statue. She instantly returned to 10 years ago. There was the sweetness of a young girl, and there were horrible memories. She had mixed feelings. The strange feeling of seeing him in this house was more intense than anywhere else, than at any other time. But he just looked at her and then left. During dinner, Gao Zhuqing didn't see him. Lin Xinqian said that he had something to do and would be back very late. Gao Zhuqing thought that it was better this way. The less they saw each other, the less awkward it would be. It was late at night. The wind was chilly. Gu Qinghan came back very late. He didn't do anything during the few hours he was out. He just drove around aimlessly for a long time. He went to his old school and recalled the sweetness between him and Gao Zhuqing. He drank a lot of wine alone. Lying on the sofa, Gu Qinghan's every cell was full of exhaustion, and he felt exhausted. He was not physically tired, but mentally tired. If a person lost interest in everything around him, then he wouldn't be far from death. Lin Xinqian knocked on the door and came in. You're back. I heard from the servants that you drank, so I made some tea to relieve the hangover. She offered it to him with both hands. I don't want to drink. Gu Qinghan tore off his tie and threw it aside. His face was flushed and his breathing was heavy. Drink a little. It's very useful for headaches. No. Qinghan, I'm very tired now. Can you stop bothering me? Lin Xinqian's eyes were a little hurt. She didn't know what she had done wrong. During the time they were dating, although he wasn't very passionate towards her, he never spoke loudly. She was a very sensitive girl, so she felt very uncomfortable. Sorry, it's not your fault. It's my problem. Gu Qinghan was also very annoyed that he scolded her. Did something happen at work? No. I know you're in charge of such a big company, so you must be under a lot of pressure at work. I can understand that. You can tell me anything. I will do my best to help you. Even if I can't help you, I can at least share your burden. Lin Xintian spoke softly, as gentle as water, and her eyes were full of concern. Gu Qinghan was a little moved. Even if he didn't like Lin Xintian, which man could be indifferent to a woman's gentle care? Who didn't want to be comforted when they were under pressure and annoyed? Thinking that he was just using her, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but feel a little guilty and touched her face. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you. Lin Xintian was flattered and quickly shook her head. No, I shouldn't have bothered you when you're annoyed. I've thought about it. After we get married, I will quit my job and take care of you at home every day. Even if there are servants, they won't be as attentive as me. Moreover, we will have a child in 2 years. I like children very much. I want to train him myself. In the future, he will be as good as you. Will you laugh at my wish for being too simple? But my dream since I was a child is to be a good wife and mother. Gu Qinghan thought that she was really different from Gao Zhuqing. Gao Zhuqing was too headstrong and liked to show off in his career. If she was asked to be a housewife, she would probably go crazy. What he really wanted was a woman like Lin Xintian, wasn't it? But why did he fall in love with someone who was the complete opposite? He was really looking for trouble. He deserved it. Seeing that his expression had eased a little, Lin Xintian gently leaned her head on his shoulder and said happily, "Although we are getting engaged the day after tomorrow, I still feel like I'm in a nightmare. You are so unreal. I'm very afraid of suddenly waking up from the dream and finding that you're not by my side. Don't you think I'm very silly?" Gu Qinghan smiled and didn't speak. She raised her head and looked at him expectantly. We will definitely get engaged, right? You won't lie to me or abandon me halfway, right? I'm really scared. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by others after being abandoned by you, but I'm afraid that you won't want me. If I don't get you, it's fine. But now you've given me hope. If I lose you, I'll probably die of pain. Will you leave me? At this time, Gu Qinghan could casually give her a promise. However, when he saw the fervent and afraid look in her eyes, he couldn't help but feel suffocated. He couldn't lie to her. Thus, he could only choose to remain silent and smile without saying a word. Her breath was filled with his cool scent. Such a close distance made Lin Xintian feel bewildered and her heart palpitated. The two of them were already together. He was really dirty. Lin Xintian had already unbuttoned his shirt. Her lips moved lower and lower along Gu Qinghan's neck to his Adam's apple, collarbone, and his chest. Tonight, she wanted to be his woman. No man would be able to resist her temptation. She teased him even harder, but in the end, Gu Qinghan still grabbed both of her wrists and pushed her away. Don't be like this, why? Lin Xintian was very hurt and couldn't understand. I've already done this. Isn't it enough? What else do you want me to do? Chill. Do you want me to strip naked? I don't need you to do anything for me. Gu Qinghan gritted his teeth. The better she treated him, the more ashamed he felt. Aren't you interested in my body? Lin Xintian's eyes turned red. She cast aside a girl's modesty and shame and tried her best to tease him, but he still didn't want her. No. Then why don't you want me? Your body has feelings for me. Don't you like me? We're getting engaged. What else do you want from me? I'm just very tired today and don't want to do it. Gu Qinghan was tired of dealing with her. Don't be too stubborn. Was she too stubborn? Lin Xintian asked herself. Any man who was with a woman he liked, even if they didn't make love, they would want to kiss and hug her, right? But he never did. Sometimes she even felt that he was just dealing with her. She had been suppressing all kinds of suspicions, so when these emotions came together, it was inevitable that she would lose control. But she was very clear that if she continued to pester him, she would only embarrass herself and make him hate her even more. They were about to get engaged, and they were going to spend the rest of their lives together. Why should she be in a hurry? Thinking of this, Lin Xintian calmed down. I'm sorry, I drank some wine with Uncle tonight. She got up from his body and put on her clothes. She laughed at herself. Look at me, I'm crazy after drinking a little. Actually, I'm not like this usually. I know. Gu Qinghan buttoned up his shirt. It's getting late. Go back and rest. She walked to the door and heard him calling her. She thought he would let her stay, so she turned back happily. What's wrong? But Gu Qinghan just said, Thank you for the hangover tea. Lin Xintian was disappointed again. She could only comfort herself. At least he drank it, right? Why are you treating me like an outsider? These are all things that I should do. She closed the door and left. Only then did Gu Qinghan's tensed body relax. He was even more tired than before. Marrying Lin Xintian was just to anger Gao Zhuqing or to provoke her. But this kind of behavior was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. There was no result, and it would only worsen the situation. He didn't even know what he was doing. Gao Zhuqing's dream was filled with images of Gu Qinghan and Lin Xintian. The two of them were naked. No. She woke up from the nightmare with cold sweat all over her body. Her throat was dry. She reached for water, and a glass was placed in her hand. Only then did she realize a figure was standing beside her bed, scaring her so much that she almost jumped up. The light outlined the sinister side of the person's face. It was as scary as a ghost that drilled out from the ground to take her life. Gao Zhuqing's body, which was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly heated up. His throat tightened, and he shrank back. Why are you in my room? The door isn't locked. But you can't just enter my room as you please. Gao Zhuqing was panting heavily and clutched the blanket tightly. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? I don't know what I'm trying to do. Gu Qinghan mumbled softly, as if he was sleepwalking. His mind was not clear. Get out. He was silent for a moment, said nothing, and then went away again without a word. Gao Zhuqing rushed over and locked the door. She was still in a state of panic and couldn't calm down for a long time. The next morning, the dining room. Lin Shumin passed a glass of milk to Gao Zhuqing. Didn't you sleep well last night? You don't look energetic. Gao Zhuqing replied with an "oh" and casually explained. I'm not used to the bed. In fact, after being scared by Gu Qinghan, she didn't dare to sleep until dawn. She only slept for 2 hours. Her head hurt and she felt dizzy. Her whole body was weak, so she wanted to quickly eat breakfast and go back to sleep. Gu Qinghan and Lin Xintian went downstairs and sat opposite to Gao Zhuqing. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at them. Uncle, Auntie, Zhuqing, good morning. Lin Xintian was refreshed, her face glowed, and her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. Qinghan, I'll eat a sandwich. What are you going to eat? Porridge. Didn't you say that eating a sandwich will make you fat? Have some porridge too. Gu Qinghan gently said. His words were full of concern. Lin Xintian meekly nodded. I'll eat whatever you say. Chapter 405. Gu Ming nodded with satisfaction. No wonder you're my son. Like me, you know how to love your woman. A man's success is not only in his career, but also in managing his family and making his woman happy. This is also very important. You're doing very well now, but you have to learn from me in the future and keep working hard. Am I right, honey? Lin Shumin shook her head and chuckled. How can you praise yourself like this? Haven't you been worried that Qinghan is too focused on work and has no time to date? Now you can rest assured, right? Qinghan, Tian, work hard and have a baby. While I still have energy, I can help you. Yes, I also want to hold a grandson. Lin Xintian blushed. Don't rush. Take your time. But Gu Qinghan held her hand and said, It's good to have a baby early. Qinghan. Gao Zhuqing's heart felt like it was being fiercely clenched. The pain made her face pale, and she had an urge to escape. Take your time. I'm going upstairs. Zhuqing. Lin Xintian hurriedly stopped her. I'm going to try on the gown for tomorrow's engagement party. I also ordered one for you. Come to my room? I didn't sleep well last night. I'll take a nap first. Just ask the servant to send the gown to my room. Gao Zhuqing left quickly. Gu Qinghan was still focused on eating breakfast. Even the corner of his eyes did not change. In the blink of an eye, it was the night of the engagement party. The villa was carefully decorated, luxurious, and romantic. Everywhere was pink, filled with a sweet atmosphere. Many guests were invited to the engagement party. They gathered in twos and threes for 2 days. The servants came and went with champagne, and the musicians played piano and violin on the spot. The atmosphere was quite wonderful. Gao Zhuqing stood in the corner with a glass of champagne in his hand, silently watching all this. He was a complete bystander. The last time she saw such a scene was 10 years ago, at her 16th birthday party. That night changed her life, and it was the beginning of the tragedy. Now, thinking about it, it seemed that she could still feel the pain at that time. She drank up the champagne. It was the last night. As long as she could hold on for the last few hours, she could leave tomorrow. She had returned even if she didn't want to. She had acted for a few days even if she didn't want to, so how hard would it be to persevere for the last few hours? Tonight's main characters were Gu Qinghan and Lin Xintian. She was wearing a classical evening gown, outlining her slim figure. Draped in fur, he appeared even more noble and elegant. Her long, curly hair was casually tied up. Every frown and every smile, every action of hers reflected the demeanor of a young lady from a wealthy family. Beside her, Gu Qinghan was even more dazzling. His white tuxedo suit accentuated his tall figure with long sleeves. His gold-rimmed glasses retracted their sharpness, making him look even more gentle and handsome. However, it could not conceal the aura of a king that was being emitted from his body. He smiled gently at every guest. His smile was light and indifferent, as if he was in control of everything. When Gao Zhuqing's gaze swept over, the two of them briefly exchanged glances. Gao Zhuqing's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt a little flustered. However, a second later, his gaze quickly moved away, and he whispered to Lin Xintian's ear in a very gentle manner. Wherever the two of them went, they would receive all kinds of envious and congratulatory gazes. They were like sparkling gems, dazzling and dazzling, slightly piercing Gao Zhuqing's pupils, making her feel a little uncomfortable. "Are you envious?" A playful laughter sounded behind him. "Su Yuan." Gao Zhuqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you here? Although we've fallen out, we are still good brothers in the past. How can I not come to his engagement?" Su Yuan had one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a glass of champagne. His posture was relaxed and casual. It was a completely different style from Gu Qinghan, but he was still noble and handsome. The biggest difference was that when he was with Su Yuan, Gao Zhuqing would feel much more relaxed. It was like having a family by his side, very reassuring. She knew that he was worried about her. He was afraid that she could not bear all this alone, so he specially came to accompany her. Her heart was filled with a warm feeling. "Are you envious to see them getting engaged?" Su Yuan said thoughtfully. There seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "What's there to be envious about? Marrying a person like Gu Qinghan is equivalent to jumping into a fire pit. I quite sympathize with her now. I don't know how painful it will be for her to see through his true colors." Saying that, she couldn't help but sigh heavily. Just like a fish knows the temperature of its water. She is happy enough. Why do you have to worry so much? Fate has already been settled long ago. It's not your fault. I can only think of it that way. Look, those younger than you are all married, and you are still alone. Don't you think it's a little pitiful? Gao Zhuqing smiled indifferently. Those who got married much earlier than me have gone. I can't get over it. You are considered a leftover woman at this age without a boyfriend, right? In another 2 years, you won't be able to get married. Hurry up. I feel that you are more worried than me. Of course, I'm waiting. I'm very anxious waiting. Since there is no one more suitable, why don't you be with me? Then continue to wait. Su Yuan shook his head regretfully. It is said that women are the most emotional. Seeing someone getting engaged so sweetly, they will more or less be a little touched. But you don't feel anything at all. Is your heart made of stone? Maybe, I don't know. In such a romantic atmosphere, it would be a waste not to do something romantic. Before Gao Zhuqing could react, she was already in Su Yuan's embrace. His cold and clear breath blew against her face. His lips had already landed on the corner of her mouth. It was a very soft touch that seeped into her body. She did not expect him to kiss her at all. Even though it was not a real kiss, it still made her freeze and her eyes opened wide in shock. The only feeling was the dense numbness at the corner of her mouth. The hand on her waist kept hugging her tighter and closer. He could not control himself and wanted her to completely melt into his body. When Gao Zhuqing came back to her senses, she hurriedly pushed him away. "What are you doing?" "It's just a kiss on the cheek. It's the most common etiquette in the West. Why are you so nervous?" Su Yuan glanced at Gu Qinghan from the corner of his eyes. He saw this scene. No matter how hard he tried, he could not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. The corner of Su Yuan's lips curled up provocatively. There was a kind of joy of revenge. Gao Zhuqing did not dare to think whether Gu Qinghan saw it or not. She lowered her head and walked quickly out of the villa. She walked quickly to the garden outside the villa. Her heart was beating very fast. She was very nervous. Everything was in a mess. Did Gu Qinghan see it? What would he think? Guessing his thoughts would make her feel very panicky and helpless. "Are you taking revenge on me?" She turned back in shock. Gu Qinghan was standing behind her with a gloomy face. Why did he chase after her? Gao Zhuqing took a step back warily. It was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. "I don't know what you're talking about. You kissed Su Yuan at my engagement banquet. This is your revenge? I'm taking revenge on you? Why should I take revenge on you?" Gao Zhuqing felt that it was ridiculous and asked him back. His stubborn face did not seem to have any fear. "Then why did you kiss him?" Gu Qinghan's eyes narrowed dangerously. He took a step forward and took another step closer to her. "Does it have anything to do with you where we kiss, and when we get married have anything to do with you? Why do you have to question me?" Gu Qinghan was furious. He could not wait to tear her apart. How dare she say that it had nothing to do with her? If he had not seen her kissing Su Yuan, he could still complete the engagement banquet. But now, his mind was filled with the urge to tear her apart. What engagement banquet? Get the F***CK out of here. You're together with him? So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Gao Zhuqing raised her chin and fought back fearlessly. But she was still very afraid. Now that there were only the two of them outside, the consequences of angering Gu Qinghan were very terrible. On the surface, she pretended that she was not afraid, but she was already secretly looking for a chance to escape. "Answer me, are you together?" he asked with a low growl. "You're crazy. I can't be bothered with you." Gao Zhuqing wanted to escape, but he grabbed her wrist and pushed her hard, pushing her against the wall. The wall was covered with creepers, and Gao Zhuqing's delicate skin was pricked, causing her to frown in pain. "Let go of me. Answer me. Are the two of you together?" He used his body to pin her down, and his dangerous aura sprayed all over Gao Zhuqing's face, making her feel very flustered. She turned her face away subconsciously, not daring to meet his eyes. However, Gu Qinghan grabbed the back of her head, controlling her face so that she could only look at him. "I'm asking you to speak." Gao Zhuqing used all her strength to push his hand away, but she couldn't move it at all. His actions were very strong, holding her down tightly. The pain made her speechless, and in a fit of anger, she shouted out without caring about anything. "So what if I am?" "You guys," Gu Qinghan was so angry that his face turned green. "You're already engaged to Lin Xintian, so why are you still pestering me? It's over between us. You're the one who said that you'll let me go. Damn it, you really don't know why I married her." Gu Qinghan growled, wishing that he could dig out his heart for her to see. "It's all because of you. What does it have to do with me? Did I put a knife on your neck to ask you to marry her?" "Gu Qinghan, you're already half a man with a family. Please have some face and stop pestering me." Gao Zhuqing struggled a few more times. "Let go of me. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Don't even think about it." Gu Qinghan roared, suddenly kissed her lips. The kiss was fierce and heavy, ravaging her lips, squeezing out her breath, making Gao Zhuqing suffocated. "Woo! Let me, Gu. I won't let go of you, Yao Yao. I can't let go." Gu Qinghan had gone crazy. His hands were fiercely kneading her body, pulling her dress. The more she resisted, the more he wanted to have her. He was jealous, extremely jealous. Could it be that he wanted to do it here? There were so many guests inside. Someone might come out at any time if this scene was seen by others. Gao Zhuqing was extremely frightened, so anxious that her eyes turned red. Chapter 406. Qinghan, let's start. Lin Xinqian came out to look for Qinghan. She did not expect to see such a scene, and her face turned pale. She did not expect her fiancé to kiss another woman forcefully on the night of the engagement party. Moreover, the woman was his sister. Even though they weren't blood-related siblings, this kind of relationship was still immoral. Crash! The goblet in her hand shattered on the floor. Her paper-thin body shivered in the cold wind. Gao Zhuqing's heart was burning with anxiety. She bit Gu Qinghan's lips hard and pushed him away. He saw Lin Xinqian standing behind him. He frowned and did not say anything. Lin Xinqian covered her mouth and ran away. Why are you still standing there? Go after her. Gao Zhuqing pushed him twice. Go. Gu Qinghan wiped the blood off his lips and said coldly, There's nothing to chase. Gao Zhuqing could only chase after Lin Xinqian himself. Xinqian, wait, listen to me. Gao Zhuqing caught up with Lin Xinqian and grabbed her hand. She pushed her away as if she was avoiding a monster. Don't touch me. The slap on her hand was like a whip on Gao Zhuqing's face. She felt humiliated and angry, but she did not know what to say. I trusted you wholeheartedly. How could you do this to me? Lin Xinqian cried as she complained. I'm sorry, I'm not like what you think. I've already seen it, and you're still lying to me. You've been together for a long time, right? No, we're not together. But the person Qinghan loves is you, right? Lin Xinqian said jealously. When I'm with him, I always worry about personal gains and losses. Even when he's by my side, I don't feel safe. It feels unreal. So, it's because I'm not in his heart. He's just dealing with me. I'm silly. I believe what you said. He's just a slow learner and doesn't know how to express his feelings. But it turns out that he does have feelings, just not for me. But I didn't expect that person to be you. You already knew, didn't you? In the face of Lin Xinqian's questioning, Gao Zhuqing gripped her skirt tightly. All words seemed pale as her face that had lost all color. You know that he likes you. So why did you encourage me to chase after him? Do you want me to humiliate myself? Lin Xinqian asked in despair. I didn't. I admit that I was selfish. I thought that if he was with you, I could get rid of him. Lin Xinqian trembled and took 2 steps back. So, I'm just a tool for you to use. How can you treat me like this when I'm so devoted to you? I also regretted it, but when I wanted to say it, it was already too late. I saw how happy you were when you talked about him. I couldn't bear to. It's all excuses. It's all because of your selfishness. Lin Xinqian cursed. You used his love to hurt me and hurt him. It is not love that he feels for me, only possessiveness. Maybe after you two get together, he'll think it through. All these years, I've been running away from him. Even without you, it's impossible for me and him to be together. I'm sorry, Enough. Don't say sorry again. If you treated me as a friend for even a moment, you wouldn't have done that. Since you've done it, don't say such hypocritical words. That will only make me despise you even more. Lin Xinqian wiped her tears. From now on, we're no longer friends. Gao Zhuqing didn't have the face to stop her. From the start, she knew that this would be the result. She lied to her, used her, hurt her. She deserved to hate her. She had received her retribution. Lin Xinqian returned to the villa dejectedly. Gu Qinghan was standing there smoking. The scene of him kissing Gao Zhuqing flashed past her eyes. Lin Xinqian really had the urge to give him a slap, but she endured it. She endured it until her whole body was trembling. Gu Qinghan turned his head and looked at her. He removed his disguise and his eyes were indifferent. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Lin Xinqian couldn't hear any sense of apology from his words. He had no feelings for her, so even his apology seemed so hypocritical. Since you already know, then if you want to cancel the engagement banquet, I don't want to. Gu Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. You must think that I'm stupid. I know that the person you love is Gao Zhuqing. I know that she's using me, but I still want to get engaged to you. I also feel that I'm trampling on myself. But if we get engaged now, I won't be satisfied. I'm thinking, if I didn't leave back then, would the person you love now be me? She only appeared after we left. Rather than saying that I've lost to her, it's better to say that I've lost to time. We've just reunited, so it's normal that you don't love me now. But maybe after the engagement, we'll have more contact. I won't, Gu Qinghan said resolutely. He had already lied to her, so he didn't want to give her any hope now. You didn't lose to time, but to Gao Zhuqing. All these years, she's the only woman I love. Lin Xintian's eyes were filled with tears. You don't even want to lie to me? You won't even give me a chance? I know my heart very well. If it wasn't for Gao Zhuqing, I would have had other women by my side all these years. She's unique to me. But so what? She hates you, doesn't she? She's been running away from you, so it's impossible for her to fall in love with you. There's no result between the two of you. What's the point of doing this? Gu Qinghan frowned deeply. No matter how she treats me, at least I treat her. Then what's the difference between you and me? You can be cheap and stupid, but can't I? She can stop you from loving her. And, similarly, you can't stop me from loving you. This kind of love is very hard. But do you think it's better for me to give up now? You can't imagine how much I love you. Since you want to get engaged to me, it proves that I still have some value to you. I'm willing to use my value to make a bet. Have you thought it through? Yes. Anyway, I have nothing to lose, so what's the harm in making a bet? After a long time, Gu Qinghan's tightly pursed lips finally loosened. Good. The engagement ceremony was carried out amidst the applause and blessings. Both parties exchanged rings. Gu Qinghan held Lin Xintian's shoulders and gently kissed her eyelashes. The guests were very envious of them. No one would have thought that this seemingly happy scene was hiding so much sorrow and tears. Gao Zhuqing stood in the corner and watched this scene. Regret, pain, and all kinds of emotions were constantly wreaking havoc in her body. That kind of sorrow was indescribable with words. She once wanted to use Lin Xintian to get rid of Gu Qinghan, but in the end, not only did she not get rid of him, she even made the situation more complicated. One more person injured, one more hatred, how ironic. She was already deep in the mud, and it was getting deeper and deeper. After the engagement ceremony, Lin Xintian was about to go back to her room. Lin Shumin came over and said with a smile, "Why don't you stay in Qinghan's room tonight? We were supposed to stay together before, but you said that it was not suitable before we were engaged. Now that we are engaged, we should sleep together." Lin Xintian suddenly hated Lin Shumin a little. Why did she give birth to Gao Zhuqing? Why did she bring Gao Zhuqing into the Gu family? If it were not for them, Qinghan would definitely fall in love with her, and this engagement night, which should have been a happy one, would not become the most painful night of her life. Her fingers were clenched in a fist one by one. What's wrong with you? You don't look well. No. It's probably because I've been busy with the engagement party these past few days. I'm too tired. Lin Xintian forced a smile and did not want to say anything more. She turned around and went back to her room. Lin Shumin felt very strange, but it was not appropriate to ask more. She waited for Gao Zhuqing to come before asking, "Has Xintian quarreled with your brother?" She has a strange expression on her face. It's different from before. Gao Zhuqing was also worried and answered absent-mindedly, "I don't know. I'll go and ask." "Well, you have a good relationship with her. She will definitely tell you. It's not convenient for me to ask. Hurry up." Lin Xintian was secretly wiping her tears in her room. She heard the knock on the door and turned around. When she saw Gao Zhuqing, her eyes immediately showed resistance and hatred. "What are you doing here?" Without waiting for her to reply, she spoke first. "If it's an apology, I don't need your hypocritical apology. As for the explanation, I'm very clear about the truth, and I don't need any explanation. I don't want to see you." But Gao Zhuqing still walked in. "It doesn't matter if you blame me or hate me. I deserve it. But I'm very worried about you now. You know he doesn't love you. Why did you get engaged to him? You will ruin yourself. What can I do? Cancel the engagement on the spot and embarrass the whole Lin family? Is the face of the Lin family more important, or your happiness? Are you going to... Enough. Do you know that your sanctimonious words make me feel that you are hypocritical? All my pain today is caused by you. You're the last person who has the right to say these words. I know I'm responsible, That's why I want to stop you from making more mistakes. Are you so sure that Qinghan won't fall in love with me? How do you think you are better than me? Why can you win his heart, but I can't? I'm worse than you in everything. Cuteness is not a matter of comparison. The most important thing is his heart. So you're here to show off to me? I'm not. But that's what it sounds like to me. You just think that the man you don't want, no matter how hard I try, I can't get him. Is that right? Gao Zhuqing didn't expect her to think of herself so badly. However, she was in the wrong. It was normal for her to think of her as dirty. She herself was a heinous sinner. Gao Zhuqing didn't expect her to think of herself so badly. So, there was only silence. Even if she explained, it would sound like sophistry to her. Although you keep saying that you hate him, I can feel that you love him too. Since we started dating, you've been acting strangely and avoiding him. It's impossible for us to be together. I don't love him. Gao Zhuqing retorted loudly. She was a little emotional. You know very well whether I love him or not. You just don't want to admit it. I don't want to know what happened between you two, but I can tell you that I love him. I won't give up. Chapter 407. How do you know that I will be hurt? Lin Xintian asked. Who says that a man can only love one person in his life? You and Qinghan are in the past, and I have just started with him. I am so much better than you. He will be touched by my love and fall in love with me. You don't know him. He is not a man who will be touched. He knows his heart very well. If he doesn't love you, then he doesn't love you. No matter what you do, it is useless. Even the way they spoke was the same. Every word pierced Lin Xintian's heart. Perhaps in their eyes, she was a complete joke. She was overestimating herself and stupid. But so what? She was not willing to give up like this, and she could not give up. No matter what you think of me, I just don't want you to continue to be wrong from the point of view of a friend. Now you're only engaged, not married. There is still time for you to turn back. Don't ruin your life because of a moment of stubbornness. Gao Zhuqing had said everything from the bottom of his heart, but it was completely twisted by Lin Xintian. You are not my friend. If you were, you would not have done that in the beginning. Don't pretend to be a good person now. Or you just want to take advantage of Qinghan, so you deliberately said these words to drive me away. Is there any woman in the world who is more selfish than you? It's not like that. Even without you, it is impossible for me and him. We have wasted 10 years. If I wanted to be with him, I would have been with him long ago. Stop talking. I don't want to hear a word. Get out. Xintian. Lin Xintian turned her back to him. Her back was resolute and cold. I told you to get out. Gao Zhuqing knew that no matter how much he said, he could not change the situation. He could only leave quietly. At a table by the window in a Western restaurant, a woman was looking at the rain and snow outside the window. The coffee in the cup had already turned cold. However, she did not notice it at all. She took a sip and found that it was very cold. The cold coffee was full of bitterness. But no matter how bitter it was, it could not be compared to the bitterness in her heart. Sorry, I went out a little late. Have you waited for a long time? The man sat down opposite her and did not find any excuse, such as traffic jam. As soon as he sat down, he crossed his right leg out of habit. His whole body exuded the unruly aura of a rich young master, and that was where his charm lay. The waitress was mesmerized by him for a few seconds. How could there be such a handsome man? He was completely out of a manga, like it's glowing. A cup of mocha, please. Su Yuan knew his charm and winked at her with his right eye. He was not a showy man, but he had never hidden his charm. Every frown and smile of his would bring out his charm to the extreme. Okay. The waitress was so mesmerized that she almost bumped into a customer when she turned around. I just arrived too. It's snowing so heavily, yet I called you out. I should be the one apologizing. Lin Xintian smiled. The two dimples on her lips made her smile even sweeter. She was a very obedient and pure girl. Wearing a furry coat made people want to protect her even more. Oh, to be able to sit together with a popular school hunk. I didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Many girls must be very jealous. It's been 10 years. I don't even remember it. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched. How could I not notice such a great beauty like you before? There was no hint of flirtation in her words. It was just a polite remark. Anyway, now Su Yuan felt that he had completely lost his sense of beauty. Except for Gao Zhuqing, he had no feelings for any other woman. He still had a partner in bed, but in his heart, there was only Gao Zhuqing. I was very ordinary when I was studying. There were so many beautiful girls in the school. You were too busy to take care of them. How could you notice me? Why did you ask me out? Su Yuan was a straightforward person and did not like to beat around the bush. Lin Xintian asked for his number. It could not be that she asked him out to praise his handsomeness, right? Lin Xintian lowered her head and stirred the coffee cup. Her lips were tight, as if there was something difficult to say. If you treat me as a friend, just say it. I know about Gao Zhuqing and Qing Han. Su Yuan's reaction was very calm. Paper could not cover fire. This day would come sooner or later. Of course, I don't know everything. I just know that Qing Han likes him. Did you know before or after the engagement? Before the engagement. You don't need me to remind you what a stupid decision it is. Marrying a man who doesn't love you will not be happy. But if we don't get engaged, I will have no chance at all. A person's life is so long. It is impossible to love only one person, right? I believe that as long as I treat him well, as long as I work hard enough, he will definitely like me. Lin Xinqian's tone was anxious, as if she was trying to convince herself. The more anxious she was, the less confident she was. Would he? She asked herself. If he would, she was already sitting on him half naked. How could he not have any reaction at all? Even if a man did not love, he would at least have a physiological reaction. But he did not even have that. Instead, he seemed to be eager to get rid of her. This made her feel very hurt. But she did not allow herself to think like this. She had not worked hard, so how could she give up? She would definitely regret it in the future. Even if her head was bleeding, it was better than living with regret for the rest of her life, right? Su Yuan took a sip of his mocha and casually asked, "Do you think that for a person like Gu Qinghan, hard work is enough? He is devoted to Zhu Qing because she is his weakness. But towards other people, his heart is as hard as iron. Do you think you can break through?" In short, I'm not willing to give up like this. You also love Gao Zhuqing. I believe that you are the one who can understand my feelings the most, right? Su Yuan was silent. That's right. People often do not understand reason. When persuading others, they would always have a set of methods. But when it comes to themselves, no matter what, they are unable to overcome that barrier in their hearts. Love can easily make anyone stumble. It can make them taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Then, I can only wish you good luck. I want to ask you, what exactly happened between them? Why does Zhu Qing hate him so much? This is between them, so this question you should directly ask Gu Qinghan, if he is willing to answer you. I don't dare. He is not very willing to mention Zhu Qing's matter. Since the person involved is not willing to say, then I should not overstep my bounds. What should be known will eventually be known. Why be so stubborn? Actually, the past is not important at all. What is important is the present. Lin Xintian also guessed that she would not be able to get an answer from Su Yuan, so she did not hold any hope. If there is nothing else, I will go to the company first. I want to cooperate with you. When Su Yuan heard her words, he sat back down, his brows faintly rippling. Cooperate? And you like Gao Zhuqing, don't you? And I like Gu Qinghan, so I think we can cooperate. Then how do you want to cooperate? Create a misunderstanding? Sow discord? I still don't know, but I will do my best to fight for an alliance. Have you read too many romance novels or too many melodramatic idol dramas? You actually have this kind of idea. Su Yuan could not help but laugh. No matter what, I have no interest in this cooperation. Don't tell me you don't want to fight for Gao Zhuqing. No need for you to say, of course I will continue to fight for her. But I do not need to fight for her by cooperating with you. I will not give up what should be done. But I will not even consider what should not be done. Why? I'm not asking you to hurt her. Two people thinking of a way together is always better than one person. Because I do not want to scheme against her again. Su Yuan said straightforwardly, his expression becoming a bit more serious. I once did the same thing, causing her a lot of harm. I used an entire 10 years to make her forgive me. Do you think I will take the same risk? Let's not talk about the risk. I will definitely not be able to pass the test in my heart. I do not want to be with her with a conspiracy. I do not want to face her with a guilty conscience. And I do not want to be on tenterhooks every day, afraid that she will know and break up with me again. Let me also give you a piece of advice. If you really love Gu Qinghan, fight for her. Don't think of using other methods. Compared to him, you are still too inexperienced. When it comes to Gao Zhuqing, he is more sensitive than anything else. Before you can make a move, he will already kill you first. So, don't do such a stupid thing. Su Yuan got up, put down the money, and strode away. Lin Xintian clenched her fists so hard that her palms were sweating. Her face turned green and white. It was extremely uncomfortable. International high-class apartment. Ding dong, ding dong. Su Yuan opened the door and saw a drenched Gao Zhuqing standing at the door, his whole body wet, dripping water, looking extremely pathetic. Damn, why are you so wet? Well, there is absolutely no evil meaning in this sentence. Absolutely not. What do you think? It's raining outside, can't you see? Gao Zhuqing rolled her eyes at him and walked in with big and small bags. I just woke up. I really didn't know it was raining. It's all your young master's fault. He clearly wanted to watch a movie, but the cinema was too crowded, so he asked me to come to your house. After I got off the bus, I ran in the rain. Your neighborhood is too big, and I ran for a long time. I was drenched. She shook off the water on her body. It's so cold. Don't you know how to take a taxi? I will reimburse you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Go take a shower first. I will turn on the heater. Of course, Gao Zhuqing wanted to take a shower, but she was a little worried. Do you have women's clothes at home? No. How is that possible? You have so many girlfriends. First, they're not my girlfriends at most. They're just bedmates. Second, I never bring a woman home to spend the night. If I bring a woman home, why do I need a hotel? Then what should I wear? Wear mine. Su Yuan went into the room, took out a shirt and a pair of underwear, and threw it to her. Men's underwear? Are you kidding me? I am a woman. Didn't you always say that you were a masculine woman? Briefs, you can wear, and they're brand new. Originally, Gao Zhuqing wanted to ask what to do with the one above, but it was too cold. Her whole body was frozen, and her face was as white as a ghost, so she could only take a shower first. Su Yuan turned on the heater and took out the things in the bag. Chapter 408. Su Yuan. Su Yuan. A shout came from the bathroom. Come here. Why? Do you want me to accompany you? He was very, very willing. There's no hot water. Come in and take a look. Wait, let me wrap the towel first. Okay, it's done. Su Yuan walked in and saw Gao Zhuqing curled up in the corner of the bathtub, pulling the towel. Her hair was wet and her skin was white. Why are you looking at me? Quick, get some hot water. Gao Zhuqing urged. She was a girl and was very shy in such a situation. What a lousy water heater. It's broken after just a few washes. It's so cold. It's not. This is an imported sanitary ware from Germany. The quality is very good. Su Yuan deliberately slowed down and glanced at her while he repaired. You're still looking? If you look again, I'll poke your eyes blind. He casually stirred the tub, and there was hot water. Hey, isn't this hot water? The corner of his mouth raised wickedly. You're not pretending to have no hot water to lure me in, are you? Are you crazy? Why would I lure you in? Am I luring a wolf into the house? Get out. Gao Zhuqing was in a hurry to chase him away. She accidentally slipped and fell into his arms. The towel fell down, and her beautiful breasts were almost exposed. Ah, she screamed. Close your eyes. Don't look. Since you're so enthusiastic, it'll be a waste if I don't look. Su Yuan even touched her buttocks, making her jump anxiously. How could there be such a thick-skinned man? Get lost. After a soul-stirring bath, Gao Zhuqing walked out of the bathroom. Su Yuan had already laid out the food and was waiting for her on the sofa. He turned his head and gave her a special smile. It was a smile that could cause the downfall of a country. Just now, shut up. Don't mention just now. I'm just asking how your bath was. Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you're thinking about us? Don't think about it. Gao Zhuqing was like an angry chick. Every time he said something, she would say something back. Nothing happened just now. You didn't see anything. If you had a small chest, I could pretend that nothing had happened to prevent you from feeling awkward. Unfortunately, Su Yuan touched his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Your breasts are spectacular. That jump made them even more surging. So bastard. Gao Zhuqing grabbed something and threw it over. If you say one more word, I'll leave. She already felt very insecure without wearing a bra inside. She could only say that she was thankful that it was a gray shirt, which was not so revealing. However, he kept talking like this, which made her feel very awkward. Su Yuan knew that he had to be careful when playing with Cat. Only then would it be fun. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Come and watch a movie. Gao Zhuqing bared his fangs and brandished his claws at him for a long time before he sat down next to him, picked up the iPad, and opened the saved movie. When Su Yuan saw that it was a horror movie, he felt a little nauseous. Just looking at the cover, each one was scarier than the other. Were they trying to kill him? Hey, do you really have to watch a horror movie? What should I watch? Don't you girls like to watch romance movies? Why are you so perverted? Although I hate romance movies, as long as it is not a special domestic romance movie, I can tolerate it. Roman Holiday, Les Miserables, there are so many choices. Why must I watch a horror movie? This, I can't tolerate it. Gao Zhuqing replied with 2 words. I like it, but I don't like it. I came here to watch the movie. If you don't like it, you can go back to your room. I'll watch it myself. But I have to say, as a man, why are you so timid? How are you going to protect your girlfriend in the future? You're not manly at all. Su Yuan raised a serious objection. Watching horror movies makes you manly? I just don't like to watch bloody scenes, lest it affects my development. Do you know what a manly man should watch? It's a romance movie. That's the true love of every man. Do you dare to watch it? Watch it if you want. If you don't want to watch it, don't complain. Go away. Gao Zhuqing chose Sadako and plugged in the cable to watch it on the TV. The screen was very big, and with the sound effects, Su Yuan felt that the whole room was surrounded by that kind of terrifying atmosphere. He had specially sent someone to bring back the most expensive sound equipment from abroad, but it was not for watching horror movies. This one is not bloody, nor is it very scary. You just need to get used to it. Dong dong. The background music became more and more sinister. Gao Zhuqing watched attentively, not even blinking. But Su Yuan felt his hair stand on end. Damn, how could there be someone with such a perverted hobby as watching horror movies? He was completely looking for it. All right, he did not want to show off anymore. He was timid, and he was afraid of horror movies. Dong! Sadako's face suddenly appeared. Su Yuan was so scared that he screamed and directly jumped into Gao Zhuqing's arms. Even the popcorn was knocked over, spilling all over the floor. Hey, what are you doing? Can I not watch it? I'm scared. Su Yuan had never been so embarrassed in his life. He curled up in her arms and hugged her tightly, unwilling to let go. Why are you so useless? How is it scary? Stop watching. I can't stand it anymore. Hey, go away. Don't hug me. Gao Zhuqing was not wearing a bra, so he did not feel safe. He was still rubbing against her, anxious to push away the huge baby in his arms. Are you baring your chest? Don't take advantage of me. I'm warning you. Get lost. Go away. Su Yuan was indeed afraid at first, but as he hugged her, he felt his face warm, soft, and fragrant. After Gao Zhuqing reminded him, he realized that he was indeed facing her chest, so he hugged her even tighter. Su Yuan, you scoundrel. Gao Zhuqing struggled with both his hands and feet. Get lost. He used all his strength to push him away. What's the difference between this and taking advantage of me? His face was red with anger. Am I? Su Yuan's face was pure and innocent like a lamb. I'm really scared. Get lost. I told you not to watch horror movies, but you insisted. Are you doing this on purpose? Aren't women afraid of watching horror movies and hide in men's arms? We just happen to switch positions. You're so scheming. Get lost. Gao Zhuqing directly kicked him. Coward, useless. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan grabbed her leg and refused to let go. The soles of the feet were very sensitive and itchy. Gao Zhuqing twisted his body and struggled. Let go. It's so itchy. Let go. Who asked you to laugh at me? Do you still want to laugh? You're already a coward, Seems like you're not afraid of itchiness. Hey, let go. Ah, it's so itchy. When Su Yuan realized that he had overdone it, the two of them had already fallen on the sofa, and he was pressing down on her body. At this moment, she did not have any makeup on, but her face was rosy and very beautiful. It was enough to melt his muscles and bones. Her black hair was in a mess, and her smiling eyes were extremely charming. Her pink lips were slightly parted, and her eyes were watery. She was lying under him, wearing his shirt, as if she belonged to him. It made him want to move, and his mouth was dry. All the blood in Su Yuan's body instantly rushed to his body. His eyes gradually turned red from the smoke. Gao Zhuqing laughed and panted, but Su Yuan's eyes made her unable to laugh. You, get off, you're so beautiful, Su Yuan murmured. This kind of praise, coupled with this kind of atmosphere, could make any woman melt, not to mention that Su Yuan was a handsome man. This kind of gaze could numb a person's mind. It was an extremely natural thing to have an accident. Su Yuan, you. She wanted to push him, but her whole body was soft and had no strength at all. Even her voice had become as soft as a spoiled child. Su Yuan only wanted to let it out in one go. But he was after all a man who had been through hundreds of battles, so he still managed to hold it in with great difficulty. His body tensed up even more like a string. Zhuqing, I think, don't think. But I can't control myself. I've been thinking for a long time. When a man loves a woman, it is also very direct. There's no need for too much foreplay and atmosphere. As long as he hugs her, looks at her, his mind will think of how she looks on the bed. These were obviously some very evil words, right? But why did she feel that when he gazed at her so affectionate, as if this was a kind of expression of love, as if it was very sincere and very touching? Right now, Gao Zhuqing's entire scalp was numb, feeling like she was about to go crazy. Even swallowing her saliva became an extremely difficult thing to do. As long as she exerted even the slightest bit of effort, her lips would touch his. Don't be like this. Zhuqing, I love you. You've always known that I love you. Su Yuan was a bit confused and infatuated. He loosened his grip on her waist and turned to grab her little hand. His fingers intertwined with hers, 10 fingers tightly locked together, sometimes light and sometimes heavy, giving off a kind of seductive feeling. Infatuated, he looked in her eyes, bit by bit, getting closer. Alarm bells went off in Gao Zhuqing's mind. On one hand, she wanted to resist him, wanted to push him away. On the other hand, her body really melted like water, feeling very powerless. Her whole body was soft, and she couldn't muster up any strength. What should she do? What should I do? Su Yuan's throat choked a bit. Just like the first time he kissed, he was very, very nervous, afraid that he didn't do well enough, afraid that this dream would be a pleasant surprise. He had been waiting for this moment for a century. Originally, he didn't dare have extravagant hopes of kissing her, but right now, everything seemed so natural and the atmosphere was just right. The voice by his ear constantly urged him. Kiss, kiss. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, causing the originally beautiful atmosphere to completely freeze. Su Yuan's current feeling was definitely not any better than being struck by lightning. His heart was in a bad mood, and his body was even more uncomfortable. He simply wanted to curse his mother. He heard her lightly sigh of relief. She probably didn't want to kiss him, right? He was a bit disappointed, but he still very selfishly wanted to kiss her lips. This kind of interruption made him very angry. He fiercely swore that no matter who it was, he would chop that person into 100 pieces and feed them to the pigs. Outside the door, a graceful old woman and a 30-year-old beauty, with 2 resentful faces, stood shivering on the cold walkway. Su Yuan's eyes widened. Grandma, cousin, why did you guys come? The two of them were also unbearably cold and didn't have time to reply before directly walking inside. Su Yuan hurriedly stopped them. Chapter 409. Do you want to freeze me to death? Li Xiangjuan rolled her eyes at him and pushed his hand away. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have to suffer like this. We agreed to go on a blind date, but we waited for you in the hotel for 2 hours, and you didn't even pick up our calls. I thought something happened. Grandma, I told you, he's a big man. What could happen to him? Su Li said. He must have played with a female celebrity too high and forgot the time. Inconvenient. There's someone inside? Celebrity? Model? Do I know her? Li Xiangjuan saw that he was hesitating and did not answer, so she confirmed this and walked faster. On the other side, Gao Zhuqing just got up from the sofa and saw two unfamiliar women, confused. Su Yuan scratched his head. My grandma, my cousin. Gao Zhuqing did not know how to react. What was this situation? Moreover, she was wearing Su Yuan's shirt, and she was not wearing a bra. This situation would cause people to misunderstand, right? If she said they were just friends, would they believe her? This feeling was very bad. I said I didn't come on a blind date, so it turns out you're hiding a mistress. You brat, you didn't even tell me you had a girlfriend, and even made me look for one for you everywhere. Li Xiangjuan pinched Su Yuan, causing him to grimace in pain. No, Gao Zhuqing was about to clarify their relationship, but Su Yuan had already stepped over and put his arm around her shoulder. We haven't been dating for long. I'm ready to settle down and then tell you. Gao Zhuqing winked at him. What the hell was this guy doing? Borrowing her to cross the river? Ready to settle down? So you're serious? Li Xiangjuan was both happy and suspicious. You wouldn't just randomly find a girl to lie to me, right? We were caught by you on the spot. How could I lie to you? I'm sincere to Zhuqing. Su Yuan looked at Gao Zhuqing affectionately, and she immediately shivered. Oh no, she accidentally fell into a trap. When Li Xiangjuan heard this, she sized up Gao Zhuqing seriously. Well, not bad. You look good even without makeup. You're much purer than those flirtatious models and female stars. I don't like those who show up on TV every day. They're too high profile and have no quality. By the way, young lady, what do you do? I'm an employee of Su Yuan's company. Her father is Gu Ming. Su Yuan added. Li Xiangjuan saw that she had a decent job and a good family background, so she was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Since you've decided to date him, you should take it seriously. Were you getting married? Gao Zhuqing thought to himself. This is the first time we've met, okay? Wasn't a little too fast? Su Yuan was calm. There's no hurry. You're almost 30. You should have gotten married a long time ago. You're not anxious, but your grandfather and I are. His health is getting worse, and we don't know how many more years he can hold on. His greatest wish is to see his grandson while he's still alive. You can get married now and have a baby next year. It's just right. The more Li Xiangjuan said, the more excited she became. I'll go back and check the almanac to see if there's a good date next month. Let's decide on it. Su Yuan had an expression of, as long as you're happy, on his face. Li Xiangjuan chatted with Gao Zhuqing for a long time. When Li Xiangjuan finally left with satisfaction, she also felt that her vitality had been exhausted. She collapsed on the sofa and wanted to die. My grandma is very cute, right? Su Yuan asked with a cheeky smile. Cute? Are you sure it's not scary? We just met for the first time, and she's urging us to get married. I've never seen such a casual old lady. Does she think that you can marry anyone? No. My grandma is very picky. She's so anxious to let us settle down because she likes you. Gao Zhuqing was very happy to hear that. That's true. I'm very popular with the elders. No, wait. Do you think I'll be fooled by you saying that? Why did you lie to her and say that I'm your girlfriend? Between you being my girlfriend and me wanting you to be my girlfriend, the only difference is the word want. It's not much different. There's a big difference. Gao Zhuqing rolled her eyes a few times. I still hope that Bill Gates is my dad. What's so good about Bill Gates? If you call me Little Daddy will buy the entire Silicon Valley for you. It sounded very domineering, but Gao Zhuqing felt that the term Little Daddy was a bit too evil, okay? Anyway, she couldn't call him that. This guy, he's so young, but he already has so many bad habits. Go to hell. I'll give you 3 days to explain things clearly so that the old lady won't be disappointed. After all, I'm such a likable girl. Su Yuan moved his butt over and leaned against her. You see, I like you so much, and my grandma likes you so much. I don't have a girlfriend, and you don't have a boyfriend either. Why don't we? Stop. I'm me, and you're you. There's no we. What's wrong with being my girlfriend? We've known each other for 10 years. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? I don't want to catch adulterers with a big belly in the future. If my wife is you, I promise I won't cheat. If you don't believe me, you could try dating me. I'll spend the rest of my life to prove it. Gao Zhuqing made a disgusted expression. Is this how you lie to little girls? Too bad. I'm already past the age of little girl. I won't be deceived by your flowery words. She smiled faintly without batting an eyelid. It was a typical smile with hidden daggers. Hurry up and explain clearly, or we can't even be friends. 2 days passed without any trouble. At noon, most of the people in the office had gone for lunch. Gao Zhuqing wore her earphones and watched a horror movie while munching on chips. She had eaten too much in the morning, so she was not hungry yet. The weather was cold, so she was too lazy to go out. Gao Zhuqing, Gao Zhuqing. A colleague waved at her at the door. Come out for a moment. Someone is looking for you. Strange. Who would be looking for me? Gao Zhuqing ran out in a hurry and got a shock. Why are you here? People came and went in the restaurant. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 women by the window. A few female staff members were whispering. Who is that old lady? She looks rich. Don't you know? She is the grandmother of Oriental Real Estate's CEO, Su Yuan. I used to work there and met her. The one beside her is Su Yuan's cousin. Oh, then why are they looking for Gao Zhuqing? Could it be that the rumors are true? Gao Zhuqing is CEO Su's cousin? What cousin? I think she's more like his god sister. Everyone says that they have an ambiguous relationship. Really? Then is his grandmother looking for Gao Zhuqing to talk about marriage? I don't know. She looks very friendly. It doesn't seem like she's going to bribe her. Oh my god, she's too lucky. CEO Su has fooled around with so many female celebrities. There are so many prettier and more influential than her. Who does she think she is? That's right. Even if a sparrow turns into a phoenix, it won't be her turn. Scheming woman, green tea bitch. Don't be so sour. Maybe her skills in bed are amazing and we can't compare. At the next table, Gu Qinghan's face had already revealed a hint of gloominess. Looking closely, the fingers holding the coffee cup were cramping and the veins on the back of his hand were already bulging. When Lin Xintian heard those women's words, her heart felt strange. She didn't think that Gao Zhuqing was the kind of scheming woman they said. However, jealousy was instinctive. She still felt a bit sour in her heart, but she didn't show her feelings on her face. A smart woman knows how to endure. Since she's still divorced Gu Qinghan, she knew that she would definitely suffer a lot. But the Bible says that those who endure to the end will be saved. She will get what she wants. She smiled gently. It seems that Su Yuan is serious about Zhuqing. His family has specially come to see her. It's probably not far from marriage, right? I see that his grandmother really likes Zhuqing. In the future, he will definitely treat her well. You can rest assured. Gu Qinghan's face was taut. He put down the coffee cup without saying a word. You go back to the office first. I'll go over for a bit. Qinghan, Lin Xintian wanted to pull him, but then withdrew her hand. Don't get involved in their business. Zhuqing will handle it herself. Gu Qinghan glanced at her. His eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. Then he walked over. Sitting opposite Li Xiangjuan and Su Li, Gao Zhuqing's whole body was in a big awkward. That bastard Su Yuan, didn't he tell them clearly? Depressing. She shouldn't have gone to his house to watch a movie that day. Li Xiangjuan always had a kind smile on her face. Her smile made Gao Zhuqing's scalp go numb. Grandma, have some tea. Okay, we're all family. No need to be so polite. When did they become a family? I wanted to come look for you yesterday, but Lily said that it would be too urgent and would scare you. So I came today. So that's how it is. Gao Zhuqing smiled. Come on, it's only been a day, and it's already scared her, okay? Isn't this family a little too strange? Are they afraid that Su Yuan can't find a wife? It's not like he's dying for brain cancer. Great luck. The last time we met was too rushed. This is a greeting gift. I hope you like it. Li Xiangjuan handed her an exquisite gift box. The box was printed with a Hermes logo. Gao Zhuqing hurriedly waved her hand. No need, no need. How can I accept it? Grandma is giving you a gift because she likes you. Don't reject her kind intentions. Su Li said. It was hard to refuse. Gao Zhuqing could only accept it. She opened it and saw that it was a silk scarf. It was elegant and elegant. She had always wanted a silk scarf like this, but her salary was too low to afford it. Receiving a gift that she liked made her heart happy. "Thank you, Grandma. I wanted to buy you a bag, but I was worried that you would not accept it." Lily said that a silk scarf would be good, so she picked this one for me. I don't know what style you young people like, but I think this one should be good. No matter how expensive these things are, they are just decorations. The most important thing is that you like them. You're really our Yuan's savior. Savior? You're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating at all, Li Xiangjuan said seriously. Our Yuan has been very popular with girls since he was young. The line of women who like him could really circle around Haisha City. As for him, he is also used to being spoiled. He is restless and often gets into fights. In terms of relationships, he is also promiscuous. Io, what a mess. Chapter 410. Gao Zhuqing's entire face turned red when an old man thanked her so solemnly. She definitely felt ashamed to accept it. "Grandma, actually Su Yuan and I..." Gao Zhuqing scratched his head. He didn't know what to say because he couldn't bear to disappoint her. "I know you are still a little worried about Yuan, afraid that he will be the same as before. But there must be a reason why he chose you. I brought him up. I can tell at a glance if he really has feelings for you. He likes you very, very much. You know that, right?" Gao Zhuqing nodded. "Although we are not familiar with each other, Yuan can choose you. It shows that you must have something unique about you. I also have a good impression of you. Since we're going to get married sooner or later, let's do it next month." Gao Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. Did she finally get to the point? Li Xiangjuan didn't seem to think that she was in a hurry and said naturally, "That day when I went back, I looked up the old calendar and chose 3 auspicious days. The 5th, the 8th, and the 20th of the next month are all good days. I think the 8th of the next month is the best." The 8th of the next month? Doesn't that mean there are only 10 days left? Gao Zhuqing cursed in his heart. Does she need to be so efficient? It's not like Su Yuan is going to die, soon to marry a wife. The old lady's brain is really scary. "Grandma, Su Yuan and I, it's okay. I know you are busy and can't spare time. You don't need to worry about the wedding. I will take care of it. Well, with Lily's help, it will definitely not be too old-fashioned. Don't worry. You just need to try on the wedding dress, take the wedding photos, and then show up at the wedding. I will take care of everything else." If it was a normal marriage, with such a good grandmother, Gao Zhuqing would definitely be moved to tears. But damn, this is simply messing around. "Why didn't you mention the wedding to me?" A voice came from above. "Gu Qinghan?" He heard it. Gao Zhuqing was like a thief caught in the act. He suddenly became nervous. This is bad. Gu Qinghan was a handsome man that attracted young and old alike. Li Xiangjuan and Su Li's eyes were filled with amazement. Li Xiangjuan thought to herself, "The little fresh meats nowadays are so good-looking. They seem to be even more handsome than my most handsome grandson. Su Li, I knew it. I shouldn't have gotten married so early. I regret it now." However, the two of them were, after all, reserved ladies from wealthy families, so they didn't show it. "This is..." Li Xiangjuan asked. Gao Zhuqing's heart was filled with resistance towards Gu Qinghan, but he had no choice but to brace himself and explain. "This is my big brother, Gu Qinghan. Oh, it's young Master Gu. I've heard a lot about you." Li Xiangjuan had a whole new level of respect for her. "Among the younger generation of Flozen City, you are the most outstanding." Gu Qinghan sat down next to Gao Zhuqing. She leaned a little to the right, unwilling to have any physical contact with him, even if it was just a little. "I am Su Yuan's grandmother, Li Xiangjuan." She introduced herself. "I'm looking for Zhuqing today to discuss their marriage." "Marriage? She never mentioned to me that she has a boyfriend." "That's normal. Don't they advocate free marriage nowadays? These young people don't like to tell their families when they're in love." "Did you misunderstand?" "How? Oh, is it a misunderstanding? I just happened to see Zhuqing watching a movie at Yuan's house and found out about their relationship. That brat never mentioned it to me." Gu Qinghan said nonchalantly. "What can watching a movie prove?" Li Xiangjuan blushed. "That she was wearing Yuan's shirt that day." She wasn't wearing anything underneath. I think Gao Zhuqing wished he could just die. The murderous aura around him was getting heavier and heavier. Gu Qinghan's heart was raging with anger. He didn't show it on his face, but those who knew him well could see that he was suppressing it. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were tight. Even if they're dating, they might not have plans to get married. Maybe they'll break up. You can't think like that. You young people like to drag it out. But reality has proven that if you don't get married after 2 years, the chances of getting married will be greatly reduced. So, you have to strike the iron while it's hot and get married when the relationship is at its strongest. Then what if the passion subsides and you find it inappropriate? Divorce? A faint ridicule. Li Xiangjuan felt that her dignity was being challenged. As an elder, she definitely felt uncomfortable. I know my grandson. I can see that he likes Zhu Qing very much. He's serious. Oh, Gu Qinghan raised a long eyebrow and asked Gao Zhuqing, "Then do you like him?" The expression in his eyes was dangerous to the extreme, as if as long as she answered yes, he would unhesitatingly take off her head. Gao Zhuqing's heart was in a mess. His throat was tight, and his heart was in his throat. "Do you like him?" he asked again. Under his interrogation, Gao Zhuqing inexplicably replied, "Like." As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately realized that a disaster was imminent. He was pressing her so hard that her brain simply couldn't think and blurted out a sentence. She instinctively just wanted to go against him. Now that she's sober, it's too late to regret. Sure enough, a storm instantly gathered between Gu Qinghan's eyebrows. She turned her face away, not daring to look at his eyes. It was too terrifying. Li Xiangjuan said with satisfaction, "Of course, Zhu Qing also likes our Yuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be with him. We don't understand their feelings. As the big brother, you probably don't understand either. It's best not to interfere with your sister's feelings. Then aren't you interfering? Moreover, interfering with their marriage." Li Xiangjuan stared blankly. "How can you say that about me? I'm doing it for their own good. I'm also doing it for her own good. From the big brother's point of view, of course, I don't want my sister to make the wrong choice in marriage." Li Xiangjuan had been restraining herself, but now she couldn't hold back her temper. "What makes you think that choosing a Yuan is the wrong choice? You know your grandson's conduct very well. Haven't he done enough preposterous things?" Gu Qinghan snorted coldly, full of ridicule. "A leopard can't change its spots. Even if it's you, you can't guarantee that he will be faithful to Zhu Qing. In the end, what you need is just a tool for your Su family to carry on the family line. You don't care if Su Yuan can treat her well forever, and you don't care about Zhu Qing's future. This kind of behavior is really very selfish." Li Xiangjuan was very angry, but she couldn't refute it. Su Li couldn't stand it anymore. Success in one's career really can't represent a person's character. Any cultured person wouldn't contradict their elders like this. "You're a junior. How can you talk to your elders like this? Where are your manners and upbringing?" "Of course I have manners and upbringing. But the most important thing to me is Zhu Qing's happiness. I will not hand her over to someone else. Sorry, I'll take my leave." After Gu Qinghan finished speaking, his face completely sunk. He dragged Gao Zhuqing away. She couldn't break free. "Grandma, I'm sorry. He didn't do it on purpose. We'll meet again next time." She was forcefully dragged away. Too much, too much." Li Xiangjuan was furious. He said those words, "It's clear that he looks down on our Yuan. Yes, the Su family isn't as rich and powerful as the Gu family, but in any case, it's still a prestigious family. It's not like this to be humiliated by him. He actually dares to talk to me like that. Simply preposterous." "Grandma, don't be angry. His lack of upbringing is his fault. Don't bother with him." Su Li wrinkled her brows. In her heart, she felt that Gu Qinghan's desire to protect Gao Zhuqing seemed to be a bit abnormal. Could it be that he's a sister maniac? Gu Qinghan, let go of me, did you hear me? You bastard." Gao Zhuqing was so anxious that she started cursing loudly. Gu Qinghan did not say a word. He pushed open the fire door and threw her out. Gao Zhuqing lost her balance and almost fell down the stairs. B** starred. "Are you trying to murder me for money?" She was furious, But Gu Qinghan's expression was even more terrifying. So, she was a little afraid. What are you doing? Don't think that I'll be afraid of you, just because you're so fierce. What you said and what you did just now was extremely uneducated. People will think that Uncle Gu and my mother didn't teach you well. Gu Qinghan glared at her. Don't treat me like a child. I don't need anyone to teach me. Why didn't you tell me about you and Su Yuan? You and Lin Xintian suddenly got engaged, and you didn't tell me in advance. Why should I tell you? So you're taking revenge on me? Subconsciously, Gu Qinghan hoped that she would answer yes, but it was obvious that he was thinking too much. Gao Zhuqing said disdainfully, What's your relationship with me? Do I need to use my feelings to take revenge on you? What I mean is you are you, and I am me. We have nothing to do with each other. I won't interfere with your marriage, so don't bother me. Don't tell me you really want to marry Su Yuan. So what if I do? Anyway, I'm going to get married anyway. It doesn't matter who I marry. At least I know Su Yuan well. I feel that it's safe to start a relationship as friends. Safe? Is it more important to marry the person you love or to be safe? How do you know that I don't love him? Don't forget that Su Yuan is a very charming man. Many women like him. He treats me so well. Why can't I choose him? Gu Qinghan scoffed at this. Do you really believe that he will change for you? A dog can't stop eating **T, and Su Yuan can't change his playboy nature either. He's just a temporary obsession for you now. For a man, what he can't get is the best. When you marry him, he will still be playing around outside. You're digging your own grave. I'm digging my own grave if I'm with you. Gao Zhuqing sneered. But you're going to get married soon. I'm glad that the person you're dragging into your grave isn't me, but someone else. Otherwise, I'll have to spend the rest of my life in disaster. You already have other people to annoy now. Can you stop pestering me? Do you want to torture me until I have a nervous breakdown? Torture her until she has a nervous breakdown? Gu Qinghan wanted to say that he was the one who was tortured to the point of a nervous breakdown. Chapter 411. I'm bothering you? I'm responsible for you. No matter what, I'm still your elder brother in name. As your elder brother, I have to keep an eye on my sister's marriage, don't I? Don't act like an elder brother. Everything you've done is out of selfishness. Not to mention that I'm not your sister. Even if I were, you have no right to interfere with my life or my marriage. You just have to live your own life. You don't have to worry about other things. Also, it's very uncultured to talk back to your elders. Although I don't expect you to be cultured, please show some respect to Su Yuan's grandmother. You're so vile, it's really disgusting. Before he could do anything more terrifying, Gao Zhuqing escaped. She ran far away in one breath, clutching her chest, her heart beating fast. He was so angry, but she still said those words. She must have eaten a leopard's courage. What if he violated her at the staircase? That lunatic, he could do anything. Just now, she was so angry that she didn't choose her words carefully. Now that she thought about it, she felt scared and her whole body was cold. After she calmed down, she took half a day off and went straight to Dongfang Real Estate. In the CEO's office, Su Yuan had his legs on the desk and was reading some documents leisurely. Suddenly, he sneezed. He blew his nose. Who was scolding him? CEO, Miss Gao Zhuqing is looking for you. Let her in. Su Yuan put his feet down, got up, and fixed his hair. He had dressed up carefully before going out today and wanted to ask her out for dinner after work. He didn't expect her to come looking for him. So handsome. Although he was used to being handsome, he was often shocked by his own handsomeness. Baby, you're here. He went up to give her a warm hug, but Gao Zhuqing pushed him away. Get lost. What's wrong? Who offended you again? I'll teach him a lesson for you. Su Yuan smiled lazily. Who else? I'm dead because of you. Your grandmother and cousin came to the company to look for me. Do you know that? Su Yuan nodded calmly. I think she mentioned it to me last night. Gao Zhuqing widened his eyes. If you knew, why didn't you stop her? My grandmother is very stubborn. She will do whatever she wants to do. How can I stop her? Besides, the fact that she want to find you proves that she really likes you. So I have to be happy? Gao Zhuqing rolled his eyes. You've killed me. Didn't I tell you to explain it to her? Why didn't you tell me? I can't speak. My grandmother despised all the women I dated in the past, saying that they were demons. It's rare that she likes you so much. How can I bear to disappoint her? You're just making trouble. When Gu Qinghan saw it, he came to find trouble with me again. He even said some unpleasant things that made your grandmother so angry. Su Yuan sneered. There's something wrong with his brain. Why bother with him? That's easy for you to say. It's not like you were the one he dragged to the staircase. Did he do anything to you? What else can he do? Didn't he just say some unpleasant things? He's going to get married, and he still won't let you go. Yes. Did I kill his whole family in my previous life? Now that he wants to torture me like this, I want to die at any moment. Tell me, it's been more than 10 years. Why isn't he tired of it? Can't he torture someone else? Must it be me? Is it because I'm exuding an aura that needs to be abused, calling for him to abuse me? No, you're exuding an enchanting aura. That's why I like you so much. Su Yuan took the opportunity to stick to her, but was still ruthlessly pushed away by Gao Zhuqing. Get lost. She let out a few frantic howls, and her hair became a complete mess from the crawling. If this goes on, I'm going to have a mental breakdown. I'm going to go crazy. Be good, I'm here. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Su Yuan shamelessly tried a few times before Gao Zhuqing no longer had the strength to push him away. He gently pulled her into his arms, let her lean on his shoulder, and kissed the top of her head. This kind of intimacy didn't have any lust or ambiguity. It was more like they were family and friends who depended on each other. Gao Zhuqing frowned with a bitter face, feeling very distressed. I've really had enough, I understand. Do you know what you need the most right now? What? A wild and crazy love that can make you forget all your troubles. Gao Zhuqing didn't even have the strength to scold him. She thought he would say something serious, but sure enough, this person wasn't serious at all. She couldn't hear any nutritious words from his mouth. Can you go die? No, if I die, you'll be alone. How pitiful. I won't feel at ease, even if I become a ghost. TSK, you're the best at sweet-talking, but it's useless. Who said it's useless? Aren't I here to accompany you? I say sweet words to other women, but to you, every word is sincere, 24K pure. If you don't believe me, I'll take out my heart for you to see. And Gao Zhuqing smiled bitterly. Sometimes, she couldn't do anything to him. He was often very hateful and frivolous. However, she couldn't deny that he was her best friend of the opposite sex. With him accompanying her, it was indeed much better than her suffering alone. If a person suffered a lot of psychological pressure for a long time, they would become abnormal. When she first came in, she was really angry at him, but now, quietly leaning on his shoulder, she felt very at ease. There was a strange magic about him that could soothe her anxiety. After all, they had known each other for many years. Compared to a new friend, the relationship was different. You should know that your words are useless to me. I'm invulnerable. You're not invulnerable. You have a heart of stone. I give my heart and lungs, but you have the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. You don't even know how hurt I am. I'm avenging the vast number of women who have been hurt by you. I'm doing justice on behalf of heaven. Your revenge is really ruthless. My life is almost taken away by you. You deserve it. So, you really don't intend to accept me? The corner of Su Yuan's mouth curled up into a faint smile as he asked half-truthfully. You've rejected me many times, but I've always held on to hope. I always feel that as long as I don't give up, as long as I pursue you relentlessly, you will definitely accept me. Really, I've always thought so. I won't say that I've done anything wrong, and I'll change it. After all, I'm such a perfect man. There's nothing that needs to be improved. Just tell me, what else do you need me to do? Gao Zhuqing closed her eyes and didn't say a word. The eyes could lie, but the heart couldn't. She listened to his voice, listened to his heartbeat, and could feel his sincerity. No matter what the future would be, the current Su Yuan was using his life to love her. Just take it that she was so touched that her heart became weak. After being alone for a long time, one would also get tired and need someone to rely on. She unconsciously responded, if there was no Gu Qinghan, maybe I would give you a chance. Su Yuan couldn't believe her ears. She had never given him any chance. When she rejected him, she was always resolute. She said it herself that there were no ifs between them. No means no. At this moment, was what he heard true? But Gu Qinghan is there between us. He won't let me go. If I'm with you, he will destroy you. I can't let him do that to you. Afraid that this was a dream, Su Yuan held her breath and said softly, any man who gets close to you will go crazy. Instead of letting him destroy others, it's better to hurt me. What kind of logic is that? It's because we're friends that I can't let him hurt you. Su Yuan, I can't take that risk. Any risk of losing you, I can't bear it. But I'm willing, let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. Gao Zhuqing sat up. The moment of weakness just now seemed to be charging up. Now that it was enough, he regained his vitality and the smile returned to his face. You, just play the role of confidant. Don't be too greedy. But ring, ring, ring. Gao Zhuqing picked up the phone. Hello, uncle. What? My mom, did she get the wrong test? Okay, I'll come back now. Her panicked expression made Su Yuan nervous. What's going on? My uncle said my mom has been diagnosed with uremia. Gao Zhuqing was so panicked that he couldn't speak coherently. How could this be? Isn't she always in good health? Misdiagnosis. It must be a misdiagnosis. I don't believe it. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Yuan was also very worried, but at this moment, he had to be calmer than her. If even he was nervous, she would be even more at a loss. Calm down first. I'll go back with you. When Gu Qinghan returned to his office, the anger on his face had not subsided, and he still looked gloomy. Lin Xintian was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. She didn't look good either, but when she saw him coming in, she forced herself to cheer up and squeezed out a smile. You're back. Gu Qinghan didn't even look at her. He tore off his tie and threw it aside. He walked to the big office chair and threw himself into it. His face looked tired. What's wrong? Are you tired? Do you want me to give you a massage? Before her hand landed on his temple, Gu Qinghan rejected her. No need. You didn't eat much just now, so I packed some fast food for you. It's not cold yet. Why don't you eat some? I don't feel like eating. How can you do that? You only drank a cup of black coffee this morning. You won't be able to take it. Just eat some. Gu Qinghan closed his eyes. His mind was filled with Gao Zhuqing's emotional expression. She hated him to the extreme. That kind of disgust was like the devil's hand, pulling at his nerves, stimulating his heart, making him uncomfortable. Gao Zhuqing. Gao Zhuqing. Why did she hate him so much? Why? He couldn't control himself from provoking her. Qinghan, can you hear me? I don't feel like eating. Gu Qinghan roared. The irritation on his face was undisguised, like a wild beast that had lost control. Lin Xintian was so scared that she took a step back, and her face turned pale. Tears of grievance kept rolling in her eyes. She bit her lips, not letting them fall. A woman's tears could soften a man's heart. However, these tears made Gu Qinghan irritated. Chapter 412. How can you talk to me like this? Haven't I done enough? I told you not to look for Gao Zhuqing, but you insisted on going. Now that you've been bullied by her, you're taking it all out on me. What do you think I am? A punching bag for you? Leave if you can't stand it. No one is begging you to endure it. Why do you torture me with my love? Lin Xintian complained bitterly. Finally, she could not hold back a tear, and it fell from the corner of her eye. Gu Qinghan's heart tightened when he heard such an accusation. He felt that they were in the same boat. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled bitterly. I also want to ask her why she tortured me with my love. If I knew the reason, I wouldn't be in so much pain. So she tortured you, and you tortured me? I'm the bitterest one, right? Lin Xintian also hated her current self. He didn't love her. He wouldn't pity her when she cried. He would only be annoyed. When she complained about his cruelty, he would only think of Gao Zhuqing's cruelty to her. In love, was there anything more painful than the person you love loving another person? He didn't love her. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't get him. But she was not willing to let go like this. How long was he going to reincarnate like this? The ringtone interrupted Gu Qinghan's moment of sadness. His cold face was frozen again. He picked up the phone. It's me. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Gu Qinghan had mixed feelings. Lin Shumin had uremia. This was retribution. A woman who broke up a family would never have a good ending. However, there was another worry that troubled him even more, and that was Gao Zhuqing. He could understand her feelings now. She was sad, but he was 10,000 times worse. On the way back to Quicksand City, Gao Zhuqing kept crying. When he arrived at the hospital, his tears had dried up, and his eyes were swollen like walnuts. Gu Ming stood in the corridor of the hospital, smoking with a heavy face. "Uncle, how's my mother?" Gao Zhuqing asked anxiously. "She just finished dialysis and is resting now." "Is it confirmed? Is it really uremia?" Gu Ming nodded painfully. "It's all my fault for being too busy with work and not having time to accompany her." When she came to the hospital, she was already in the last stage of uremia. Gao Zhuqing heard a boom in her ears. The incandescent lamp flashed a few times and emitted a dazzling light. Her vision turned white, and she almost fainted. Su Yuan quickly supported her. "Are you okay? It's been half a month since she found out about her illness, but she refused to let me tell you, afraid that you would be worried. Right now, the only solution is to get a kidney transplant. We have already asked the hospital to help us find a suitable kidney, but we haven't been able to find one. Her condition is getting worse and worse. I'm really worried." Su Yuan's heart sank when he heard this. With the Gu family's wealth, they could buy a lot of kidneys at a high price. In that case, there must be a problem with the matching. Are there no suitable ones? Yes. For a compatible kidney, first of all, the blood type must be the same. Then, there's HL flow-zan, which is human leukocyte antigen, MHC, and histocompatibility antigen. "Can I do it?" Gao Zhuqing asked anxiously. "Not all immediate family members can match. Your blood type is different. Your mother's blood type and HL flow-zan are very special, so we can't find a compatible kidney at the moment. Now, we can only carry out dialysis treatment for the time being. However, she can't fundamentally solve the problem of damaged kidney cells. Moreover, frequent dialysis will also damage some kidney cells." In the end, Gu Ming couldn't bear to continue, and his eyes were also filled with tears. "I'm useless. I didn't take good care of her." Gao Zhuqing stood in silence for a long time. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and walked into the ward. After the dialysis, Lin Shumin was very tired. Her face was haggard, and her skin was much yellowish. There were a few white hairs on her temples. A sour feeling invaded the tip of her nose. That kind of discomfort was indescribable. Seeing the person closest to her lying on the bed, suffering from the disease, Gao Zhuqing wished that she could bear all this for her. Even if it was just to slightly alleviate her pain, she was willing to do anything. Su Yuan came back with 2 bottles of warm milk. "Drink something hot. Your hands are very cold." "Thank you." Gao Zhuqing took it and held it in her palm. The warmth of the milk was not enough to dispel the chill in her heart. When people get old, their bodies will have problems. This is a problem that every family has to face. Don't be too sad. Everything will be fine. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. You're not alone. Thank you. Did I scare you when I cried all the way here? But I'm not as weak as you think. I won't be depressed because I worry about my mother. On the contrary, I have to pull myself together. Otherwise, how can I take care of her? In fact, many people feel that they can't bear it at this juncture. It is not because of the difficulty, but because they are overwhelmed by their own psychological pressure. But I won't be like this. I will be more optimistic, or my mother will be more worried. After all, it is not cancer. She can survive as long as she has a kidney transplant. Although I can't find a suitable kidney now, I will definitely find one, right? People are most afraid of losing confidence first. But I won't. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, there will definitely be a miracle. Hearing this, Su Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! I was worried that you would take things too hard. You can maintain such an optimistic attitude at this time. No wonder I like you so much. She smiled. I did it for my mother, not because you like me. It's all the same. Annie will definitely find a suitable kidney. I have already asked my family to help me find one. There is strength in numbers. I will definitely find one. Thank you. I will stay here to take care of my mother. You can go back to the company first. What can be more important than Andy now? One more person means one more force. I don't feel at ease leaving you at this time. As for the company, I will handle it. Don't worry. Gao Zhuqing couldn't bear too much kindness, but she really couldn't face all this alone. She needed someone to be her spiritual pillar. She wanted to persuade him to leave, but she couldn't help but nod. Okay, then I will trouble you. Gao Zhuqing stayed in the hospital for a week. She didn't leave Lin Shumin's side. The saddest time of the day was when she saw Lin Shumin's haggard face after the dialysis. However, she couldn't share her pain, and this made her feel very helpless. It was the end of the year, and the weather was getting colder. Luckily, the sun was shining brightly during the day. The whole ward was bathed in sunlight, and it made people feel much better. Gao Zhuqing sat by the bed and peeled some fruits for Lin Shumin. Don't be busy. Talk to me. Lin Shumin's smile was still a little pale, but she looked more energetic than usual. Okay, what do you want to say? Recently, I have been thinking that this illness is probably retribution. Don't say such things. I don't like to hear it. I don't want to say it either. But why did you get sick out of nowhere? People say that God is watching what people do. If you do wrong, there will always be retribution. Back then, you blamed me for leaving your father, didn't you? It's been so long. Why do you still bring it up? To be honest, the feeling of hatred did exist. But as time passed, it slowly faded. Gao Zhuqing had already forgotten what it felt like. I don't want to use some noble reason like love to explain why I left you and your father. To put it bluntly, I was too vain and greedy for enjoyment. I couldn't live a hard life. Your father is a good man, and he treats me very well. But he can't give me the life I want. When I was young, I didn't care whether I had money or not. I thought that love was the most important thing. But when it comes to living a life, then the contradiction comes out. Mom keeps asking you to be with Su Yuan. You must be very annoyed and think that I'm too snobbish. Yes, I'm influential, but it's really hard to survive without money. Sooner or later, there will be conflicts. When I'm with your father, I get sincere love and care. When I'm with your Uncle Gu, I get material comfort. But these few days, I often think whether material or love is more important. Lin Shumin shook her head in confusion. I really can't judge. In the end, I owe you and your father. That's why God punishes me like this. Zhuqing, I only hope you don't blame me. How many times have I said, I don't blame you? It's you who has a knot in your heart and can't let go of this matter. All these years, you've been with me. Even if you did something wrong, it's already made up for it. You don't owe me anything. Mom, I love you very much. Lin Shumin's eyes were brimming with tears. That's good. Even if I die, I have no regrets. I want to die earlier so I can go down to accompany your father. But Zhuqing, Mom really doesn't want to die now. I haven't seen you get married, haven't seen you happy, haven't seen your child. If I die like this, I really can't accept it. Mom isn't afraid of death. I'm afraid of leaving you. Fear made Lin Shumin cry like a child. She cried until Gao Zhuqing's heart ached. He hurriedly hugged her and comforted her. It's okay. I'll definitely find a suitable kidney source. I promise you, I definitely will. Mom, don't cry. Lin Shumin cried for a long time. In the end, she cried until she was tired and fell asleep. Gao Zhuqing stayed by the bed for a long time. After staying up for a few days, his spirit was exhausted. He really couldn't hold it anymore. He also lay on the sofa and closed his eyes. Some slight noises woke her up. When she opened her eyes, Su Yuan was covering her with a blanket. Sorry to wake you up. I was just afraid you're cold. It's okay. Looking at that pair of bloodshot eyes, Su Yuan felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Gao Zhuqing saw that Lin Shumin was still sleeping. He felt relieved. He rubbed his temples. Tired, right? You haven't slept much these past few days. I'm a bit tired, but accompanying my mom makes my heart feel at ease. You've been helping my mom take care of her these past few days. It's been hard on you. I'm a man. What's hard about it? I feel bad for you. Su Yuan handed her a sandwich. Eat something first. Thank you. Gao Zhuqing took a bite of the sandwich. It was a bit dry. Su Yuan immediately handed her warm milk. She was very grateful for his consideration. He always knew what she needed without her asking. If he was her boyfriend, she would definitely be very happy. Chapter 413. As the saying goes, there is no filial son in front of the sick bed. Taking care of a patient is very tiring, but Su Yuan has been helping her and taking care of Lin Shumin meticulously. Gao Zhuqing thought that even her husband might not be able to sit as well as Su Yuan. These days, she felt her heart was melting bit by bit, getting closer to Su Yuan. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? His face was a little tired, but his facial features were still very energetic. Nothing, I just suddenly feel that. I haven't properly said thank you to you. Not yet. These days, the most you've said is thank you. You're so polite to me, I almost don't know you. If you treat me as a family, even if I'm just your closest friend, you don't have to thank me so much, because this is what I should do. She's my mother. It's not your responsibility to take care of her. I know you're doing so much for me. I don't know how to describe my gratitude to you. Isn't that easy? Just devote yourself to me. Okay. Su Yuan was just joking. He didn't expect Gao Zhuqing to answer like this, so he couldn't help but be stunned. I'm just joking. You can't be serious, right? Seriously, have you been coveting my body for a long time? You want to use this opportunity to repay my kindness, to possess me? If I say yes, will you let me possess you? Gao Zhuqing blinked her eyes. I'll think about it. After all, I'm still a pure man. Losing my virginity is a big deal. I have to go back and ask my mother. But Gao Zhuqing was amused by him. You're so good at acting, it's a waste not to win an Oscar. You're finally smiling. I'm relieved to see you smile. Su Yuan rubbed her head. Don't say such silly things in the future. I'm willing to do anything for you. I don't need anything in return. As long as you don't reject me, I'm already very happy. Gu Qinghan stood at the door for a very, very long time. The two of them were playing around intimately, which made his face more and more gloomy. He left without saying a word. Gu Qinghan arrived more than a week after Lin Shumin was hospitalized. Gu Ming kept scolding him for being unfilial, but Gao Zhuqing didn't feel anything about it. A stepson was different from a biological son. Coming to visit was a form of affection, but not coming to visit was a form of duty. There was nothing much to say. Moreover, his arrival would only add to her worries. It was already very late at night. Gao Zhuqing tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He put on a coat and went to the corridor for some fresh air. In fact, he was clearly very tired. His whole body was already in a state of exhaustion, but he just couldn't sleep, causing his spirit to be very haggard. A chill invaded her slender body. She shivered and felt that she had lost some weight. In the past, she always wanted to lose weight, but now that she was in the hospital, she wanted to be fatter. Health was the most important thing. Are you all right? While she was absent-minded, a voice suddenly sounded behind her ear, startling her. Gu Qinghan was always so elusive. There was no movement at all when he walked. But Gao Zhuqing had no energy to blame him. He frowned and asked lightly, "Why are you here?" "I'm here to see. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Are you sleepwalking?" Gao Zhuqing was more willing to believe that after he left the ward in the afternoon, he didn't leave the hospital and stayed until now. He had always been a person with complicated thoughts. He could be in a daze for a whole day. "Are you all right?" He repeated the question just now. There was a hint of concern in his words, but Gao Zhuqing instinctively rejected him. "What do you think? How can I be at a time like this? I know you're very tired." He behaved so humanely that Gao Zhuqing didn't know how to reply. In fact, she didn't want to be like a hedgehog and stab him with her sharp thorns all the time. Especially at a time like this, she really didn't have extra energy to do those things. She unconsciously softened her arrogance and said lightly, "The hospital is very cold. The hospital is very cold. You should go back. I don't want you to be tired here alone. This is my responsibility. Besides, I'm not alone. I have Su Yuan." Gu Qinghan's eyes darkened a little, and he said in an indecipherable voice, "He has been with you this week." "Yes, He helped me take care of my mother and did a lot of things. I'm very touched. He has always been very good to me, I know that. But I didn't expect that he could take care of my mother so meticulously and treat her like his own family. He did so much just to please you. In other words, he loves me so much that he treats my family as his family. I often feel that he has done all the things that my husband may not be able to do in the future, and he has done a very good job. I could do it too. Gu Qinghan emphasized. If you can give me a chance, I will be 10,000 times better than him. He could even let go of his hatred for Lin Shumin and forgive everything in the past for her. Gao Zhuqing shook his head. This is not a question of comparison. You don't have to compete with him. So you are touched by his small kindness. Her throat tightened. Those are not small kindness. He has done a lot for me. I am a woman. I want a stable home. I can't live alone for the rest of my life. So, he has become your choice now. Gao Zhuqing's lips moved a few times and said meaningfully, if I still have the right to choose. She looked at him with a bit of pleading in her eyes. During this time in the hospital, I have seen a lot of life and death. In fact, the things that are important to us are really not so important in the face of life and death, so there's no need to keep holding on to them. It is not easy for people to live healthily. We should not add to our worries. Gu Qinghan, can we end all this? Let's forget about the past and start again. Start again? His eyes brightened for a moment, but he was careful, afraid of getting hurt. Are you willing to let me walk into your life again? Can you give me a chance to love you? Gao Zhuqing turned his face to the side. It has nothing to do with love. We can be friends or relatives. This is already the biggest concession I can make. The light in his eyes dimmed in an instant, and he sneered at himself. If that's the case, I would rather stay in this state forever. You want me to hate you? Hate. At least you still care about me. I don't want to become someone who is insignificant in your eyes. Gu Qinghan, why are you so persistent? You will destroy me, and you will destroy yourself. He looked out of the window. There were no stars and no moon. The darkness was boundless, just like his current state of mind. There was no light at all. Everyone will be destroyed one day. As long as I am with you, I don't care how long it takes. The weather is cold. Go back and rest early. He looked at her deeply. There were thousands of words in his eyes, but in the end, he did not say anything. He retracted his gaze and left. At the corner, Lin Xinqian quickly hid in the corner and watched him leave. Her face was already wet with tears. The next day, when Gao Zhuqing was chatting with Lin Shumin, Lin Xinqian came with a basket of fruits. Gao Zhuqing was a little uncomfortable, but he hid it well. He nodded at Lin Xinqian, and she returned a faint smile. During the days when Lin Shumin was hospitalized, Lin Xinqian accompanied Gu Qinghan to visit a few times. It was not frequent, and she did not come alone. Gao Zhuqing felt something was wrong, but did not say anything. It's all my fault. I fell sick at this time and delayed your wedding. Lin Shumin sighed. I'm afraid it will have to be postponed. There's no need to postpone it. Lin Xinqian said calmly. There was no ripple in her eyes. Your illness will not affect my wedding with Qinghan. We're going to hold the wedding next month. Lin Shumin was a little stunned. To be honest, Gu Qinghan's coldness after she fell sick made her feel bitterly disappointed. Although she was not his biological mother, they had been together for so many years. He should not be so cold. Moreover, he was going to hold the wedding at this time. This was a little too much. She forced a smile. The scale of your wedding is different from an ordinary wedding. There will be a lot of things to do. I'm afraid I can't help with my health. I don't need your help. My relatives will help me. You just need to be there on the wedding day. If you're not feeling well, it's okay not to be there. This was too much. Gao Zhuqing knew that Lin Xinqian was targeting her. But if she had any dissatisfaction, she should have directed it at her. Why did she have to treat her mother like this? Originally, she felt guilty towards Lin Xinqian. But when this matter came out, she could not help but say, this is not appropriate, right? How can my mother not be there? This is too disrespectful to her. Lin Xinqian still had a gentle and harmless smile on her face, but she was looking at Gao Zhuqing from the corner of her eyes. You misunderstood. I'm just worried that Annie's body can't take it. Health is the most important thing. You don't have to force yourself. How can it be if my mother doesn't attend? She's not my biological mother anyway. Lin Shumin's face turned pale. She could not believe what the other party said. In her heart, Lin Xintian had always been a well-educated, gentle, and kind girl who respected her elders. However, ever since the wedding, Lin Xintian's attitude towards her had completely changed. Sometimes, Lin Xintian wouldn't pick up her calls. She didn't understand what was going on. The wedding is just a formality. The most important thing is what Qing Han and I think. It's also his idea to hold the wedding next month. My mother is in such a condition. Can't you wait a little longer? You've been looking for a kidney source for a month, right? You haven't found it yet. Who knows when you will find it? What if? The corner of Lin Xintian's mouth twitched. I mean, what if there's an accident? The wedding can't be held at the same time as the funeral, right? Then when will you push it down? You are too much. Gao Zhuqing could not bear it anymore. She was about to rush over, but Lin Shumin stopped her. Zhuqing. Her expression was already very reluctant, but she still nodded tolerantly. What you said makes sense. I can't delay your wedding because of my matter. Just do as you want. Have a good rest. I won't disturb you anymore. Lin Xintian said and left. Gao Zhuqing also chased after her and blocked her way. Chapter 414. Compared to Gao Zhuqing's anger, Lin Xintian still maintained her composure and smiled peacefully. I'm just arranging the wedding according to my own ideas. How is it against you? Aren't you thinking too much? You don't have to get married at this time. What do you mean by that? Can't I decide when to get married? Do I have to listen to your arrangements? What right do you have? Lin Xintian slowly showed some sarcasm. Are you so angry because I arranged the wedding when your mother was sick? Or because Qing Han and I got married so early? Why? Do you regret seeing us get married? What do I have to regret? I'm just worried that you will marry such a person. You don't know how terrible he is. Do you think you can stop me from marrying him by saying bad things about him? I'm obviously doing it for your own good. Why do you think I'm harming you? What's so good about Gu Qing Han that you would jump into a pit of fire for him? Hee, you're so hypocritical. Lin Xintian shook her head. Looking at her eyes, Gao Zhuqing felt that he was the most hypocritical and vicious woman in the world. I saw you chatting here last night. How many times have you met him behind my back? Huh? Can you count clearly? You're indifferent to him in front of me, and you say bad things about him to me. But you meet him behind his back and pretend to be pitiful and wronged. You're really scheming. I didn't. Then who said start over? You said you wanted to start over with him and gave him hope, but you said that you can only be friends. Don't you think you're really hypocritical? For so long, you've been using this kind of ambiguous method to keep him hanging, haven't you? Lin Xintian's hatred was like a sharp bayonet, stabbing into Gao Zhuqing's heart, making her feel suffocated. Being hated by others, she naturally felt uncomfortable. My relationship with him is not as simple as you think. Anyway, I didn't do you wrong. Don't talk nonsense. You've played me, and I won't believe you. Anyway, I can decide the date of my wedding. You can't stop me. Fine, I can't stop you if you want to die. But couldn't it wait for another month? At least wait until my mom is done with her surgery. Do you really think you can find a kidney source? Lin Xintian rolled her eyes. With the Gu family's wealth, they are willing to spend 1 billion to buy a kidney. If he could find it, he would have found it long ago, and he wouldn't have waited until now. I don't think there's any chance, so I advise you not to get your hopes up. Nonsense. Gao Zhuqing interrupted her excitedly. I'm sure I can find it. You can continue to deceive yourself. Anyway, my marriage with Qing Han will not be delayed by a dying man. After all, she was not Qing Han's biological mother. On the surface, they seem to have a good relationship. But if it were you and your father was snatched away by a mistress, would you treat the mistress as your real mother? It's already good enough that he didn't harm her. I'm sure he wants her dead. I'll stop here, lest you think I'm taking revenge on you. In fact, I'm just telling the truth. Lin Xintian glared at her, pushed her away, and left with her head held high. She looked like she had won a battle, but her heart was a dark hole, filled with sorrow. So what if she had the upper hand in the argument? Gu Qinghan had always loved Gao Zhuqing. She had lost from the beginning, and the more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. The entire corridor was filled with an aura that made one despair. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of December. When Lin Shumin was flipping through the calendar, she suddenly remembered something. Is it Christmas Eve tomorrow? Yes. What's wrong? Last Christmas Eve, I spent it with your uncle in Finland. We were huddled together by the fire, and it was snowing heavily outside the window. There were colorful lights everywhere, and many children were playing outside, singing Christmas carols. As she reminisced, Lin Shumin was a little intoxicated. A happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her face was brighter than usual. Wow, spending Christmas in Santa's hometown? Uncle is so romantic. He's better than my father in this aspect. If it were my father, he would definitely not celebrate these Western holidays. After so many years of Christmas, he only took me to watch a movie, and it was because I got first place in class as a reward. Oh, isn't it? Your father is such a boring man. Gao Zhuqing nodded. Super boring. If it were me, I would definitely choose the romantic and rich Uncle Gu. Lin Shumin could hear that Gao Zhuqing was comforting her. She was very touched and touched her head. Why don't we spend Christmas here this year? The hospital? Is it appropriate? Of course, this is the VIP ward. We can decorate it however we want. We could buy a big Christmas tree with colorful lights. Here, we can put it here. We also need to buy Christmas gifts. Wow, there's so many things to prepare. What are you talking about? Su Yuan came in and shook the snow off his body. His face was red from the cold, and he was in high spirits. I'm talking to my mother about Christmas. We're going to spend Christmas in the hospital. What do you think? That's a good idea. Su Yuan immediately echoed. It happens to be snowing these days. Christmas is the most festive time. It's still too much of a delay. Such a romantic holiday is suitable for couples to spend time alone. Are you afraid of delaying our romance? Or do you not want us to delay your romance with Uncle Gu? Gao Zhuqing blinked and teased her with a smile. You don't want us to be your third wheel, right? Silly girl, what are you talking about? I think that you've been taking care of me too hard these days. It's rare that it's Christmas time, so I want you to go out and relax. I have no choice but to stay in the hospital. You can go out and walk more. There's no need to stay here all the time. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to be with you. Gao Zhuqing held Lin Shumin's arm and leaned on her shoulder. Just give us face and spend Christmas with us, okay? Yes, Andy. Christmas is a time for family reunion. It's incomplete without you. What's the point? Su Yuan said sweetly. I'll buy some decorations tomorrow. We'll decorate the Christmas tree together. Okay, then ask Qinghan and the others to come. Gao Zhuqing felt uncomfortable and pursed his lips. Forget it. They've been busy preparing for the wedding. They don't have time for us. The four of us are enough. There's no need to ask others. Lin Shumin thought that the atmosphere might not be so harmonious if they were there, so she gave up. Sigh, I don't know when we can celebrate Christmas together as a family. When you're done with your operation, you can celebrate Christmas whenever you want. Maybe you'll find a suitable kidney in a few days and be discharged on New Year's Day. I hope so. Lin Shumin smiled bitterly. She did not dare to have hope in her heart. Life and death were all fates. It was not something she could decide. Su Yuan went to buy Christmas supplies early in the morning. He brought a few people with him and came back with a lot of things. The Christmas tree was several meters high. Gao Zhuqing insisted on decorating the Christmas tree himself, so Su Yuan asked them to leave. He stepped on the ladder and hung the Christmas lights. A little to the left. No, a little to the right. Well, that position is good. Gao Zhuqing ordered him while hanging some snowmen and small gift boxes. While the two were busy, Lin Shumin watched from the side. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Mom, when will Uncle come back? His plane will arrive at 10 o'clock tonight. Oh, that's good. Christmas Eve should be celebrated a little later to make it more festive. Gao Zhuqing was really happy. Being in the joyous atmosphere of Christmas could make people forget a lot of troubles. The two were busy the whole day and finally finished decorating the room in the evening. They turned on the lights. The colorful lights flickered and Christmas carols echoed gently. The atmosphere was warm and romantic, and the faces of the three were illuminated. This was the happiest Christmas in Gao Zhuqing's life. Although she spent it in the hospital, it was enough for her to have her dearest people by her side. She looked at Su Yuan gratefully. "Thank you for everything you've done for me." He rubbed her head, and his smile was still gentle. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to accompany you." Tonight was the most important day for him. He was a little nervous and a little expectant. His body trembled slightly because of excitement. Dr. Zhang seems to be still in the office. I'll send him a cake. Wait for me. Don't steal it. She cut a piece of cake and ran out with a smile. "Are you ready?" Lin Shumin asked. And Su Yuan took out a pink heart-shaped gift box from his arms and opened it. There was a diamond ring inside. It was simple, exquisite, and elegant. Will Zhuqing like it? Of course, the most important thing is not the ring, but the person who sent it. Are you sure? My heart is firm, but I don't know if she will agree to me. I chose to propose when her heart is the most vulnerable. Am I very despicable to do this? Lin Shumin shook her head. Every woman will especially cherish a man who is by her side when she needs it the most. You are a very good man. You will definitely cherish her like I cherish Zhuqing. I am very relieved to hand her over to you. Thank you, Andy. Su Yuan was a little more confident. Of course, he was still very nervous. When he was decorating the Christmas tree today, there were several times when he wanted to take out the ring to propose. It was very difficult for him to hold back, and he tried his best to hide his emotions, afraid that she would see through it. Would she agree to his proposal? He had no confidence at all. It was just that during the days in the hospital, they had become a lot closer. He felt that her heart was getting closer to him, accepting him. So he thought that maybe proposing on Christmas was a good choice. Would she say yes to him as soon as the atmosphere became romantic? This idea might be very naive, but sooner or later he would have to propose. Then, he wanted to choose a special time. He waited. She came back. Dr. Zhang, Dr. Zhang? Gao Zhuqing happily ran into the office, but did not find him. She put the cake on the table and was about to leave. As soon as she turned around, she saw Gu Qinghan standing there. She subconsciously took a step back, very vigilant. Gu Qinghan closed the door. This scene made Gao Zhuqing think of that night. His heart was in his throat. "What are you doing?" Chapter 415. Get out of my way. I have a Christmas present for you. I don't want it. No, I promise you'll want it very much. I don't want anything from you. Let go of me. I won't do anything to you. Gu Qinghan let go of her and handed over a document. It seemed that he wouldn't let her leave if she didn't read it. Gao Zhuqing had no choice but to open it. It was a test report. What's this? The doctor should have told you that the kidney match depends on 3 points. The same blood type, HLA, and MHC. The more similar these 3 points are, the higher the survival rate. On the report, the words blood type, HLA, and MHC entered Gao Zhuqing's eyes. The results were all the same. She trembled with excitement. You mean you found a person who can give my mom a kidney transplant? Gu Qinghan pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Found? Tell me. Yes. Where is he? Tell me quickly, she urged anxiously. Gu Qinghan looked at her deeply and didn't say a word. An ominous premonition captured Gao Zhuqing's heart. The excitement faded from her face and was replaced by a dark cloud. Her eyes widened. It's you? A clap of thunder exploded in her ears, and she took a few steps back in panic. No, impossible. You're lying to me. You like to lie so much. How could you tell the truth? You want to use this trick to lie to me, right? I won't believe you. Impossible. There are billions of people in this world. How could it be him, Gu Qinghan? This must be another one of his scams. She was in a hurry to leave, but he grabbed her wrist. His sinister eyes stared at her with a heavy gaze. If I can choose, I don't want this result either. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say that? Gao Zhuqing pushed him away. You liar. I won't believe anything you say. You don't believe me? Then why are you so nervous? Your body is shaking. Do you know that? Gu Qinghan's gaze became deeper and tighter, as if he wanted to pierce through her. In this world, I'm the only one who can save your mother. Gao Zhuqing felt as if his backbone had been taken away in an instant. His entire body nearly went limp, and his vision darkened. For the past few days, she had been hoping for a miracle. She was hoping for kidney source. However, that person turned out to be Gu Qinghan. Did the heavens not want to play with her enough? Would he only be satisfied after torturing her to death? She digested this fact with difficulty and finally laughed bleakly. Tell me, what do you want to do to save my mother? There was no free lunch in the world. She wanted a kidney, so she had to pay the corresponding price. Be my woman and stay by my side for the rest of your life. She knew it would be like this. Gao Zhuqing smiled bitterly. There was an indescribable helplessness in his smile. Was it worth it to exchange her entire life for his kidney? But this was not the problem she had to consider. She had no other choice. All right, I promise you. You're far more straightforward than I thought. That's because I have no other choice. That's my mother. How can I watch her die? I agree to your conditions. When will the surgery be arranged? You should show some sincerity when you make a deal with me, right? Gu Qinghan let go of her, and there was a cruel light in his eyes. What is sincerity? You strip naked in front of me and please me like a prostitute. Gao Zhuqing suddenly felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Her face was burning with pain. You don't go too far. If you want to be my woman, you have to get used to it first, don't you? Since you don't want to be my wife, then you can be my lover. You know what a lover's duty is. She closed her eyes, tried to suppress the sourness in her eyes, and forced the tears back. When she opened her eyes were already red. But she knew that this would not arouse the slightest bit of sympathy from him. He was a cruel devil who only wanted to torture her. She must not let herself become more miserable in his eyes. She did not say anything and began to unbutton her coat. She took off her horn coat and threw it on the ground. There was a white sweater inside, which was also thrown away. She took off her close-fitting vest. Only her underwear was left on her upper body. Her fingers began to tremble. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't untie it, so she took off her jeans, until there was only her underwear left on her body. Her body, as white as a lamb, was exposed to the cold air and shivered in shame. Gu Qinghan looked at her. There was not a trace of lust in his eyes. Instead, it was more like a storm was brewing. His eyes were dark, deep, and cold. His temples were throbbing, and the veins on his forehead were faintly visible. Humiliating her did not make him feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, it made him very annoyed. He clenched his fists tightly by his side. The shameful feeling of undressing in front of him was tantamount to death for Gao Zhuqing. What she wanted to take off was not her clothes, but her dignity. But what else could she do? She could not watch her mother die in front of her. What he wanted was a lifetime. Sooner or later, he would trample on her dignity until nothing was left. He was right. She should get used to it. If it was destroyed, then it was better to destroy it completely. She smiled sadly. Her fingers fell on her back and was about to remove the last cover. Enough. Gu Qinghan stopped her coldly. Why? Isn't this what you want? Or do you dislike that my figure is not as good as Lin Xintian's? Don't tell me that you pity me. People like you don't have any sympathy. Why do you have to put on an act? Since we are destined to hate each other, then let's hate each other thoroughly. You don't have to take off your clothes anymore. I won't give her my kidney. What did you say? Gao Zhuqing frowned. Didn't you promise that as long as I become your woman, you will give your kidney to my mother? Gu Qinghan sneered. I only said that to return the humiliation you gave me to you. How can I give my kidney to the person I hate the most? Do you think that your mother only got together with my father after my parents got divorced? She is a mistress. Impossible. My mother would not do such a thing. Why not? She is that kind of slut. Gu Qinghan snorted. Even after so many years, that hatred still made his teeth tremble. For money, she would do anything. My father only said that he divorced my mother, but he never told you where she is now, right? Then let me tell you. Because she could not stand the betrayal She became insane. My father forced her to divorce. All these years, she has been living in a mental hospital. She is crazy. It was your mother who harmed her and me. The reason why I became like this is all because of her. Do you believe in karma? She turned me into a beast. Then I tortured you. Hee. This is karma. No, you're lying to me. I don't believe it. Gao Zhuqing shook his head desperately. That is just a lie you made up. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She covered her ears and screamed. Tell me, how can I give my kidney to an enemy? Zhuqing, no matter how much I love you, no matter how much I want you, it is impossible. She harmed our family, and now it is time for her to pay the debt. She has lived the life of a rich lady for so many years. Isn't it enough? In any case, what she wants is money. Looking at her crying appearance, Gu Qinghan's heart was 10,000 times more painful than her. He could only force himself not to look, otherwise his heart would be torn apart. Turning around, he left. Gao Zhuqing sat paralyzed on the ground, crying sadly. In the ward, Su Yuan waited nervously. He had prepared the marriage proposal vows a few days ago and reviewed them again and again. But now, his mind was blank and he could not remember anything. Why is she gone for so long? Nothing happened, right? I'll go take a look. Just as he walked out of the door, he saw Gao Zhuqing standing there in a daze, his eyes red and swollen, as if he had just suffered a terrible catastrophe. Zhuqing, what's wrong? Su Yuan hurriedly asked. Her strength was drained, her eyes closed, and she collapsed in his arms, completely losing consciousness. Like falling into a dark, cold pond, Gao Zhuqing kept having terrifying nightmares. In every nightmare, there was Gu Qinghan. He raised a large electric saw and chased after her to kill her. He used a rope to strangle her neck, hanging her up. Her throat was tightly strangled, and she was about to suffocate. Don't! Let me go! Help! The sharp blade was about to stab into his body. Gao Zhuqing woke up from the nightmare, his whole body covered in cold sweat. You're awake. Zhuqing? Zhuqing? Can you hear me? For a moment, she couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality, until Su Yuan's face gradually became clear at her eyes. So it was a nightmare. Her slender body was still trembling in shock. What's wrong with me? She gasped and asked. You fainted for 3 days and 3 nights. So long, but she still felt tired, as if all the strength in her body was drained, squeezed out. Gu Qinghan is the only kidney. Gao Zhuqing hurriedly grabbed Su Yuan and asked, Where's Gu Qinghan? He went back to see Sand City. What's wrong? I'm going to find him. Even if she had to kneel down and beg him. Even if she had to exchange her life for a kidney. Why are you looking for him? Didn't you not want to see him? Right, I'll tell you good news. The kidney has been found. When you were unconscious, your mother had already done a kidney transplant operation. Gao Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The kidney found? She's not dreaming, right? What did you say? You're not lying to me. Couldn't find a suitable match? She was so nervous that she was incoherent. I'm not dreaming, am I? No. I'm also very surprised. On Christmas Day, the hospital suddenly said that they found a suitable person who was willing to donate his kidney, and he came in the afternoon. Who? I don't know. It's an uncle, but he's not related. Why would he be willing to donate his kidney? His wife is seriously ill and needs a lot of money, so he used his kidney in exchange for medical expenses. Su Yuan sighed. Life is so helpless. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. It happens every day. He originally didn't have much concept of this, but after this period of time, he learned a lot of things and also learned to cherish his life and loved ones around him. Gao Zhuqing was still very doubtful. Gu Qinghan just refused the kidney transplant, and a suitable kidney appeared. It was a bit strange. Chapter 416. Yes, he saved my mother. I must thank him in person. I just didn't expect it to be so sudden. This is the so-called Christmas miracle. Annie is a good person. How could God be cruel to her? Good person. In Gao Zhuqing's mind, Gu Qinghan hated his mother so much that he gnashed his teeth, accusing his mother of destroying his family and destroying his mother and son. No one had ever mentioned what happened that year, so she took it for granted that her mother got together with Gu Ming after her parents divorced. If the truth was really like what Gu Qinghan said, could it be that he was actually the victim? Putting herself in his shoes, if there was a third party who destroyed her parents' relationship with her temper, it was possible that she would fight with the other party. And Gu Qinghan endured for so many years, and he was torturing himself. Maybe he suffered so much alone just for Gu Ming's happiness. If that was the case, he was really too pitiful. Although his experience couldn't make up for the torture he gave her, Gao Zhuqing still couldn't help feeling sorry for Gu Qinghan. She had always felt that he was a tragic figure. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I just feel that life changes too fast, and I can't get over it in a short time. But it's a good thing after all, isn't it? Su Yuan touched her face, and he also had a lot of emotions in his heart. He never thought that there was real empathy in this world before. But love was deep in the bones, and that person's feelings, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy were enough to affect everything. She was sad, but you were sadder than her. She was sad, but you were sadder than her. She was happy, and you were willing to exchange your life for her smile. It was she who taught him what love was. Even if they couldn't be together in the future, he would not regret loving such a woman without hesitation. After visiting the kidney donor, Gao Zhuqing's worries were dispelled. She had always suspected that the kidney was donated by Gu Qinghan. After all, the timing matched. But on second thought, she felt that she was too sensitive. She asked herself, could she donate a kidney to a third party who destroyed her family? She was not that great. She believed that there was no such great person in the world. After the new year, Lin Shumin was discharged from the hospital. After this incident, Gao Zhuqing had personally experienced the meaning of one should not travel far with one's parents, so he quit his job in Xisan City and stayed in Flozen City. Her family was more important than the love and hatred between her and Gu Qinghan. In order to accompany her, Su Yuan was transferred back to Flozen City. During this period, Gao Zhuqing often thought of Gu Qinghan. After that night, it was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. He did not return home, nor did he make a single phone call. There was also no news about his marriage with Lin Xintian. She secretly guessed that maybe they had already gotten their marriage certificate, but they just hadn't held a wedding ceremony yet. In the blink of an eye, the Lunar New Year was coming. The weather was getting colder day by day, and it was snowing heavily. Lin Shumin was still very weak. In order to take care of her, Gao Zhuqing stayed at home to take care of her. He planned to find a job after the New Year. New Year's Eve arrived in the midst of a heavy snowfall. When Gao Zhuqing came downstairs, Gu Qinghan had just entered from the door. He was wearing a long black trench coat that fluttered in the wind. She did not expect him to suddenly come back and was stunned on the spot. Her first reaction was that he had lost a lot of weight. He was still tall and straight, but his skinny body seemed to be unable to support the coat. The black made him look colder and skinnier. His cheeks were deeply sunken, and he did not seem to be in good spirits. Did he not eat during this period of time? Did Lin Xintian, who was always by his side, not take good care of him? When their eyes met in the air, Gao Zhuqing's heart felt like it had been bitten by ants. Suddenly, she panicked. Her eyes were in a mess, and she felt suffocated. She did not know where to put her hands. Gu Qinghan also looked at her silently, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. She was wearing a bright red dress and looked a little rounder. She was as cute as an apple. However, her expression was a little unnatural. When she was nervous, she always liked to put her hands behind her back. When he could not see her, it was as if his breath was taken away. Every day, he lived behind her like a walking corpse. However, when he saw her, that feeling was indescribable. His heart seemed to be emptier than before, because she did not belong to him. The two of them looked at each other from afar. There was only each other in their eyes. Lin Xintian felt that she did not exist. To Gu Qinghan, she had never existed, right? Even if she was by his side every day, she was almost transparent. And Gao Zhuqing firmly occupying his heart, was always the only one in his heart. At first, Lin Xinqian was very indignant. She was very jealous and angry. She even made a big fuss, asking him why he was torturing her like this. She asked him how she was not as good as Gao Zhuqing. However, he did not say anything and let her make a fuss. She was the one who directed and acted out the entire farce. After that, she had enough and gave up. She was like a pool of stagnant water. Actually, the one who was torturing her was not him, but herself. She was the one who refused to let herself go. Now, her heart had already lost all hope. She was like a puppet, accompanying him by his side. Gradually, she lost herself. During dinner, the family gathered together to have hot pot. After more than a month of recuperation, Lin Shumin's body had almost recovered. She was wearing a bright red coat and looked cheerful. Gu Qinghan complained, "You're too much. Previously, you went back to Haisha City without saying a word. Now that you're back, you don't even say hello. You come and go as you please. What do you think this house is? It's not easy for him to come back. Don't say such things." Lin Shumin said with a smile. "Tonight is New Year's Eve. We need to be amiable. Qinghan, have you been busy at the company recently? I see that you've lost a lot of weight and look a little haggard." Gu Qinghan nodded and did not say much. Gao Zhuqing felt a little awkward. If Lin Shumin was really the third party, she should not have known that Gu Qinghan had been aware of this matter all along. Otherwise, she would not have been able to face him so calmly. She did not even dare to think about how Gu Qinghan could hide so many grievances in his heart for so many years. It was really difficult to pretend that nothing had happened. She could not help but sympathize with him. "By the way, didn't you say that you're going to have a wedding this month? Now that I'm discharged from the hospital, I can help you with this matter." After experiencing life and death, Lin Shumin's state of mind was much more open. She would not mind Lin Xintian's previous disrespect. Lin Xintian glanced at Gu Qinghan and did not say anything. Gao Zhuqing could see that she actually wanted to get married. So, it was Gu Qinghan who was not willing. He just responded indifferently. "Let's talk about it later." Lin Xintian was very disappointed. Previously, the timing was not right, but you insisted on getting married. Now that you're getting married, you said it would be in the future. Are you deliberately going against your family? Gu Ming's resentment was very heavy, and his words were very harsh. Lin Shumin hurried to act as a peacemaker. "You're here again. Can't you speak properly? Marriage is their business. They know how to arrange it properly. Don't worry about it. However, since you're engaged, it's also good to hold the wedding earlier. You should be more careful." Gu Qinghan did not speak. Gao Zhuqing also felt very embarrassed. She would rather not know about the grievances of the previous generation. "By the way, Zhuqing, why didn't Su Yuan come today?" Gu Ming asked. His attitude was a little more amiable. She clearly felt Gu Qinghan's hand paused. She laughed awkwardly. "Tonight is New Year's Eve. Of course, he will celebrate the new year with his family. He said he would come over tomorrow to pay his New Year's greetings. Are you guys officially together?" Lin Xinqian asked. "Not yet. I think Su Yuan is a good kid. I was worried that he was not mature enough and too much of a womanizer. But during this time, he went to the hospital every day and even transferred back to Flozen City for you. He must want to marry you. Such a man is not easy to find now. You should think about it. The earlier you settle down, the earlier you get married." Gu Ming was now very satisfied when he mentioned Su Yuan. On the matter of Lin Shumin, he did better than Gu Qinghan, his own son. He had always felt very unbalanced. Gao Zhuqing could only nod and said, "Oh, I'll think about it. I'm full. You guys enjoy your meal." Gu Qinghan put down his chopsticks. When he got up, his body seemed to be a little wobbly. "You only ate half a bowl of rice. How is that enough? No wonder you're so thin. Since you're back, eat more." Lin Shumin advised. "No need. I have no appetite." Gu Qinghan got up and left. Lin Xintian also followed. Gu Ming was very angry. "What kind of attitude is that? Did he come back to put on airs for me to see? Then he might as well not come back, so that I won't be angry." Gao Zhuqing looked at the lonely back view worriedly. Even with Lin Xintian by his side, he still looked so lonely. In that thin body, there seemed to be endless worries and sorrow hidden in it. Her heart began to ache as well. When Gao Zhuqing went upstairs, Lin Xintian just came out of Gu Qinghan's room, her eyes a little red. Seeing her, she quickly wiped away her tears. Although they had conflicts before, Gao Zhuqing's feelings towards Lin Xintian were still more heartache and guilt. He still felt a little uncomfortable when facing her. "Well, you didn't eat much for dinner. Nanny Zhang cooked some sweet water. Do you want some?" "No need," Lin Xintian rejected coldly. Gao Zhuqing noticed that the way she looked at her now was not like before, which seemed to be burning with two clusters of flames of hatred. The hatred was very obvious, but a lot colder, like a bottomless black pool. Perhaps when people are in despair to a certain extent, they can't even hate. "Have you been with him for the last month? Did something happen? He has lost a lot of weight." Lin Xintian was about to leave, but when she heard this, she stopped in her tracks. She turned back to look at her with an extremely sarcastic look, like a sharp knife stabbing into Gao Zhuqing's heart. She didn't understand where this sarcastic look came from. It seemed to be an accusation of her crime. But what crime did she commit? Don't you know who he became like this for? He has done so much for you, but you never understand or care. You only think that he doesn't treat you well, that he is torturing you, but you never consider how much he has done for you. Gao Zhuqing was a little puzzled. What happened to him? Chapter 417. Speak clearly. What did I do to him? Thinking of him lying on the hospital bed like a desperate corpse, Lin Xintian's heart felt like it was being torn apart. She really wanted to scold Gao Zhuqing. She didn't do anything. Why was he willing to sacrifice his life for her? She wasn't feeling indignant for herself. Instead, she was feeling very sad for Gu Qinghan. You don't need to know. Anyway, whether you know or not, the result is the same. Her gaze grew cold, and she looked into his eyes with a heavy gaze. Do you love him? Do you love Qinghan? Gao Zhuqing opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. He just shook his head. He obviously didn't love her, but why couldn't he say it? It was as if it was against his heart. Then do you love Su Yuan? I don't know. The answer was no. But their relationship was really deep, deeper than family. You're using this kind of ambiguous attitude to double-cross? Huh, you're so hypocritical and selfish. Lin Xintian sneered. If you don't love Qinghan, then accept Su Yuan's feelings. If you don't get together with Su Yuan, he won't give up. He will continue to sacrifice for you. Sooner or later, he will be killed by you. Do you want him to die? You don't understand. It's not that I want to keep him hanging, but he won't let me be with anyone else. How do you know if you don't try? Maybe this is just an excuse to deceive yourself. You don't want him to give up. In order to end the pain of a few people, you should accept Su Yuan. After saying this, Lin Xintian left. Gao Zhuqing was stunned. His phone vibrated, and the screen flashed with a call from Su Yuan. Gao Zhuqing received a call from Su Yuan. He said that he was waiting for her at the door, so she went downstairs. Just as she walked out of the villa, she saw Su Yuan standing in the heavy snow. He was wearing a cashmere scarf and smiling at her. She was clearly a little silly, but inexplicably, she was devastatingly beautiful and captivating. Before she could say anything, a firework bloomed in the night sky. The shape of the flower was colorful and dazzling, illuminating her eyes. Fireworks bloomed one after another. There were pink hearts, red roses, and her English name, I love you. There were so many variations, and they were so beautiful that she was shocked. Do you like it? This firework is only for you. Gao Zhuqing's eyes were already a little wet. Which girl didn't want such a person to set off a grand firework for her? She was truly shocked from the bottom of her heart. But what surprised her even more was that under this dazzling curtain of night, Su Yuan was kneeling on one knee in the snow. She held a velvet box with both hands and opened it. Inside was an exquisite and elegant diamond ring. She covered her mouth in surprise, and a surprised voice escaped through the gaps of her fingers. The man kneeling on one knee in the snow had a face as beautiful as a rose. His overly delicate eyebrows inevitably gave people a frivolous and playful feeling. However, his eyes were incomparably focused and sincere. His eyes were filled with deep affection, as if she was his entire world. Actually, before I came, I rehearsed it many times in my mind. I also practiced the proposal countless times. But when it really came to this moment, my mind was blank. Maybe I don't need any flowery words, but I want you to know what's in my heart. On the night of Christmas Eve, I wanted to confess, but you fainted. Later on, I thought that it was right not to propose that night. At that time, you were worried about Auntie's illness. Even if you accepted me, perhaps because of a moment of weakness, you would definitely regret it. So, even if I was very anxious, I still kept waiting for Annie to recover so that you could calm down and consider my proposal. I know that we didn't have a good start. I did terrible things to hurt you, and after that, I also paid the price for 10 years. 10 years is really a long time. I've met a lot of women, and I thought there would always be someone who could move my heart. Someone would always replace you. However, the moment you appeared, I discovered that in my heart, you are you, a unique existence that no one can replace. We've experienced a lot of things together. When you were in pain, sad, or happy, I was always by your side, and I felt very happy. I thought that as long as I quietly watched you be happy, it would be enough. However, I became more and more greedy. I hoped to be able to become the reason for your happiness, the person who could make you happy. What I said was for a lifetime. Gao Zhuqing was moved to the point of choking with sobs. She was such a headstrong, selfish, terrible person. How could she be worth him doing so much for her? She really wasn't worthy. Zhuqing, I know you have a lot of misgivings, a lot of uncertainties, I do too. But I really want to hold your hand and, together with you, turn so many uncertainties into certainties. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns, I still want to walk with you. Can you give me this chance? This kind of Su Yuan made it hard for people to refuse. Gao Zhuqing's heart had also wavered more than once. She wasn't a person with a heart of stone, and even if she was, she would also be melted by Su Yuan's sacrifice. This kind of man, what was she still hesitating for? What Lin Xintian said was right. If she kept dragging to herself, to Gu Qinghan and Su Yuan, it wouldn't be fair. She should make a decision. In a short second, she thought a lot, and finally made a decision, turning her tears into a smile. How old are you already? Still trying to be romantic. Kneeling in the snow. Aren't your legs numb? Aren't you cold? Su Yuan was extremely nervous, not knowing what to say. Look at you, silly. Still not hurrying to stand up and put the ring on my finger? He didn't dare believe his ears. You've agreed to my proposal? Don't tell me you don't have any hope. For the first time in his life, Su Yuan was tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. Of course I hope you accept me, but I have to be prepared to be rejected. Otherwise, the psychological gap will be too big. Still kneeling? Hurry up and get up. His legs suddenly trembled, and just as he left the ground, he knelt down again. Su Yuan was embarrassed. My legs are numb. Help me up. Gao Zhuqing was amused. What if I don't help you up? I'll turn you into a snowman. Although she said so, she still went to help him up. Su Yuan took the opportunity to kiss her on the cheek, which made her jump up anxiously and hit him hard. You did it on purpose. If I knew, I wouldn't have helped you up, bad guy. Why? You can't kiss your own wife? The man who was extremely serious just a moment ago was now very slippery and cheeky. Who's your wife? Don't take advantage of me. You've already agreed to my proposal, and you're still not my wife. It's just a promise. Maybe I'll meet Andy Lau or some other Prince Charming tomorrow, and I'll dump you. That won't happen. Am I not your Prince Charming? Who else do you want to marry other than me? No, I have to use the ring to tie you up. Su Yuan quickly took out the ring and put it on her ring finger. Looking at the heart-shaped diamond ring sparkling between her fingers, he thought he would be surrounded by happiness. However, for some reason, it became even more empty, as if someone had dug a big hole in his heart, and the cold wind kept drilling into his heart. You're so stingy to give such a small ring to propose. Did the company go bankrupt? I thought you were a low-key and sophisticated woman who didn't care about that. On the contrary, I'm a super worldly gold digger. I was thinking that there should be a pigeon egg for me to bask in. Isn't it easy to get a pigeon egg? I'll give you a 100-carat giant pigeon egg tomorrow. Then my hand is going to be broken. It's better if it's broken. If it's broken, no one will snatch you from me, and you'll be mine alone. Childish, narrow-minded. Then there's nothing I can do. This childish and narrow-minded man is your husband. Su Yuan carried Gao Zhuqing up in a princess carry and spun in the snow. Slow down. Hey, be careful not to fall. Ha ha, I'm dizzy. Their laughter echoed in the wind and snow. The fireworks were still going off, so bright. However, there was a figure on the balcony, hidden in the darkness. No matter how bright the fireworks were, they couldn't shine on him. A deep sadness and loneliness seeped out from his body, as if he was the loneliest person in the world. She chose Su Yuan in the end. This was the best choice for her, right? Being with him, without hatred, without love and hate, she would be much more relaxed. Wasn't she very happy now? If she liked fireworks, he was willing to prepare a grander one for her. He had imagined many proposals and wedding scenes, bringing her to every corner of the world, proposing to her under the aurora. But she didn't need him. Gu Qinghan couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. He heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt lost. It was as if the most important thing in his life, the thing that was still connected to him, had been completely taken away. His life, from then on, was no longer complete, only leaving behind a wreckage. His thin body couldn't withstand the attack of the cold wind. He kept coughing. His coughing became more and more rapid, and he coughed out tears. On the first day of the new year, it was snowing heavily. The entire villa was decorated with lanterns and streamers, all hung in red, and the atmosphere was festive. The water in the pot was boiling, and Gao Zhuqing was busy cutting vegetables, with the chef helping him by the side. A pair of hands covered her eyes. Ah! Gao Zhuqing turned his head, met a pair of sly, smiling eyes, and pinched him. You scared me to death. Su Yuan hugged her waist from behind, and their bodies were stacked together. Both of them were wearing red, like a couple's outfit, so they looked exceptionally harmonious. He kissed her fragrant neck, and Su Yuan smiled contentedly. What are you doing? Didn't you see? I'm cooking. Cooking? You're talking about dark cuisine, right? What do you mean? You don't have confidence in my cooking skills? Uh-huh. You don't have confidence in your cooking skills either, do you? The first dinner on the first day of the new year is dark cuisine. I feel like it won't be good for the rest of the year. You're so annoying. I've studied the recipe for the whole morning, and it's still very flavorful, okay? And for a beauty like me, if it's not the first day of the new year, I wouldn't even cook. You're being picky when I'm cooking for you? No, no, no. No matter how bad your cooking is, I can finish it all. You set yourself. If there's one piece left, I'll punish you to wash the dishes. Chapter 4:18. You'd better. I thought about it last night and regretted it a little. My goal is to marry my idol, Andy Lau. You're making do with it. Isn't he married? You'd rather be someone else's concubine than my wife? What kind of logic is that? Haha, godlike logic. Hey, let go of me. It's not convenient for me to cut the vegetables if you hug me like this. No, I just want to hug you. Su Yuan leaned his head on her shoulder and murmured, I'm hugging you, but why do I still feel like I can't have you? Is my heart still empty? What did you say? Nothing. I'm just praising you for being virtuous. Haha, impossible. You must despise me in your heart. I know that. I wouldn't dare. Have you put on weight recently? You're so chubby when I hug you. When I hugged you last night, I was as heavy as a top and almost fainted. Gao Zhuqing picked up a carrot and poked him. You despise me. I'm not going to marry you. Humph. Then he pretended to take off the ring, but Su Yuan held him down. Fine, fine, fine. I was wrong. My wife is the prettiest. Do you know you're wrong? Yes. Then I'll punish you by helping me. I'll leave the chores like washing and chopping vegetables to you. I'm going to marinate the chicken. No problem, honey. Lin Shumin leaned on Gu Ming's shoulder and smiled at the scene. Her biggest wish was for her daughter to be happy. She was reassured to hand her daughter over to Su Yuan. Gao Zhuqing was busy all afternoon, and the family finally had dinner at 7 o'clock in the evening. They sat around a round table, enjoying themselves. The hot pot was boiling and steaming. Gao Zhuqing soon discovered one thing. Wait, you seem to avoid the dishes I made on purpose. Did I? Su Yuan played dumb. It's obvious, especially you. You never ate again after one bite. Gao Zhuqing pouted and put a piece of sweet and sour pork into his bowl. This pork must be eaten. Understood. Su Yuan held back his tears as he gnawed on the ribs. How does it taste? Delicious, delicious. I knew it. Although it's a little burnt, the taste is still okay. She put into her mouth with a smile. Su Yuan had no time to stop her. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Why is it so disgusting? She quickly gulped down a mouthful of coke to wash away the strange taste in her mouth. Lin Shumin and Gu Ming were amused by her and burst out laughing. Girl, you've been like this since you were young. You were told to cook in elementary school, but you put the rice cooker on the gas and almost burned the kitchen down. Gao Zhuqing stuck out his tongue. Let's not talk about the past. It's so embarrassing. That's strange. I clearly made it according to the recipe. Why is the taste so ridiculous? You guys better not eat it. She was in a hurry to remove the dishes she had cooked, but Su Yuan stopped her. Don't worry, it's already good enough that you can cook like this on your first time. No matter how ridiculous the taste is, I can still eat it without leaving a single bit. Lin Xintian was very envious of Gao Zhuqing. Su Yuan cared for her like a baby and tolerated her. Which woman wouldn't desire this kind of love? Unfortunately, Gu Qinghan was like an ice stone. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't melt him. The stronger the contrast, the more it made her heart cold. She doubted if she should persist. Yes, she loved him very much, but she was a woman and needed someone to love her. Perhaps finding someone who loved her would be easier than finding someone she loved. Gu Qinghan didn't say anything from beginning to end. His face was gloomy. His gaze couldn't help but look at the ring on Gao Zhuqing's ring finger. He obviously didn't want to see it, but he couldn't control himself. Did she deliberately wear it for him to see? Heh, he thought too highly of himself, right? They were so affectionate now. How could she still have room for his existence in her eyes? Su Yuan, I've seen how well you treat Zhuqing. I'm sincerely happy that she accepted your proposal. Gu Ming said, but Zhuqing is equivalent to my daughter. I have to say the ugly words first. If you dare bully her, I definitely won't forgive you. Understood, uncle. Thank you for being willing to trust me and hand over your most precious treasure to me. To me, she's also a treasure. Su Yuan looked at Gao Zhuqing affectionately. She was a little embarrassed from his gaze, her face slightly blushing. I definitely won't betray your trust. I will use my entire life to properly cherish her. Yeah, there's so many people here. Don't say such mushy words. I can't help myself. Gao Zhuqing couldn't do anything to him. When it came to mushy words, if Su Yuan claimed to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. 2 disappointed gazes she couldn't help but look over. Gu Qinghan was drinking alone. He didn't look at her, but she could feel the sorrow in his eyes. He was such an impulsive person when it came to relationships. Right now, it must be very hard for him to endure. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him. But feelings are like this. Once you choose one person, you're destined to hurt the other. It's better to cut the Gordian knot quickly than to prolong the pain. Time will heal the wound one day. It's better than dragging it on. Today is the first day of the new year. I'm happy. Come, drink with me. Gu Ming was in high spirits. He drank a few cups with Su Yuan. Then he looked at Gu Qinghan. Us father and son haven't drank for a long time. Cheers. Gu Qinghan didn't move. He drank his own wine. What do you mean? You've been putting on a straight face ever since you came back. Who are you putting on that face for? You were fine in the past. Why did you suddenly become like this? I really don't know what's going on with you. Did you lose your soul? I didn't ask you to come back. You came back yourself just to put on that face for me to see? You really? Must you anger me to death? Uncle, don't be angry. Qing'an didn't mean that. Lin Xintian hurriedly said. He hasn't been feeling well recently. That's why he looks pale. He's not targeting anyone. Don't speak up for him. I know very well what's going on. When your Aunt Lin was hospitalized, you returned to Haisha City without saying a word. Is that right? Are you cold-blooded? If it wasn't for your Aunt Lin stopping me, I would have taught you a lesson. All right, stop arguing. Su Yuan is still here. Lin Shumin was slightly embarrassed. Why are you throwing a tantrum on the first day of the new year? Do you think I don't know what kind of person Qing Han is? He's not like what you said. He must be busy in Haisha City. I don't need you to speak up for me. Gu Qinghan suddenly said. Lin Shumin was stunned. She looked reluctant. You're still talking back to her? I'm not talking back to anyone. I'm just telling the truth. I don't need to please anyone. Gu Qinghan said indifferently in a low voice. If you don't want to stay at home, I can leave. Are you threatening me? Do you think anyone wants to see you? Go now. I won't make you stay. Gu Qinghan put down his glass and was about to leave. Gao Zhuqing subconsciously stood up. Don't go. He glanced at her, clenched his fist, and finally sat down. Lin Xinqian felt cold. In the whole world, the only person who could make Gu Qinghan change his mind was Gao Zhuqing. Right? At the end of the meal, the atmosphere was not very pleasant. Gu Ming went upstairs first. Lin Shumin also followed to accompany him. Only 4 people were left eating. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Big brother, isn't it too early to call him that? However, it will happen sooner or later. There's no harm in calling him that now. Su Yuan opened his mouth and raised his glass. I'll give you a toast. I will definitely take good care of Zhuqing. Please don't worry and leave her to me. Gao Zhuqing could hear from Su Yuan's words that he wanted to reconcile with Gu Qinghan. After all, the two were brothers. For him to break up because of her, she always felt it was a pity. She nervously looked at Gu Qinghan. He tightened his jaw and didn't say a word. He won't suddenly flip the table, right? But Gu Qinghan didn't do that. He raised his glass and didn't touch Su Yuan's glass. He drank it in one gulp. Then, he poured a full glass for Su Yuan. The two drank one glass after another. It gradually evolved into a drinking competition. Both of them drank a lot. Their faces were red, but they refused to admit defeat. They continued to secretly compete. Qinghan, your body hasn't recovered yet. Don't drink so much, Lin Xintian worriedly advised. But Gu Qinghan ignored her and continued to drink. Yuan. Gao Zhuqing could only advise Su Yuan. They can even drink. How much hatred do these two have? You still have to go back. Don't drink. She pressed his hand, but Su Yuan used his other hand to cover the back of her hand. He was already tipsy. He squinted his eyes and giggled. Today is the new year. I'm happy. It's rare that big brother wants to drink. I'll accompany him to drink. Gu Qinghan's eyes were stung by that hand. His temple was in pain. He raised his head and took another gulp. The two drank several bottles of liquor. In the end, Gu Qinghan's stomach couldn't take it anymore. He put down the glass and left. He walked very fast. He tried to calm his expression. When he returned to the room, he immediately threw himself on the toilet and vomited. Qinghan, are you okay? Lin Xintian anxiously asked. His body was originally very weak. Now it was definitely not as simple as being drunk. Qinghan, she took a towel to help him wipe his face, but he pushed her away. Scram, he bellowed. Even in such a difficult situation, he was still as proud as a wounded lion. Scram, Lin Xintian cried. Why do you have to do this? They're going to get married. What's the use of torturing yourself? Even if you die for her, she won't feel sorry for you. Just let yourself go. I know she won't feel sorry for me. Since it's like this, I might as well die. Anyway, she won't care. But I care. Seeing you torturing yourself like this, my heart really hurts. Forget about her. Okay? If you continue like this, there won't be any results. She's not worth living for. Gu Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. You think I haven't tried? But that's more painful than death. If I could let go, I would have let go. But she's already a part of my life. If I want to remove her from my body, I'll have to die. Yes, I can't force her to love me. But I really love her. Tell me, what should I do? He was like a wrong child. Complaining about his pain, he hammered his heart. Living is more painful than death. What can I do? Gao Zhuqing. Zhuqing. He bitterly smiled. Chapter 419. Su Yuan is drunk and unable to drive back, so Gao Zhuqing can only trouble his chauffeur to send him home. Hey, slow down, don't walk around. She supported him with one hand and struggled to move forward. However, Su Yuan was swaying as he walked. He was drunk and was the worst of it all. He kept shouting, drink again, drink again. Still drink? Drink your head. Don't be noisy, lower your voice. Zhuqing, I'm really happy. Su Yuan stopped, unwilling to walk anymore. Foolishly looking at her, his face is as red as a monkey's butt. The smell of alcohol sprayed on Gao Zhuqing's nose, making her uncomfortable, so she waved her hand. You're happy? I'm not. You're really a troublemaker. I won. Su Yuan giggled foolishly. Drink. I won Gu Qinghan. Hee hee. I've known him for so many years. I've never won him. Oh no, I won. I won you from his hands. Am I not very good? You're drunk. I'm not drunk. I'm very sober. I know you don't love me. He is smiling, but his smile is very bleak, like a needle piercing into Gao Zhuqing's heart. You're with me for what? To give up Gu Qinghan, is that it? To you, am I just a life-saving straw? Or are you pitying me? Hee hee. I thought, you promised to marry me. I'll be very happy, but why? Here. He frowned, pointing at his heart. More and more hollow. It seems like I'm going to completely lose you. I'm so sad. Su Yuan. He suddenly hugged her, tightly, using all his life to hug her. What nonsense am I saying? You're mine. Forever mine. This is premarital phobia, right? Gao Zhuqing's heart is very uncomfortable. She can't bear to face him like this. You go back early. I'm drunk. Can't I stay? I promise I won't do anything. He raised 2 fingers and promised seriously. Go back, or your family will be worried. Come back tomorrow, okay? She tried her best to coax Su Yuan into the car. Sighing heavily, he subconsciously looked at the second floor. How is Gu Qinghan? Gao Zhuqing had a lot on her mind, so she didn't sleep well that night. The moment the door was pushed open, she was startled awake. She jumped up from the bed and looked at the ghost at the door in panic. The room was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. The figure paused at the door for a few seconds, then staggered toward her. Gu Qinghan? Don't come over, get out. Gao Zhuqing grabbed the blanket and shrank back. Go away. She was anxious to get off the bed, but he was more agile than her. He grabbed her wrist and pressed his body down. She screamed in fear. His body was like an iron tower, pressing her down, making her unable to move. She thought he was going to violate her again, but Gu Qinghan just pressed on her and didn't move. She tried to lift her chin from under his shoulder and pushed him twice. Gu Qinghan? Gu Qinghan? Get up, you're so heavy. What are you doing? Don't pretend to be dead. Someone will find out. Get out now. Gu Qinghan. His heavy body was still pressing on her, not moving an inch. Gao Zhuqing pushed him away anxiously. I'm so uncomfortable, he made a weak sound. My stomach hurts, cramps. At this moment, he was like an injured beast, making one's heart ache. Gao Zhuqing unconsciously relaxed her strength, and her voice softened. Let go of me first, okay? No, I don't want to let go of you. Don't ask me to let go of you. You know I can't let go, he gasped in pain. Why do you always resist me? And do I make you hate me that much? Zhuqing, tell me, what do I have to do to get your forgiveness? But no matter what I do, it will make you hate me even more. I don't know what to do. What should I do to you? Does your stomach hurt? No matter how painful it is, it's not as painful as here. He grabbed her hand and pressed it against his heart, his eyes hiding an intense pain. Do you feel it? Here is dripping blood torn by you. Gu Qinghan. His fingers were as cold as ice, constantly trembling. Can you lie down first? I'll go get some medicine for you. Gao Zhuqing softened her voice to soothe him. She once had stomach problems and knew how uncomfortable it was. It really was the kind of pain that made her roll around on the bed. Under the faint moonlight, His taut face flashed with beads of sweat. Is this the cold sweat from the pain? I don't want medicine. I only want you. Zhu Qing, I only want you. He gently caressed her face, very carefully, as if he was afraid she would disappear, smiling foolishly. Is this a dream? En? Only in a dream. You don't hate me that much. I don't hate you. Hee hee. You're even lying in your dream. If you don't hate me, why did you agree to Su Yuan? You don't love him, right? I don't know, perhaps, but me and you, it's impossible between us. I think choosing Su Yuan is the right thing to do. I'm together with him. You marrying Lin Xinqian, it's good for everyone. Good, impossible, it's good. Without you, there's no meaning in my life. Intense pain stirred in her body, frantically wreaking havoc. He uncomfortably curled up, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It hurts a lot, right? Wait, I'll go get the medicine. Don't leave me. After being pushed away by her, he still stubbornly held her hand, not letting go, resting his head on her lap. His lips weakly trembled. Don't leave me. Zhu Qing, don't ever leave me. I beg you, a man more arrogant than anyone else in the world. Right now, lying on her lap like a frail child, Gao Zhuqing's heart-aching feeling really can't be described. In short, she didn't have a trace of strength to push him away. Instead, her hand unconsciously lightly fell on his head, gently caressing his hair, hoping this could slightly reduce his pain. Why torture yourself like this? You suffering, my heart is also very sad, but everything will be fine, believe me. A long time passed. Gao Zhuqing didn't realize she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes the next day, the sky was already bright. She was lying on the bed alone, tightly wrapped in the blanket. Even the corners were carefully tucked in. The smell of alcohol in the room had already dissipated. Last night seemed to be just a dream. After washing up, when she went downstairs to eat breakfast, she met Gu Qinghan at the staircase entrance. He had just come up. His face was pale. His spirit was also quite haggard, but as usual he maintained a cold and arrogant posture. Seeing him step by step approaching her, Gao Zhuqing suddenly felt a bit nervous. Not knowing what to do, her fingers tightly gripped the armrest. The moment he passed by, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Your body, is it okay? A cold and indifferent voice. He looked straight ahead, not even looking at her. Last night your stomach was cramping up. I'm fine now, but your face doesn't look like it. If you're not feeling well, you better take your medicine. He finally looked over. However, there was not a trace of fluctuation in his eyes, as if he was looking at a stranger. You're concerned about me? Gao Zhuqing bit her lips, not knowing why. She was very nervous, speechless. This was rare. Gu Qinghan waited in silence for her answer, but it didn't come. He knew that it was wishful thinking, and he shouldn't have any expectations, but at that moment, he still felt very disappointed. Since you're not concerned about me, don't say these hypocritical words. There's no need to be like this between us. I'm not being hypocritical. Last night when I saw you in so much pain, I felt very bad. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had a drinking contest with Su Yuan. You're already in poor health, yet you still drank so much. You're thinking too much. I drank with him purely because I can't stand him. It has nothing to do with you. Gao Zhuqing knew that he was not saying what he meant. She used to avoid him whenever she could, and she really wasn't used to initiating a conversation with him. Even a quarrel would be better than this, right? She felt like a fool, and he was extremely awkward. Two people, one at a loss, the other full of resistance. This kind of interaction was really awkward. No matter what, your body is your own. I can't bear your pain for you, so you don't have to torture yourself. Was she trying to distance herself from him? Gu Qinghan felt a gush of melancholy rising in his chest, and he felt very uncomfortable. I'm not good, and Su Yuan isn't any better either. If you have the time to pretend to care about me, why don't you care about your fiancé? The words he said were like a sharp knife that pierced into Gao Zhuqing's heart. Did the two of them have to be like this? With that said, he straightened his arrogant body and wanted to leave. Gao Zhuqing plucked up his courage and blocked his way, facing his cold gaze. Please, bring me to a place. At the mental hospital, a woman in her 40s with her hair down was sitting on the bed in a daze, hugging a doll and singing a lullaby. She looked no different from a normal person, just a little older. But if one looked closely, one would realize that her pupils had no focus, and her reaction was rather slow. She just sat there in a daze, singing the lullaby over and over again. Gao Zhuqing did not expect that she would meet Gu Qinghan's mother here. The mere thought of the mental hospital was terrifying. Her whole body felt cold, and she was trembling. "It's time to take your medicine." The nurse tried to take the doll away from her, but she fought with her emotionally. Don't take my baby. Don't take it. I'm not taking it away. I'll return it to you after you finish your medicine. All right? You just want to take it." Her eyes turned red in an instant, and she pointed at the nurse angrily. "You're the B***TCH who took my husband away. My husband, you used to love me very much, and it's all because of you. It's all because of you. Give my husband back to me. Give him back to me." Even a bystander like Gao Zhuqing felt his heart ache when he saw this scene. He did not dare to imagine how much pain Gu Qinghan was in. A third party who destroyed a family was the most detestable person in the world. But she did not expect that one day, this crime would fall on her mother's head. Chapter 420. Gu Qinghan was silent. After watching for a long time, he slowly retracted his gaze. "Let's go." Gao Zhuqing followed behind him. That lonely figure looked even more miserable to her. She suddenly longed to give him warmth. She jogged to catch up with him. "Do you come here often?" "Yes, twice a week," he said calmly. "Oh, that's it. If your mother knew, she would be very happy. Even if Uncle abandoned her, at least she still has you." He did not answer and continued to walk forward. "I don't know about the things of the previous generation, and I can't judge whether it's right or wrong. But if my mother is really a third party who intervened in your family, I can only say sorry. Maybe she didn't expect that it would cause so much damage. You've been hiding those emotions in your heart for Uncle's happiness, right? I can understand how much you have to bear. I can also understand your hatred for me. Even if the hatred can't be offset, I don't want to pursue what you've done to me anymore. Just take it as atonement for my mother. I also hope that you won't hate my mother anymore. It's very hard to hate someone, and you're the one who suffers the most. Don't let this hatred continue. Okay? From now on, let's forget about the past. I've already forgotten about it. Now, I cherish this family, and I will also cherish you, my brother." Brother. Gu Qinghan pondered over this word, and it was full of contempt. "Do you think this is what I want? From the beginning, I hated you calling me brother the most. That was in the past. Didn't we say not to mention the past? You have Xintian, and I have Su Yuan. We can all start again. As long as you're willing to let go, it's not as difficult as you think." "Sorry, I can't do it." Gu Qinghan turned his face to the side stubbornly. "If you think that you can be happy this way, then continue to think so. But I have no choice. Then what do you want? We're going to get married. This is just your wishful thinking. You and Su Yuan may not be able to get married. As long as I don't agree, it's impossible." Gao Zhuqing frowned. "What do you want to do? What kind of true love can be easily let go? Anyway, I won't let you marry Su Yuan, and you can't get rid of me so easily. What else do you want me to do? Don't tell me you haven't tortured me enough. How can I bear to do anything?" He smiled grimly. "However, I can't guarantee the safety of the people around you." After saying this, he left gloomily. Dark clouds continued to gather on the horizon, and a heavy rain was coming. Gao Zhuqing's heart felt heavy, as if it was being pressed against. It rained for a few days in a row, and it was especially cold in the winter. Gao Zhuqing felt that she was going to grow moldy. She felt listless, and her mood was quite depressed. Tian He Long Tian, Su Tian. Su Yuan, come on. He was going to pick her up, but he suddenly said he wanted to give her a surprise and asked her to wait at the restaurant. Gao Zhuqing held his cheeks and stared at the rain outside the window. Just how long was this rain going to last? How depressing. Ever since she came back from the mental hospital that day, her relationship with Gu Qinghan fell to the freezing point. Every time she saw him, She would think of his threat and feel scared. She still had a shadow in her heart from the nightmare that happened more than 10 years ago. If something bad happened again, she would probably break down. She looked at her watch. It was half an hour past the appointed time. She felt strange. Su Yuan had always been punctual when they went out on dates. She called him, but no one answered. About 5 minutes later, he called back. "Big brother, where are you? I've been waiting for you." Hello, this is the hospital." When Gao Zhuqing heard what the other party said, her face suddenly turned pale and she rushed out in panic. The hospital. Gao Zhuqing ran quickly and bumped into many people. "Crazy. Don't you look where you're going? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" The red light was on outside the emergency room. Gao Zhuqing paced around anxiously. When a nurse came out, he immediately grabbed her and asked, "How is he?" "His condition is serious. He has lost a lot of blood and is being resuscitated." "Why? Why did he get into a car accident all of a sudden?" There was a big stone pressing against his chest, squeezing all the air out of him. Gao Zhuqing was suffocating and could barely feel his own heartbeat. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "I'm not sure. We rushed over after receiving a call. He was hit by a car when he was crossing the road. It's very serious, and he almost died. His last call was to you, so we contacted you first. Are you his wife? Come over and do the paperwork first." Gao Zhuqing listened to the nurse's instructions in a daze. Once the paperwork was done, he continued to wait outside the emergency room. She kept begging for God's mercy to keep him out of danger. She was willing to trade her life for his. The red light dimmed. A few doctors walked out, all of them looking solemn. An ominous premonition enveloped Gao Zhuqing. She did not even dare to ask, as if she could escape the terrible reality by doing so. A chill seeped through her bones. She could not stop shivering, as if she was waiting for the judgment of the Grim Reaper. The patient is out of danger, but his brain has suffered a serious injury. So, whether he can wake up or not depends on his own willpower. Boom! Gao Zhuqing's eyes turned white. Her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. The doctor quickly held her. You mean," she spoke with difficulty. Her face was as pale as a sheet of blood. "He might become a vegetable." The doctor sighed and could not bear to say yes. "Maybe there will be a miracle." Miracle. There were not that many miracles in this world. This was almost equivalent to a death sentence. Gao Zhuqing did not know how to face this sudden disaster. Su Yuan lay quietly on the hospital bed. His face was full of injuries, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Looking at this scene, Gao Zhuqing choked with sobs at first, but in the end, she burst into tears. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. If he was not worried about her, he would not have asked her out, and the car accident would not have happened. If she did not accept his proposal, today would not have happened. In fact, if she had rejected him in the beginning, he would not have been transferred from Sea Sand City to Flowing Sand City, and he would still be fine now. It was all her fault. The one who deserved to die was her, but why was he the one who suffered from this disaster? Su Yuan, I'm sorry. She threw herself on him, sobbing in grief. I'm sorry. This is not real, right? This is just a prank, right? Get up. Tell me that all of this is fake. Get up, please. Get up. Su Yuan, I must be having a nightmare. It's so scary, I want to wake up. I'll be fine if I wake up. She slapped herself. Wake up. Wake up. Gao Zhuqing. This is a nightmare. Her face felt like it was on fire, but she was still in the ward. This was not a nightmare. Chills seeped in her frail body from every pore. When the police came in, they saw her standing there in a daze. Both sides of her cheeks were red and swollen. Miss Gao. Miss Gao? She looked at him with teary eyes. Her expression was lifeless, and there was no focus in her eyes. It was as if her soul had been sucked out, and he felt very uncomfortable looking at her. I'm Officer Zhang, the officer in charge of this traffic accident. I'd like to ask you, does young Master Su have any enemies? Or perhaps a business dispute? Enemies? Yes, we've seen the surveillance footage, and we suspect that this is not an accident. It's someone who wants to harm young Master Su. Gao Zhuqing's ears were buzzing as if he was struck by lightning. Someone? Yes. According to the surveillance footage, it's very likely that the driver who escaped is being pursued by us. You're his fiancée, so you should know if he has any enemies, right? What kind of true love is it if you can let go so easily? Anyway, I won't let you marry Su Yuan. Don't think that you can get rid of me just like that. How can I bear to do anything to you? But I can't guarantee the people around you. Gu Qinghan? Could it be him? Gao Zhuqing's hair stood on end. Miss Gao? Miss Gao? Did you think of someone? No. Gao Zhuqing clenched his fists and tried to stay calm. I've never asked about his business affairs, so I'm not sure. From what I know, he shouldn't have any enemies. Are you sure? Think about it carefully. My mind is in a mess now, and I can't answer your question. Can you leave first? Officer Zhang did not want to push her too hard, so he nodded. All right, if you think of anyone suspicious, please contact me. This is my name card. Officer Zhang left. Gao Zhuqing's eyes were filled with intense hatred. There was no light in the room, and it was dark. Outside the window, there was a storm, and the trees were swaying from side to side. Boom! Lightning split the night sky, and the entire room was illuminated in white. Gu Qinghan was sitting by the window drinking. When he turned back, Gao Zhuqing was standing at the door, dripping wet, and her hair was still dripping water. She stood there like a female ghost. His face was deathly pale, but his eyes were scarlet like they were filled with blood. He was stunned for a moment and stood up. Although her eyes were fierce, the wet look still made his heart ache, and he couldn't help but want to care about her. However, before he took a step, Gao Zhuqing rushed up and gave him a hard slap. Pah! A loud slap seemed to use up all her strength and hatred, and Gu Qinghan's face was slapped sideways. Gu Qinghan, you bastard! You deserve to die. Gao Zhuqing screamed at the top of her lungs as she clenched her fists and kept hitting his chest. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. His face was livid, and he grabbed both of her wrists, and his thick eyebrows frowned. You better explain me clearly. What was that slap about? You know very well what you've done. I shouldn't have slapped you. I should have killed you. Why was Su Yuan lying on the bed with injuries all over his body, and he was fine? He was the one who deserved to die. Chapter 421. You're still playing dumb. Su Yuan's car accident wasn't an accident. You arranged it. He had a car accident? You're still acting? Weren't you the one behind it? Gao Zhuqing felt a heart-wrenching pain. You said it yourself. You couldn't bear to do anything to me, but the people around me would be in danger. A few days later, Su Yuan had a car accident. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? I tried very hard to understand your hatred and to resolve it. I thought you still had a shred of humanity left. I was wrong. You're not even human. How could you have any humanity left? But I'm the one who hurt you. If you want to hurt Su Yuan, just come at me. Don't you know that he might never wake up again? You want to kill him, right? But you should be happier if he becomes a vegetable. That's even more cruel torture for him. You're so scary, really so scary. She had already determined that he was the one who did it. Then he should admit it, right? Anyway, in her heart, he was that kind of person. However, Gu Qinghan was still unwilling to give up. He held his breath and asked, if I said it wasn't me, would you believe me? Even now, you're still lying? A person like you, there's nothing you can't do. But that's a human life. How can you be so deranged? Sure enough, she didn't believe him. She didn't even ask and was certain. Even though he knew that this would be the result, Gu Qinghan still felt disappointed and heartbroken. Since she was so certain that he was such a cold-blooded and heartless devil, then he might as well let her hate him more thoroughly. A trace of sadness faded from the corner of his eyes. He grabbed her arm and pulled her in front of him. His ferocious face was pressed down. Under the pale white lightning, he looked even more eerie and terrifying. Since you already know, why ask me? You know very well what kind of person I am, don't you? You're my woman. He dared to snatch you, so he has to pay the price. Now that he's a vegetable, he asked for it. It's your fault. I warned you a long time ago, but you just had to provoke other men. Compared to taking revenge on you, wouldn't torturing him be more painful? I want to see you like this. I want to return the pain you brought me 1,000,000 times over. You're simply Even the most vile words were not enough to vent the hatred in Gao Zhuqing's heart at this moment. You are the one who deserves to die the most. Why don't you go and die? You're still alive. How could I bear to die? Her tone was full of sorrow, but it was as if there was a sharp blade in it, cruel to the extreme. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. Gao Zhuqing's chest was filled with the urge to perish together with him. Only when she died could he kill this demon and end all the disasters. But Su Yuan still needed her. You will get what you deserve. You will. She pushed him away and stumbled out of the room. Lin Xintian witnessed everything. When she walked into the room, she saw Gu Qinghan sitting on the floor, paralyzed. This stubborn and arrogant man's eyes were glistening with tears, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Her eyes were also wet and red. You didn't do it. Why did you admit it? If hating me can make her feel better, then let her hate me more thoroughly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a desolate smile. That's the only way to end everything. Su Yuan's parents, Li Xiangjuan, and Su Li rushed back to Flozan City from Sisan City to take care of Su Yuan together. It had been more than 2 weeks since the car accident, but Gao Zhuqing still did not want to believe that it was reality. Every day, she would fantasize that when she woke up, Su Yuan would still be fine. Sometimes, she would dream about some of the things that happened when she was with him. This man had given her so much care and warmth. When she woke up, the corner of her eyes would always be wet. Gao Zhuqing carefully took care of Su Yuan, helped him wipe his body every day, talked to him. A lively girl, now much quieter, also learned to take care of people. Zhuqing, you've been busy the whole morning. Go rest first. Su Li said with concern. I'll take care of him here. I'm not tired. This is what I should do. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have become like this. No one wants accidents to happen. It's not your fault. It's not easy for you to take care of him like this. Li Xiangjuan said, not wanting the old man to be worried. Su Yuan's parents hid the fact that the car accident was man-made. Gao Zhuqing also never mentioned that this matter was related to Gu Qinghan. If the police wanted to investigate, then Gu Qinghan would not be able to escape. If they couldn't find out, she also did not want to destroy the Gu family. Hiding the truth was very unfair to Su Yuan, so she felt even more guilty towards him. Every moment she was weighed down by the heavy shackles. She had no other wish now. Her only wish was for Su Yuan to recover as soon as possible. Li Xiangjuan was old. After staying in the hospital for a whole day, she was exhausted, so Su Li sent her back. In the evening, the light of the setting sun played a layer of faint golden light on Su Yuan's body. He seemed to be just sleeping, lying there quietly, as beautiful as a painting. It's been raining for so long. You haven't seen the sunset for a long time, right? She sat on the bed, talking to him. Do you remember you told me that you'll take me to see a sunrise? I'm always very lazy, can't get out of bed. But now, the sunset is the same, very beautiful. In the past, it was always you who revolved around me. Now it's my turn to revolve around you. Is it because of this that you don't want to wake up? Are you deliberately taking revenge on me? Aren't you afraid that if you don't wake up, I'll fall in love with someone else? Your attending doctor is quite handsome. He's my type. How about it? Do you feel a sense of crisis? If you do, then hurry up and wake up. Gao Zhuqing's eyes were wet, but she hurriedly wiped them away, unwilling to cry in front of him. She promised to be strong, said that she would only let him see her smile. We still have a lot of things to do. You promised to travel around the world. You promised to buy a villa by the sea. You promised to have 3 children. You've made so many promises, you must fulfill them. If you lie to me, I won't like you anymore. Hurry up and wake up. Everyone is waiting for you. Su Yuan. She kissed him lightly on the forehead. When she looked up, she felt a gaze on her. She looked over and saw Lin Xintian standing at the door. In the corridor of the hospital, Lin Xintian's face was pale, her face full of sadness, and her body was as thin as a piece of paper. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her down. Qinghan canceled our engagement. She opened her mouth, choking with sobs. Congratulations. Gao Zhuqing replied calmly. She did not even have the strength to feel sorry for herself, much less someone else. It's ironic, isn't it? You pestered him and did everything you could to ruin yourself. But in the end, you only touched yourself. He still doesn't want me. Feelings can't be forced. Do you know? I really hate you, and I'm very jealous of you. I always feel that I've done so many things for him, but he doesn't love me. You've done nothing for him, but he loves you with his life. This is not fair. Gao Zhuqing's lips twitched sarcastically. You should be glad that he doesn't love you. It's a disaster to be loved by him. He's a demon. You still don't understand him. Lin Xintian shook her head. She felt sad for Gu Qinghan because she felt that it was unfair. He had done so much for her, but in the end, she was a demon in his eyes. He's going to the United States. His flight is at 8 o'clock tonight, and he won't be coming back again. Absconding to avoid punishment, Gao Zhuqing snorted disdainfully. Su Yuan's car accident was not caused by him. You don't understand him at all. The one who doesn't understand him is you. Lin Xintian was a little agitated. Do you know who gave your mother her kidney? It's him. She froze for a moment and turned her head inch by inch. Her brows slowly knitted together. What did you say? That kidney was given to her by Qinghan. He didn't want you to feel that you owed him, so he arranged for that man to lie to you. In fact, the person who was lying in the operating room that day was him. He clearly hated your mother so much, but for you, he still donated his kidney to her. In the end, you're saying that he's a demon. Do you know how cruel you are? Didn't you ask me why his body became so weak? That's because he didn't have a good rest after the surgery. He made me swear not to tell you, but I really feel that it's unfair for him. I don't know what he did to you in the past, but no matter what he has done for you all these years is enough, right? Why are you so cold-hearted? We've investigated Su Yuan's car accident. It was indeed caused by someone, but it wasn't Qinghan. It was a business rival of his. His business failed and he lost all his fortune, so he hardened his heart to kill him. Gao Zhuqing's body was trembling. He could only hold on to the handrail to barely stand. No, it's impossible. He admitted it. He just wanted you to hate him, so that he could completely give up. He said he would not let Su Yuan off. But no matter how much he hated Su Yuan, he would not do anything to hurt you. He said so many times that he would deal with him. But ask yourself, did he really do that? In the end, he did it because he loved you. He hurt me, so I should hate him. But he did so much for you without any complaints or regrets. I can't bear to see it, so I came to tell you. Lin Xintian's emotions gradually calmed down. Actually, you love him too, don't you? Even if you don't admit it, you can't lie to your heart. If you don't love him, why would you hate him so much? Go get him back. There's no need. Gao Zhuqing sighed and smiled bitterly. Since I've chosen Su Yuan, I have to be with him. Even if it's not to atone for my sins, I can't let him down. I've agreed to his proposal, so he's my responsibility. But is this okay? You love Qinghan. Even if you're with him, Su Yuan won't be happy. I think what he wants most is to see you happy. Chapter 422. But have you ever considered his feelings? This time he left. He left carrying your hatred. His future life will not be easy. Do you have a heart to let him carry those sins that he did not commit and spend the rest of his life in pain? Even if you don't love him, at least let him know that you don't hate him anymore. You have already tortured him for more than 10 years. Don't torture him anymore. I can only say this much. I'm just a bystander. This is all I can do for him. The plane will take off in 2 hours. There's not much time to consider. After Lin Xintian finished speaking, she left. Gao Zhuqing returned to the ward, and as usual, repeated the things that she did to take care of Su Yuan. But her heart was in a mess, and she kept thinking about Gu Qinghan, thinking about all the things that he had done for her, thinking about the look of him enduring the pain. No, she couldn't selfishly let him continue to bear those. She couldn't just let him leave like this. At least, she had to let him know that she didn't hate him anymore. Hurriedly running out of the hospital, she flagged down a taxi to rush to the airport. Gao Zhuqing kept urging, "Master, can you please hurry up?" The red lights all the way. She was like an ant on a hot pan, suffering anxiously. Time passed by minute. An hour was longer than a century. The car had just stopped at the entrance of the airport, and Gao Zhuqing rushed out. The boarding gate was already closed, and she kept calling Gu Qinghan, but his phone was switched off. She stood in the huge airport hall, looking at the news of the plane taking off in despair, smiling bitterly. Perhaps God had always been playing with them. In the first-class cabin of the plane, Gu Qinghan sat there silently. The phone fell on the call button, but she couldn't muster up the courage to press the button. On the screen, there was a 16-year-old Gao Zhuqing, making a face at the camera and smiling brightly. "Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please switch off your phone or switch to airplane mode." The beautiful air stewardess gently reminded. Gu Qinghan switched off the phone, and her smile on the screen dimmed. "Goodbye, Zhuqing." 3 months later, after wiping Su Yuan's body, Gao Zhuqing rested for a while and took a small watering can to water the flowers on the balcony. There were many potted plants in the ward, and there were daffodils, fragrant peppermint, and jasmine on the balcony. They were stained with water droplets and glistened under the sunlight, full of vitality. His whole face was bathed in the sunlight, and the warmth spread to every part of his body. She turned around and smiled at Su Yuan. "Time flies. It will be June tomorrow. Do you smell the early summer? The weather these days is so good, so comfortable. All right, tomorrow is Children's Day. As an older child, what gift do you want? First of all, I'm taking care of you 24/7. I don't have much money, so I can't afford anything too expensive. Lollipops? Toys? Or a game disc? I heard from Grandma that you really like to play games, but others play League of Legends and Warcraft. Isn't it too childish for you to play Dungeon Fighter online? As expected of an older child. But it's still quite cute. This is our first Children's Day. If you wake up now, we might be celebrating Children's Day as a family of 3 on June 1st next year." She was used to talking to herself, so she didn't respond. However, she knew that he must have heard everything she said. She believed in it. She held his hand and placed it on her cheek, rubbing it gently. "Yuan, wake up, okay? Everyone is worried about you. I want you to laugh with me, play with me, make me happy, and be with you forever. Please wake up soon." His cheek was slightly itchy, and his hand seemed to be moving. Gao Zhuqing thought it was an illusion and froze, staring at his hand without blinking. His fingers trembled slightly. He really moved. She wasn't dreaming. In the ward. "Are you done cutting? Hurry up, I'm hungry." A certain young master, Su, was lying on the bed, playing on his phone while yelling. Gao Zhuqing was cutting the fruit platter in a flurry. All right, stop yelling. Are you a hungry ghost reincarnated? If you want to eat so badly, cut it yourself. Just shout, I'm coming." Su Yuan stared at the screen of his phone and opened his mouth. I've already cut it and put it in front of you. Do you still want me to feed you? I'm playing a game, and I'm about to pass." Su Yuan smiled cheekily. "I'm a patient." Gao Zhuqing used a toothpick to put a strawberry into his mouth. "Yes, you're a patient. Being retarded is also a kind of disease." She snatched his phone and stuffed the platter into his hand. "Eat it yourself. Can't you be more gentle to a patient? The doctor only said to stay in the hospital for observation. You've already recovered, okay? You're pretending to stay in the hospital and refuse to leave just to torment me." "Yes. How do you know I want to torment you?" He kissed her on the cheek. "I want to torment you in bed." "Pervert." Gao Zhuqing threw a pillow at her. Okay, I was wrong. Honey, please spare me." Su Yuan held her in his arms as if she was a precious doll. "Honey, yes. Honey, what? Let's get married as soon as I get out of the hospital." Gao Zhuqing was stunned. "So soon?" "Not soon. If it weren't for my car accident, we would have gotten married a few months ago. Are you going back on your word? You like that attending doctor, right?" Su Yuan purposely pulled a long face, looking jealous. That's right. He's a doctor. He saves the dying and helps the injured. He's so great. Your life was saved by him. I have to repay him with my body. But this is his job, and he gets paid, okay? How can he be so great? Besides, he's not as handsome as me." Su Yuan joked for a while and became serious again. I'll remember everything you've done for me and everything you've said to me in the past few months. You've worked hard, and I swear I'll repay you with my life. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Marry me, okay? This moment had to come. Gao Zhuqing didn't know why she was still hesitating. Wasn't her heart already very firm? Su Yuan was the man she wanted to be with for the rest of her life. She couldn't refuse his sincere gaze, so she nodded. Okay, let's get married. At the wedding reception company, the beautiful female staff handed a form to Gao Zhuqing. This is the procedure of the wedding. Please have a look. Young Master Su is really considerate. He looked through the procedure a few days in advance and removed some things you might not like. Also, the venue of the wedding, and even the flowers were chosen by him. You're so lucky. Gao Zhuqing looked through it. It was really in line with her preferences. It was rare for him to praise her. Good girl, I didn't dote on you for nothing. With your words, it's worth it for me to stay up for the past few days. Looking at the loyal Su Yuan, the female staff was extremely envious. The most famous playboy in Quicksand City was actually tamed by a woman. It was simply amazing. The TV was playing the financial news, and it was a live broadcast of the signing of the American Securities Company. When Gao Zhuqing heard the name Gu Qinghan, she turned her head to look. On the screen, Gu Qinghan was wearing a black suit. Like an emperor, his eyebrows cold and aloof. Even though he was just standing there, he still gave people a feeling of looking up to him. A few of the staff were infatuated. Wow, that's Gu Qinghan. So young and handsome. The key is that he's super capable. There are thousands of securities companies around the world that he opened. He looks exactly like a character from a CEO novel. So charming, so cool. I really don't know what kind of woman would be worthy of him. Haha, we can only fantasize about it. Such a perfect man. He must have a boyfriend. In 4 months, this was the first time Gao Zhuqing had seen news of him. Her heart felt like it had been bitten, and it was dull and painful. She had always wanted to forget him, but he had never disappeared from her heart for a moment. She had many, many nightmares, and the dreams were all about him. She would really suffocate in her dreams. The pain in her eyes also made Su Yuan feel sad. It was like spinning silk from a cocoon. He wanted her to see only him, and he wanted to be the only one for her. However, he could not do it. Even if she was by his side, he could not control her heart. The person she truly loved was not him. He could not lie to himself. Gao Zhuqing forced himself to look away and squeezed out a smile. Let's go. For the next few days, the two were busy preparing for the wedding banquet. When they returned home, it was already very late. The sports car parked in front of the villa. Gao Zhuqing's back was aching. So many places today, I'm exhausted. Aren't you tired? This is a sweet burden, not tired. You're so mushy. I'll go up first, drive carefully. Su Yuan pointed to his face. Good night, kiss. Gao Zhuqing could not do anything about him, so she could only lean over. But before she could kiss his face, he suddenly turned around and his lips landed on hers. Bastard, you sneak attacked me. He grabbed her arm and pressed her back into the passenger seat. At such a close distance, his gaze seemed to be burning with a blazing flame. It was a look that Gao Zhuqing had never seen before. It was very complicated, intertwined with all kinds of emotions, and she became nervous. You, what's wrong with you? She curled her body. Su Yuan did not say anything. He stared at her lips and kissed her. No. Gao Zhuqing hurriedly turned her face to the side. For a long time, he did not do anything. She shivered and looked up. He was still looking at her, but there was a trace of hurt in his gaze, which pierced her heart. I'm sorry, Su Yuan. They were going to get married. How could she be so panicked to avoid his kiss? But it was an instinctive reaction that she could not control. Go back and rest early. He smiled and sat back. Su Yuan, listen to my explanation. It's okay, I understand. We still have to try on the wedding dress tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up at 10. Gao Zhuqing did not know what to say. No matter how she explained, he would only think that she was just pitying him. Words were useless. She silently got out of the car and watched him leave. The city was filled with the smell of early summer. The weather was getting hot, and the wedding dress shop turned on the air conditioning, so the temperature was very comfortable. Chapter 423. The person in the mirror was wearing a white fishtail wedding dress. Her figure was slender. The wedding dress was a simple and elegant style, without any overly fancy accessories. The several meters long veil was spread on the ground, forming a perfect arc. Her long black hair was scattered on both sides of her cheeks, fresh and refined. This face was beautiful and moving, making people want to kiss it. However, in those black eyes, there was no joy of marriage. Faint, a little glassy, seemed to reveal a shallow sadness. Every girl had fantasized about the moment when they would wear a wedding dress and marry a prince. Gao Zhuqing had also fantasized about it countless times, but at this moment, her mood was unusually calm. It was as if she was just fulfilling her obligation, and she didn't feel joy. "Mrs. Su, you look so beautiful in this wedding dress." "Thank you." In the mirror, another tall figure appeared. "Gu Qinghan?" Gao Zhuqing hurriedly turned around, but the face became clear. It was not him. The surprised smile froze on her lips. "Very beautiful, my little princess." Su Yuan came over. He had changed into a tuxedo. He was handsome and noble, with a beauty that made women crazy. "Thank you." Gao Zhuqing suddenly didn't know how to face him. Su Yuan handed the phone to the shop assistant. "Please take a few photos for us." "Okay. Stand closer and be more intimate. You can hug each other." Mrs. Su smiled sweeter. Gao Zhuqing tried very hard to smile, but she could imagine that the smile must be very stiff. Su Yuan looked through the photos and said to himself in his heart, "Enough. This is enough. Aren't we going to take wedding photos in 2 days? Isn't it more professional to let the photographer take it? I haven't finished losing weight yet. You're already very beautiful. If you lose any more weight, how will the other brides live?" Su Yuan handed her an envelope. "Wedding gift." You want a gift?" "I haven't prepared anything." "It's so light. What is it?" "Could be a house deed or something like that." "Bank card?" She opened it. It was a ticket to the United States tomorrow. "Have you prepared the honeymoon tickets?" "Only one." "Where's yours?" "Cancel the wedding." "Are you kidding me? My wedding dress isn't ugly enough for you to cancel the wedding, right? Is it that ugly?" "No, it's beautiful. However, the person in your heart is not me." Gao Zhuqing was unable to accept what he had just said. What's wrong with you? Is it because I rejected your kiss last night?" "I can explain. There's no need to find excuses. The reason is that you love Gu Qinghan." Gao Zhuqing wanted to refute that she didn't love him, but she couldn't say a word. "Actually, from the moment you agreed to marry me, I had this surreal feeling. I thought it would fade away, but the closer we got to the wedding, the stronger the feeling became. You don't love me. You're just grateful to me. That's not what I want." But feelings can be cultivated. Gao Zhuqing tried to fight for it. "I'm very happy with you, really. I believe I can fall in love with you. Don't lie to yourself and don't lie to me. If you don't love, then you don't love. If you can force it, then it's not true love. It's not fair to me, isn't it? These wedding photos are enough. My love for you wasn't in vain." "Su Yuan." Gao Zhuqing's eyes turned red. "I'm sorry. Don't blame yourself. You took care of me for 3 months when I was in a coma. You don't owe me anything anymore. On the contrary, I'm very grateful for everything you've done for me. You're a good girl, and you deserve to be with someone you truly love. And I think I'll meet another girl who deserves my love." He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. "The three of us have taken a lot of detours, but no matter how we go, we'll always be together when we're meant to be together. You and Gu Qinghan are fated. No one and nothing can tear you apart. Go find your happiness. I'll give you my blessings." 10 o'clock in the morning. Hailong Securities in the U.S. Gao Zhuqing took the elevator to the top floor and found the secretary. She had dressed up meticulously. Her little heart was pounding with nervousness and anticipation. "Hello, I'm looking for President Gu." The secretary was a Chinese woman. Because she was busy, she was very impatient when she saw Gao Zhuqing's ordinary clothes. "Do you have an appointment?" "No. She wanted to surprise Gu Qinghan, so she didn't call in advance. If you don't have an appointment, you won't be able to see the president. I'm his family. Tell him that my name is Gao Zhuqing. He'll definitely see me. There are so many people who want to see the president every day. If I let everyone who pretends to be his family in, I would have been fired long ago. Anyway, if you don't have an appointment, you can't see the president. Just help me inform him. He'll definitely see me. No, the president is in a meeting. He's very busy all day. He doesn't have time to see you. Then I'll wait for him here. It's too much space for you to wait here. Hurry up, or I'll call the security. Gao Zhuqing had no choice but to go downstairs. After waiting in the lobby for a while, she was hungry, so she went to the restaurant across the street for dinner. Sitting by the window, she looked at the Hailong building and flipped through a magazine. She waited until 6 o'clock in the evening. When she was about to go to Hailong again, a tall figure walked out of the entrance of the building. He had sharp features, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and a picturesque face. Gao Zhuqing's heart tightened violently. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. She was about to get up and look for him. An innocent woman followed him out. She was in her early 20s and wore a white dress. She looked like a beauty from a Korean drama. Her features were delicate. She stood beside him like a little bird. He said something to her, and she nodded meekly. The driver opened the door, and they got into the car. Gao Zhuqing looked at this scene in a daze. Who was she? Did he have a girlfriend? They looked so compatible. That girl was innocent and obedient. She should be the kind of woman he needed, right? Her heart seemed to be grasped by a hand. The grip was getting tighter and tighter. Gao Zhuqing felt that she was suffocating. She had fantasized about reuniting with Gu Qinghan many times, but she had never thought that there would be another woman by his side. Miss, are you okay? Seeing her standing there with a pale face, the waiter asked worriedly. She was touching up her makeup just now and had the sweet smile of a girl in love. What did she see? Why did she suddenly become like this? I'm okay. Gao Zhuqing paid the waiter and left. She returned to the hotel in a daze and threw herself on the bed. She closed her eyes and replayed the scene in front of her again and again. She tried to hypnotize herself that they were just ordinary business partners or friends. However, the way he looked at her was very gentle, and the girl smiled sweetly at him. They were like a pair of lovers. The ringtone of the phone interrupted Gao Zhuqing's thoughts. She didn't pick up the first call and only picked up the second one. Hello. She groaned weakly. The feeling now was no different from death. Why didn't you pick up the phone just now? Did I disturb you? Su Yuan's voice was very light. No. Did you see him? Yes. How is it? He must be happy to know that you left me to look for him, right? Gao Zhuqing turned over and did not speak. This small detail was quickly noticed by the waiter and immediately asked, What's wrong? He has a girlfriend. I waited for him downstairs at his company for a day and saw him walking out with a strange girl. She was very young and beautiful, much prettier than me. A man and a woman walking together is a couple? Isn't your thinking too narrow? Maybe they're just friends. I hope so too, but a woman's sixth sense tells me that they are lovers. Are you a woman? You are a man and have a sixth sense? I think you are too nervous and let your imagination run wild, scaring yourself. I'm not. They are really together, believe me. What's the point of guessing? If you really want to know, why don't you ask him directly? I never thought that there would be another girl by his side. At that time, I was stunned and watched him leave. I didn't dare to ask. Maybe I'm just afraid to know the answer. The more Gao Zhuqing said, the more depressed he became. Listen to me. If Gu Qinghan could casually be with another woman, he would not have loved you for more than 10 years. His feelings for you, do you still not understand? How could he suddenly fall in love with another person? It is not sudden. It has already been 4 months. Who knows what happened to him in the past 4 months? 4 months can change a lot of things. Gao Zhuqing sighed. When he left, he had already given up on me, right? Maybe at that time, he had already opened his heart to accept another woman. He has probably forgotten about me. Even if it is, you have to hear his answer personally, isn't it? You crossed half the world to find him. Don't tell me you just gave up like this. Zhu Qing, this is not you. If you don't ask him for an answer, you will keep on guessing until you drive yourself crazy. Go find him and ask clearly. Even if the result will be hurt, it is better than being sloppy. And that's right. If she kept on guessing, she would drive herself crazy. She would rather be hurt than to keep on guessing like this. Moreover, if they were really just friends, then wouldn't she be giving up her own happiness? She cannot be an ostrich when it comes to her marriage. Her heart, gradually becoming firm, Gao Zhuqing nodded. I understand what to do. The next day, when Gu Qinghan left the company, he saw Gao Zhuqing standing there, waiting for him. He stopped in his tracks, thinking that he was dreaming. But she was really standing there, smiling at him. At that moment, all kinds of complicated emotions welled up in his heart. Gu Qinghan was completely stunned. He actually had times where he was a loss. Hi, long time no see. Gao Zhuqing tried to speak in the lightest tone. His gaze seemed calm, but she clearly saw a flash of surprise in his eyes. This meant he still cared about her, right? Why are you here? Gu Qinghan's body slightly trembled because of excitement, but he clenched his fists, restraining his emotions, trying hard not to reveal a trace of surprise. I came to find you. Are you free? My apartment is nearby. Do you want to go? All right. Chapter 424. The apartment was located in the center of New York. Looking out from the French windows, New York was shockingly prosperous. However, Gao Zhuqing was not in the mood to appreciate it now. She sat on the sofa with her palms between her legs. She had turned on the air conditioner, but she still felt hot. Her palms were sweaty and soon became wet. Gu Qinghan poured her a cup of coffee. Thank you. He took off his suit and wore a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He looked handsome and gentle. Gao Zhuqing remembered that she used to like to see him dressed like this. He had the charm of a mature man and looked young and handsome. He was a man with a halo at the tip of his eyebrows. God, she really missed him so much. In an instant, it seemed that she had returned to the time when she was 16 years old. Facing the man she had a crush on, she was so nervous that she felt suffocated. Isn't it your wedding day today? I heard my dad mention it. Gu Qinghan tried to speak in the most casual tone, not wanting her to know that he had been paying attention to her. The wedding was canceled, don't you know? His hand shook and the coffee almost spilled from the cup. This time, the surprise on his face was undisguised. He was so surprised that he forgot to hide it. Why? Because I don't love him. A marriage without love will not be happy. It's not fair to him. Gu Qinghan had mixed feelings for a moment. He didn't dare to think about whether she canceled the wedding for him. He had been desperate too many times, and now he didn't dare to have any hope. As long as you are happy. In the end, he could only say such a pale sentence. Gao Zhuqing was a little disappointed and forced a smile. Thank you. Silence. Neither of them knew what to say. Gao Zhuqing forced herself to pluck up her courage and looked into his eyes. Yesterday, I saw you walking out with a girl. Is she your girlfriend? She held her breath and didn't dare to imagine what kind of reaction she would have. No, please, say no. She repeated in her heart over and over again. However, the result disappointed her. Yes, as if being sentenced by the god of death. Gao Zhuqing's heart stopped beating for a moment. Yes, she had clearly felt it, hadn't she? Why was there still hope? A woman's sixth sense could sometimes be a cruel thing. However, the scariest thing was still deceiving oneself and others. Even though he knew this was the case, he still wanted to get to the bottom of it. She didn't know what she had to do to force out a smile. She's very pretty. She's very pure and docile. She suits you very well. He needed a girl like that to give him love, warmth, and happiness. She had only brought harm to him. Some things, once missed, would be missed. When she wanted to redeem herself, it was already too late. When are you getting married? She asked with a smile, but she could imagine how she must look like she was about to cry right now. Almost there. Then you must call me. I will prepare a big red envelope for you. It's getting late. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I'll leave first. She rose in a panic and turned her back on him. She was thinking of rushing out of the door, but her steps faltered involuntarily. She stood there, her head bowed, her fists clenched tightly. No, she couldn't give up just like that. Even if she already knew the outcome, she still wanted to let him know her feelings. If she set out, even if she would get hurt, at least she wouldn't regret it for the rest of her life. Gu Qinghan also stood up and looked at her silently. Only when her back was facing him did he dare to show his heartache in his eyes. Outside the window was the bustling night view, but in the living room, time seemed to have stopped. Gao Zhuqing's back was facing Gu Qinghan, and his back looked so lonely and powerless. The two of them were only separated by a meter, but it seemed like an insurmountable gap. Because of you, after a long time, she finally spoke. It's because of you that I can't marry Su Yuan. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, but every word hit hard on Gu Qinghan's heart. It tightened and squeezed out all the air in his body. You already have a girlfriend. I should give up and give you my blessings. I also know that confessing my feelings to you now is a very despicable thing to do. But I still want you to know that I love you. In fact, I've already fallen in love with you a long time ago. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't hate you so much. The reason why I'm in so much pain is because I don't want to admit that I've fallen in love with you. When she turned around, her face was already covered in tears. Every tear was like a knife cutting into Gu Qinghan's heart. I'm terrible, right? But I didn't fall in love with you just now. I didn't want to get you back when I lost you. I came for you. At that time, I didn't even think that you already had another her. I thought of burying this relationship forever and not letting you know, but I was afraid that I would regret it for the rest of my life. Even if you don't love me anymore, even if you already have someone else, I still want you to know my feelings. Gu Qinghan, I really love you. Her confession gave him a strong shock. Gu Qinghan looked at her in disbelief. He had never been so shocked in his life. When he was in despair, she told him that he loved her. Was this true, or was it just a dream? In just a few seconds, he thought a lot. He really wanted to rush over and hold her in his arms, kissing her fiercely, kissing her until both of them were suffocating. But in the end, his answer was, I'm sorry. It was just 3 words, but it gave Gao Zhuqing a fatal blow. Her body swayed slightly. It turned out that the feeling of losing someone completely was so painful. It was as if someone had forcibly removed a rib from the body. But she deserved it. She had made him suffer countless times, and now it was her turn to suffer. You don't love me anymore, do you? She choked. I still love you, but I don't want to love you anymore. It was you who let me know what it feels like to love someone intensely. I can never forget it. But when we were together, there was only hurt. That was in the past. It's different now. We can start again. She still wanted to fight for it. Even if we start again, the memories will still be there, and it will still be a barrier between us. I'm really tired of loving you. I just want to live a relaxed life. I've already lost the ability to love you deeply. Now, for me, a simple and warm relationship is what I want. Tears flowed down like a broken string of pearls. Gao Zhuqing was in heart-wrenching pain. That kind of feeling only she can give you, right? Are you happy with her? I don't know what happiness is, but she makes me feel very at ease. Maybe, right now, what I need the most is that. You're right. She's the woman who truly suits me. If I marry her, I won't be troubled by the past, and it will be much easier. I'm really tired. I think you are too. Gao Zhuqing suddenly felt that she was ridiculous to the extreme. He already had another woman, yet she was still fighting for him. Why did she have to do this? God played a cruel, cruel joke on her. When she finally summoned up the courage to love, she had lost that feeling forever. Wiping away her tears, she forced herself to be strong. She didn't want to be even more humble in front of him. Even if her heart was bleeding, she still had to smile brightly. Okay, I understand. Actually, I already knew the result, and I didn't have any hope. I just felt that if I didn't say my feelings out, it would be regretful. Really, I didn't expect anything. Since you want to be with her, then cherish her. I wish you both happiness forever. Zhuqing, he took a step forward. You don't need to send me off. I can walk by myself. Afraid that he would catch up, she dashed out of the door and cried in the elevator. Crying and rushing out of the building, several bolts of lightning cut through the night sky, and there was a torrential rain. She stood where she was, letting the raindrops lash her body like a whip. Was God pitying her, crying for her? No, it must be laughing at her. Rain, rain, rain a bit more, and let her completely wake up. Come back with me. A hand grabbed her wrist. Gu Qinghan stood behind her without an umbrella. The heavy rain instantly soaked his white shirt. I don't want it. She pushed with her hand. I just want to get wet in the rain. Don't worry about me. I'm worried about you. I don't want you to worry. Since you don't love me, don't be nice to me anymore, okay? I'm afraid that I won't give up. I don't want to make myself more miserable. The rain is very heavy. Follow me upstairs first. You already have a girlfriend. She will misunderstand. Think about it yourself. I want to calm down. Gu Qinghan didn't force her and just said, if you want to get wet in the rain, I'll accompany you. Gao Zhuqing already couldn't tell if it was rain or tears on his face. Why did he chase her out? Him like this would only make her more reluctant. Since there was already someone else by her side, couldn't he be more cruel to her? The two of them were drenched in the heavy rain. Gao Zhuqing kept urging Gu Qinghan to go back, but he still silently accompanied her, so she could only follow him upstairs. The apartment was air-conditioned. Gao Zhuqing was soaked. As soon as she entered, she sneezed and shivered from the cold. Go take a shower first. Gu Qinghan handed her his clothes. She came out of the shower wearing his shirt, which only covered the middle of her thighs. She felt very uncomfortable, so she sat on the sofa and didn't dare to move. Gu Qinghan took a blanket to cover her legs, and she felt a little more natural. He handed her a glass of warm milk. Thank you. After changing into clean clothes, Gao Zhuqing felt much more comfortable, and she was not cold at all. She covered the warm milk, but sweated a little. Go to your work. I'll leave when the rain stops. It seems that the rain won't stop tonight. You can stay here for the night. That's not good, is it? If your girlfriend knows. You're my sister. She felt as if her heart was stabbed by a needle, and she muttered softly in pain. You said before that you're not my brother. What did you say? Nothing. I just came here and haven't eaten yet. Are you hungry? Gao Zhuqing touched her stomach. She hadn't eaten much since yesterday. Her stomach was empty, and she was so hungry that she wanted to throw up. I can't deliver takeout in this weather. Can I cook noodles for you? Can you cook? It tastes okay. Chapter 425. Gu Qinghan entered the kitchen. Listening to the orderly bustle inside, Gao Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. She walked to the kitchen door and saw Gu Qinghan wearing an apron. He was not wearing his glasses and had just taken a shower. His hair was soft on his forehead, clean and fresh. When she was sick, Su Yuan also cooked for her. But at that time, she only felt touched. It was completely different from looking at Gu Qinghan's back view now. The man who cooked for her was the man she loved. She really hoped that they could be like this for the rest of their lives. He could teach her how to cook, or the two of them could cook together. The thought of it was so heartwarming. Imagining such a scene, Gao Zhuqing's heart became incomparably soft. A sweet feeling seeped out from her heart. But when she slowly returned from the fantasy to reality, she felt even more intense disappointment. The happiness that was once at her fingertips had now become a dream that could never be realized. But she did not even have the time to regret it. If she had not gone around in circles for so long, she would not have known that she loved him so deeply. Between them, it was a process of love and hate. After going through twists and turns, there was such a deep relationship. It was a pity that the final result was destined to be missed. They were not fated to be together. She thought it was just plain noodles that could fill her stomach, but it turned out to be very rich seafood noodles. There were prawns, meatballs, and scallops. Gao Zhuqing's eyes widened. She took a bite and was so touched that she almost shed tears. It's so delicious. I didn't expect you to cook noodles. When I first came to the United States, I was not used to the food there. Every day after work, I would cook a bowl of noodles to eat and then continue to work overtime at home. I may not be good at cooking, but I am good at cooking noodles. It's so delicious that I want to eat my own tongue. Gao Zhuqing ate very quickly. Slow down. No one is fighting with you. I'm hungry, she mumbled vaguely. A bowl of noodles filled the emptiness in her stomach, and the feeling of heartbreak just now also healed a little. She optimistically thought that even if they could not become lovers, at least they would be family. He would always be her big brother, and that was enough. Gu Qinghan ate very slowly. Gao Zhuqing enjoyed watching him eat. Actually, when he didn't use those perverted methods to deal with her, he was really a very perfect and outstanding man. His entire person would shine with a halo. When he was gentle, he was also very gentle. She couldn't help but envy that girl. I have something to tell you. Gao Zhuqing put down his chopsticks. I want to say sorry and thank you. When Su Yuan got into a car accident, I was too panicked and couldn't think at all. Coupled with your previous warning, the timing was too consistent. So I thought it was you who did it. I'm sorry for what I said to you. Gu Qinghan shook his head. At that time, he felt that it was better that way. Her hatred made him completely give up on her, and he decided to let go. Otherwise, if they continued to pester each other, it would only cause both of them more pain, and they would never be able to sit here peacefully like now, cooking noodles for her. Also, thank you for donating your kidney to my mom. Thank you. Gu Qinghan was surprised that she knew. On the day you left, Lin Xintian came to the hospital to look for me and told me about this. I went to the airport, but the plane had already taken off. She came to the airport to look for him. Gu Qinghan was shocked. At that time, Su Yuan had not woken up yet, and I didn't know when he would wake up. I just wanted to tell you that I don't hate you anymore, and I don't want you to leave with hatred. It's enough with your words. His lips revealed a relieved smile, and he felt blissful. He didn't want to think that if she had chased after him that day, the situation would have been different. There was naturally a reason for God's arrangements. In the past 4 months, because they were separated from each other, they had matured a lot and thought through a lot of things. This was good. Gu Qinghan, thank you so much for doing so many things for me. That kind of gratitude was something Gao Zhuqing couldn't use words to describe. If there's anything I can do for you, please tell me. Your happiness is my greatest wish. Why did he say such words to her so gently and affectionately? Gao Zhuqing was really afraid that she would fall into his trap again. Afraid that she would fall into it, she avoided his gaze. Yes, I will be happy, and you must be happy too. I've finally made things clear. Phew, I feel so much more relaxed. This trip was not in vain, and I can return home with peace of mind. When are you going back? Tomorrow. Why so soon? Why not stay for 2 more days? There's no point for me to stay here. I can accompany you. I want to introduce you to her. This was the only excuse Gu Qinghan could find to keep her. Gao Zhuqing couldn't tell what she was thinking in her heart. She was afraid to see them happy, but she was eager to know what kind of woman he had chosen, whether she was really that good, and whether she could give him happiness. Her heart was very conflicted. It's not good to disturb the two of you, is it? I want to introduce you to each other. Oh, I don't mind. If you don't think I'm too bright, I don't have a problem. That night, Gao Zhuqing spent the night in the bedroom. This time, she slept very well. When she woke up the next day, Gu Qinghan had already prepared breakfast and clothes for her. Everything seemed to be very natural. At noon, the 3 of them ate together in the dining room, and Gao Zhuqing saw the beautiful woman who was very Korean that day again. Gu Qinghan sat with her, and Gao Zhuqing sat opposite them. She had rehearsed this kind of scene in her mind countless times in the morning. However, when it really came to this moment, her heart was very calm, just a kind of feeling that she had already accepted her fate, so there was no ripple. Hello, I'm Siki. When she smiled, there were 2 dimples, shallow and sweet smile. The girl with fair skin, delicate and pretty, and her facial features were exquisite as if drawn by a brush. Every frown and every smile, gentle and sweet. Hello. Gao Zhuqing didn't know what kind of mentality to use to face this scene. This feeling was completely different from before. She knew that Gu Qinghan didn't love Lin Xintian, but he should like Siki. He reluctantly, once before if he didn't love, he would not make the promise of marriage. Can I call you Zhu Qing? You know me? Of course, you're a brother and sister. Brother Gu always mentions you to me, so I know a lot about you. So that's how it is. Gao Zhuqing tried to make his expression look natural, even though his palms had begun to sweat, and he couldn't sit still. I've always wanted to see you, and I thought I would have to wait until I returned, but I didn't expect you to come first. Well, I came to see you, and I'll leave tomorrow. It's not easy for you to come here, so stay for a while. It just so happens that I don't have to perform recently, so I can accompany you around. Siki suggested enthusiastically, with such a sweet little face, even if the words of refusal were already at the tip of his mouth. Gao Zhuqing still couldn't say it. Siki was really the kind of person who made people feel that the world was very beautiful at first sight, as if all the kindness in the world was condensed on her. She was really like an angel. By the way, our dance troupe rehearses this afternoon. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit. Dance troupe? Yes. I'm from the Royal Ballet of the United States. Ballet dancer, and a Royal Ballet dancer. No wonder her temperament was so good. She was the white swan of Swan Lake. The gap between the two suddenly widened, and Gao Zhuqing felt very inferior. She had always lived a carefree life, thinking that she was not bad, at least above the average person. However, compared with her, it was simply the difference between clouds and mud. She couldn't even compare with one of her fingers. So why should she overestimate herself and fight for Gu Qinghan? Siki was too beautiful. So beautiful that Gao Zhuqing couldn't be jealous even if he wanted to. He just felt envious and felt that she deserved the best in the world. The dishes were served, and Siki reminded him considerately. Your stomach is not good, so you can't eat spicy food. The doctor told me. I'll exchange with you. Okay? Yes. Gao Zhuqing lowered his head. Siki was kind, beautiful, and so careful. If he was careless, he would definitely not notice this. He felt more and more that Gu Qinghan was really right to choose Siki. It was probably because he had been entangled with her for more than 10 years and suffered a lot. So God sent an angel to him to make up for him. Even if that person was not her, as long as he was happy, Gao Zhuqing would also feel very happy. After lunch, Gu Qinghan returned to the company. It was hard to refuse his kindness, so Gao Zhuqing had to go to see Siki rehearsing. In the ballet troupe, all of them were top-notch beauties, and Siki was the only Asian face among them, which was very eye-catching. She danced with a melodious music like a proud white swan. Not to mention men, Gao Zhuqing felt that he was going to fall in love with her. He was intoxicated in her graceful dance for a long time, unable to extricate himself. After rehearsing, the two sat aside to rest, and Gao Zhuqing asked, "By the way, how did you and my brother know each other?" Siki took a sip of water and smiled. "Speaking of which, I can be regarded as his savior. Late that night, when I came home, I saw a few strong men beating a man and immediately went to find the police, but unfortunately, it was still a step late, and he was shot twice." Shot. Gao Zhuqing's eyes widened. He had never mentioned it. Yes, it was raining heavily that day. He had a high fever, and his body was covered with blood. Even the doctor said that if the bullet had been a little more off, he would not have survived. His health was very poor, and it took 3 months to slowly recover. You can't imagine how thin he was that night, like a skeleton. Thinking about it now, Siki still felt scared and shook her head. I really don't know what happened to him before to become like that. Gao Zhuqing was full of guilt. It was all because of her. All his disasters were caused by her. Because of her, he lost a kidney. It was also because of her that he became so thin, and he was attacked in the United States, and he almost lost his life. But don't worry too much. He has recovered now. Siki patted her shoulder and comforted her. Brother Gu probably doesn't want me to mention this to you, so just pretend that you haven't heard it, okay? Chapter 426. After dinner, Gao Zhuqing declined Siki's invitation to go shopping and went back to the hotel. Downstairs, she met Gu Qinghan. Thinking of the 2 bullet wounds on his body, Gao Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Gu Qinghan was leaning against the wall, smoking. He stepped on the cigarette butt and walked over. "You're back." He slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke from his nose, blurring his face. "Yes. Where did you go in the afternoon?" "Siki took me to visit her rehearsal. Then we had a meal together, and I came back." "What about you? Have you eaten?" Gu Qinghan nodded. "You're not lying to me, are you?" "She said that you're not in good health, so you must eat carefully, understand?" "I will." "Why did you come to see me? When will you go back?" "Tomorrow. I've been idle for more than half a year, so I have to go back to find job." Gao Zhuqing tried to make her smile more natural. Her mind was full of the fact that he had been shot, but she couldn't ask, so her mood was very complicated. "Can't you stay for a few more days? I've seen you and said everything I needed to say. I also see that you're very happy now. That's enough. There's no need to stay." She said that it was not necessary, but he wanted her to stay by his side, even for one more day. These words were on the tip of Gu Qinghan's tongue, but he couldn't say them. He had thought that they would never see each other again in this life. However, she suddenly appeared and told him that she loved him, which completely disturbed his heart. He couldn't control himself. As soon as he saw her, his brain was on the verge of losing control. Although he knew that it was wrong to do so, Gao Zhuqing also couldn't control herself. She couldn't bear to look at him anymore. However, she could only force herself to look away. "It's getting late. I'll go up first. Good night." Her hand was caught by him. A few seconds later, she was in his arms. He hugged her so tightly that Gao Zhuqing almost suffocated. However, only now did she realize how much she missed his embrace. His aura melted away all her strength to struggle. She wished that this moment was the end of the world. At least, he was still by her side. She didn't have to think about anything, and she didn't have to worry about anything. How she longed to have him selfishly a little longer, a little longer. However, he couldn't. "Don't be like this, okay?" She forced herself to speak, a muffled sound that came from between his shoulder blades. Gu Qinghan didn't want to let go. He knew it was wrong, but he didn't want to let go of her. "Don't be like this. I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave you. You already have Si Chi. She's good, really good, just like an angel. You're right. She's the one who's right for you. I don't have the right to fight with her. We can't do this. It's not fair to her. I don't want to do anything wrong to her. I don't want to let anyone down anymore." Her voice was choked with sobs. "If you hug me like this, I won't be able to leave you. I won't be able to leave you, but I can't be a third party between you two. Don't force me to be the person I hate the most." Gao Zhuqing closed his eyes and used all his strength to push her away. He was pushed back a few steps by her. He wanted to hug her again, but he couldn't do it. His body had lost all its strength. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She was crying, but she smiled. "This is good. I'm relieved to see you happy. Si Chi is a good girl who deserves to be loved. You should cherish her. You don't have to worry about me. You know me. I've been alone for so many years. I'll take good care of myself. The pain now will be erased by time one day, right?" This was the most painful moment for Gao Zhuqing, but it was also the happiest moment for her, because she could finally free herself from this relationship. She could finally set herself free. She still loved this man, but that would be in the past. If there was no result, then she might as well let go. At least she had it before. Gu Qinghan, goodbye. In the middle of the night, Si Chi found Gu Qinghan at the bar. Seeing the few empty bottles on the bar, she was frightened and hurriedly snatched the bottle from his hand. "Brother Gu, stop drinking. Let me go. If you keep drinking, something will happen." Si Chi directly threw the bottle away. "You know your body isn't good. Why do you still torture yourself like this? Other than drinking, I don't know what else to do." Gu Qinghan smiled bitterly. When he was sober, he kept thinking about her, so he wanted to numb himself with alcohol. However, the more he drank, the more sober he became, and the more her figure lingered in his mind. She said goodbye to him, but he pushed her away. Was the so-called right decision always so painful? If it was, he wished he could go crazy for once, disregard everything, and be wrong to the end. Is it because of Zhuqing? You're not brother and sister. You love her, right? That night when you were attacked, it was because you kept holding onto that wallet that they opened fire. What you care about isn't the money, but the photo of you and Zhu inside, right? To be able to make you care so much, it must be someone you really love. Since it's like this, why did you lie to her and say I'm your girlfriend? While I looked at her eyes, it was really very sad. She must also love you very much. I don't know what happened between you two in the past, but two people who clearly love each other, why don't you be together, but torture each other? My fiancé passed away, and this is the pain of my life. In the face of life and death, nothing is important. Since you love her, properly cherish her. Don't push her away. Don't wait until she's gone or forever separated, then regret it. You think I don't want to be with her? When she said she loved me, I wanted to fiercely hug her, kiss her, and never separate. But I brought her so much misfortune. I'm a disaster. I'm afraid that if she's with me, I'll hurt her again. Between me and her, it's not as simple as love or not love. If she's with me, only bad luck will befall her, and I don't want to hurt her again. I also can't bear to be separated again. That's too painful. The rims of Gu Qinghan's eyes were already wet. Don't you feel pain now that you're like this? Siki said anxiously. As a bystander, I can see how much she loves you. Needless to say, how much you love her. Every relationship has its own difficulties. The key is whether this love is worth it for you to work hard at all costs. Maybe you'll encounter other problems in the future, hurt each other, and break up, but if you don't try, how do you know if the end of this road will be a happy ending? I can't guarantee whether you can be together in the end, but I can be sure that if you choose to retreat now, you'll definitely regret it. Compared to being hurt all over for your choice, it's better than giving up now and regretting for the rest of your life. A girl needs a lot of courage to chase after you all the way here. She's brave enough to take this step. Why can't you? What are you still hesitating about? Siki agitatedly said a lot in one breath. I'm just a bystander. I can't make a decision for you. But I hope you'll be happy. Even if you'll get hurt, please be brave and give you a chance. Gu Qinghan closed his eyes, his body trembling because of the contradiction. Zhu Qing, after I've done so many wrong things to you, do a demon like me really have the qualifications to be together with you? He clearly knew he shouldn't, but he really couldn't bear to. Gao Zhuqing hugged her knees, sitting next to the French window, looking at the bustling city. For a long time, she didn't move. When she realized she was in a daze, she glanced at her phone. It was already midnight. She'd been in a daze for an entire 3 hours. At this time tomorrow, she'd already be back in Flozen City. And Gu Qinghan would stay in America together with Siki. The next time they met would probably be the day of his marriage. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait until the day of his marriage to give up. She'd already given up now. Siki was a very beautiful girl, so beautiful that she couldn't be jealous of her, only envy and blessings for her. She wasn't sure if Gu Qinghan loved her, but to be together with that kind of girl, it must be warm and happy. This life will be very beautiful. This is enough. Ding! The phone vibrated. It was a text message from Gu Qinghan. Don't leave tomorrow. I'll pick you up. She looked at this text message for a long time, feeling very conflicted. She wanted to see him, but what's the point of one more day? She just couldn't bear to. She wanted to refuse, but the text message was already typed, but she couldn't send it. She still selfishly hoped that she could be together with him, even if it was just one more day. Siki, I'm sorry. I won't take Qinghan away. I just want to leave one last beautiful memory with him. I promise it's the last day. The next morning, at the hotel, Gao Zhuqing went downstairs and saw Gu Qinghan standing at the entrance of the hall waiting for her. She wore a small dress that was carefully prepared for this meeting, with beautiful makeup, and went on her last date. This was very different from her usual dress. Would he like it? You look beautiful today. Gu Qinghan praised, unable to move his eyes away from her. His praise made her face slightly blush, revealing a young girl's shyness. Thank you. I'm used to wearing t-shirts, suddenly wearing a dress. It's a little unnatural to walk. But he liked it, and that was enough. Where are we going now? You'll know when we get there. You're still so mysterious. Gao Zhuqing pursed her lips and smiled, then got into the car. When they arrived at the destination, her eyes widened in surprise. Amusement park? You actually brought me to the amusement park? Are you sure we're not going to the wrong place? Haven't you always wanted to come? You showed me your wishing bottle, and there was this wish in it. Come on, I was only 10 years old at that time, okay? That was a junior high wish. So, you don't like it? Not really, I just think it's not your style, but it's still a surprise. Let's go. She skipped and ran in front of them. Wow, the roller coaster looks so exciting, I want to go on it. Okay, the roller coaster also looks good, I want to go on it too. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.